flat.
Yeah, I went out and checked it. Let me ask you a question. Are you able to see the chat?
Yes.
All right. Let me post a picture and I want to ask you a question about it. And I'm going to explain why I know the Earth is flat. I want your take on this picture first. So, you know, they tell us you live on a ball in space, right? A sphere.
Yes.
Yeah. Does it look something like this? Look at the ball in the picture. Maybe you've seen pictures like that before.
Give me 1 second, please.
Sure.
You can take 3 seconds also, no problem.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, look at the picture that I posted. Have you seen pictures like these before?
No.
NASA's, you haven't? Because when I was a kid, my teacher showed me a big round ball. She had it on her desk, a globe, and she said, "This is Earth. This is where you live." And it looked a little bit like the one in that I posted, but you haven't.
Mm,
What kind of pictures of Earth have you seen?
the typical one that's the Earth is round, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I just posted. Look at it. It's round, right? It has some land, there's some clouds. Do you see the picture in
Yes.
the chat?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. So you've seen these pictures before and they say this is Earth. Do you agree?
Mm,
People tell us Earth looks like that.
But
Yeah.
there is a
What's the problem?
let's say there is a ship going straight and still mm, sorry, my English is weak, so I'm struggling.
It's all right. Take your time.
Okay, let me explain. When a ship goes forward, after a while, um, we cannot see it. Can you explain that?
Well, yeah, we can talk about that, but I thought we were going to talk about this picture first, right? I just want us to have common ground here. So you said that you have seen pictures of Earth before, right? And they look something like this.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So we agree
Yes.
on that. Good. And you see all the blue stuff in the picture. What's the blue stuff? Do you know?
It's the oceans.
Yeah, it's water. Yeah. Do you notice
Mm.
something weird? There's something strange about the
What,
water in the picture.
what is it?
It curves. It's bending around the ball, right? It's going around the ball like water doesn't
The
behave like
gravity of the
that.
sun.
Yeah,
To
sure.
the
Yes,
Earth.
yes. That is the explanation. Yeah, right. So let me grant you that. It is the gravity that pulls the water into a ball shape. We agree? That's the story,
Yes.
right? Yeah. So I I believe that we lived on this ball in space for many, many years. But then one day I thought, all right, if we see all this water, they say Earth is covered by about 70% water, 71% water. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of water. And if it's curving everywhere,
70.
yeah, if it's curving on the Earth, we should be able to kind of confirm that. So there are some tests we could do. And I figured out that if I took my friend to a lake and I put him on the other side of a 10-mile wide lake because they've told us the size of the Earth. Do you know the Earth's size?
No.
Well, the radius is 3,959 miles. So you can do math to figure out how much the water needs to curve over distance. Do you see the diagram in the picture?
Mhm. Okay, let me see.
Yeah,
Yes, I
so
see.
over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curve.
Hmm.
So the thing is, when I took my friend to the lake and I put him on the beach on the other side, I could see him with my zoom camera. So either my friend is 66 foot tall or the water doesn't curve. What do you think?
Mm, I think because he's
And guess
he's
what?
close.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I No problem. I guess because he is close to you,
No, he's 10 miles away. And
10 miles.
if Earth is a
How
ball,
many-
how long is 10 miles? It's 16 kilometers.
16 kilometers.
Yeah, and over 60 kilometers, the Earth has to curve 20 meters.
Oh,
So my friend is not 20 meters tall. I know that. He's like 2 meters tall. So I could see him, right? And here's the thing, you can go out, you can bring one of your friends to a lake that's 16 kilometers wide. If you can see your friend on the other side, you know that the water between you doesn't curve. It has to curve 20 meters if Earth is the size that they tell us. That's just math. You can see in the diagram, the math is there for you. So
I have a question.
I don't think it's a
Why would
ball anymore because I can't confirm it. I know it's not a
yes?
ball anymore. You go ahead.
What um, uh, why would NASA or the other how to say it? Why would they lie to us?
I don't know. I don't know why people lie. I think they did it in the 60s because of control. USA wanted to show everyone that they're better than everyone. They can go to space. They have the best military, the best weapons, the best space program. And
Oh
then,
yes,
yeah, I think they just lied because of that. And then they had to go to the moon and then they couldn't do it. So they faked it. The
you're
moon
American,
landing is totally fake.
you're American, by the way.
Yeah, no, I live in America for the last 20 years, but I was born in Sweden.
Oh, nice.
In the summer, it's nice over in Sweden, yeah.
Do you love Sweden more, or
No, I like America more right now, or maybe both of the countries are good. I don't know. I go back every summer to visit my family, but I like it over here. It's nice.
nice? I'm Egyptian, by the way.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, I've never been there, but I would like to visit.
Oh, you're welcome. You will have fun.
Yeah, I hope so.
You should come to Siwa and Suez, maybe to Matruh. We have the bluest and the prettiest beaches on the earth, I think.
That's what I've heard, yes.
Yeah, you should see it before you die.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on my bucket list.
Oh, nice. I hope I see Sweden too and Switzerland.
Yeah, both are beautiful countries.
I love nature, so it's uh, it's my goal to go and live in Switzerland.
Yeah,
I think it's hard, but it's doable if I, work on it.
right.
That's a one.
Are you from Sweden? Sverige?
Yeah. Yes, jag är från Sverige.
Ah. Nice.
Du
I've been in
också?
Sverige. No, not
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Actually, my family is Norwegian, but we moved to Singapore.
Kan du snacka norsk?
No. Snacka English.
All right. Yes, it is the
Snacka
English one.
svensk.
Oh, man. I'm leaving now.
My family lives in Bergen, if you know.
Yeah, I know it.
Bergen.
I've been there. We're talking about the Earth. I was just telling my friend here. Are you still with us?
No, the friend left.
Maybe he
He's
left.
just.
I was just going to
So-
type something in.
All of you are flat earthers. That's great.
Yeah, most of us are. Have you talked?
Yeah, I want to be
people-
a flat earther. So
Do you? It's easy. You just have to go out and measure the water.
yeah,
I want to be a glober.
Were you here when I went over the? I had a couple of questions for the other guy. Did you hear it?
no, I don't hear it. I do reiterate, so if I can. Listen.
Oh, listen. Yeah, I can. Are you able to see the chat? I want to ask you a question about the picture I posted.
That one, spherical trigonometry of sphere.
Yeah. That one. Let's just worry about the picture, the image in that. We don't have to look at the numbers quite yet. I just want to ask you: have you ever seen, like when they told you when you were a kid, you live on a ball in space, and they showed you maybe a globe? Did it look something like this picture? Not exactly, but
Yeah, and I believed it. Like usually we believe that they made a globe so all kids can stand around and watch it at the same time together.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
No, you gotta wait because I'm talking to another person.
Yeah. Good.
Sorry.
No. We do and entertain his question. I can wait. I'll go through that picture.
No, sorry. I talked over you.
No, it's all right.
No,
Okay,
go on.
Biggles
Go on.
said,
Finance, please go on.
Biggles
Plain and
wants to wait.
address him, please.
Yeah, okay, finance,
Yeah,
go
I will
ahead.
wait.
It's all right. Yes, you can ask your question now. Finance.
Mr. Finance, please answer. Ask your question. He's waiting.
Maybe he got
Are you
busy.
with us?
No, it's okay. I'm gonna wait for you to finish first, my brother. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm not. I just want to look into what he posted in the chat. I'm kind of engrossed in it. So-
No. I interrupted you. That was unacceptable. Sorry.
All right, fine.
It's
Biggles.
a happy interruption. It's a happy
What do you-
interruption.
All right,
What do you guys
Biggles.
think? What do you
Biggles,
guys
let's
think
talk
about
about it.
Abyssal?
I want to ask you the question, right? You with me? Biggles?
Yeah, I'm with you. Go on.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, so we're looking at that picture, right? And we came to an agreement that this is what we have been shown since we were kids. Like they say, this is where you live, this is Earth, correct?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
geoid and all that
Right,
flat on the top.
Spherical, whatever, geoid or whatever, a ball. It's like round. It's a globe,
Yeah.
and it has some stuff on it. In that picture, do you see all the blue stuff? What is that?
The water? Is it?
Yeah, it's water. It's water. Do you notice something weird, something peculiar, something strange about that water? It's not obvious, but
Perhaps that it's like it is a blue.
yeah, it's blue. It's blue. No, the weird thing about the water in the picture is that it's curving around the ball, right? So I mean, that's not how water behaves. So I walked around for many years, just never thinking about it. But then I thought to myself, okay, fine. If they say that the water curves around the ball, and they have told us the size of Earth, we can probably use math to figure out how much the water needs to curve over a specific distance. Do you agree? We can use math to figure it out if we know the size.
Yeah, I'm open to it. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So, I mean, they did tell us the size, and they say that the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles, or since we're from Sweden or Norway, it's about 6,300 kilometers, right? But I'm going to use miles.
Yeah.
You can easily convert it if you need to question it. But the thing is, with this known radius, or the claimed radius, I should say, because I don't believe in it anymore, right? But they claim that the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles. So using that, we can use math to figure out that over, for example, 10 miles, that's 16 kilometers. It should curve 66 foot. So, and there is something, you can go to Google and you can Google Earth curvature calculator, and all the universities has them. And you can also calculate distance to horizon, and you can figure it out. Like if you're 2 meters tall, horizon is about 5 kilometers out. That's where Earth has to start curving away physically, geometrically. It has to. But I promise you, in your life, you've probably seen boats and things more than 5 kilometers away. I'm only guessing your height might be 2 meters.
Since in harbors, like so many kilometers away.
That's what I'm saying, right? So there was something weird. Like they tell us the Earth is this size, but then when we go out and check, we can see much farther than we should if it was a ball of the size that they say. So anyway, what I did, I took a friend to one of these lakes that's 16 kilometers. So actually, it was the coast of between Sweden and Denmark, 16 kilometers. And I can zoom in and see him over on the other side. So that's 10 miles, right? So unless my friend is 20 meters tall, I should not be able to see him if we live on a ball. And nobody is 20 meters tall. So I'm just saying that to be funny, right? But he... you get the logic? You follow the logic, right?
Yeah, more or less, yes.
Yeah.
But may I ask, why are they telling us that the Earth is geoid, and what are they getting out of it?
I think that they actually believe it, and it's just tradition at this point. Maybe they lied in the beginning. United States wanted to be the first ones to explore the moon. And then when they realized that they couldn't, they had to fake it. I mean, I don't believe in the moon landing at all. And then they showed us pictures from space of the Earth. And I don't know, I think they're too deep in. But at this point, all those people are dead. And it's just tradition. Like your teacher in 3rd grade, when she told you you live on a sphere, she didn't know that. I mean, she has told you because somebody told her, but she never looked into it. So it's just tradition at this point. That's my opinion about it.
Yeah. But why are they? But even if we are, say, if the Earth is flat on Earth, why are they so afraid to accept this change and find it out for real? What are they getting by lying to us?
Well, I can think of a few reasons, but I mean, who knows what reasons people have. But I mean, look, if we're on a ball, everything is already explored and people will just stay where they are and they will pay their taxes and do what the government says. But if we're not on a ball and there's more things to explore, well, people are going to leave, and who's going to pay the taxes then? That's just speculation. I don't know where they keep this thing going, but it could be any reason, right? Control is my ultimate answer. It's easier to control people if you lie to them about where they live.
Earth is square.
I'm not making a shape claim. I like to make that clear. It could very well be square, but I don't know the shape. I'm only making a claim about the property of the surface. The surface is definitely flat because water is flat.
Yeah.
I don't think
I can say though. Even if it's square. Even if it's square, it is still cruel.
Yeah.
At least
I know it's not a ball because Earth is covered. The claim is that it's covered by 70% water. So if water is flat, which we have proven when we do these laser tests, right? It can't be a ball. So have you ever seen a laser test?
Lasery. Not at the top of my head. No, cannot say it.
Right. So like over a 16-kilometer wide lake, if you shoot the laser 30 centimeters over the water on one side, right? It's going to end up 30 centimeters over the water, 16 kilometers away. If we were on a ball, it should end up 20 meters up in the air. You can see in the picture that I posted, there's the graph and the diagram. You can figure that out, right? So we have done these tests many, many times, right? So there is one test that I like out in Salt Lake in Utah. They did 21 miles. They shot a laser 5 foot over the water, and it ended up 5 foot over the water, 21 miles away. I'll paste the link in the chat. You can watch it when you have time. We have hundreds of
Yes,
these.
please.
There you go.
Yes. Thanks. Yes. I'm saving it. Mind if
Yeah.
I drop down? I want to watch the clip.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Mute
Yeah,
yourself,
thank you.
and I'll talk to some other people, and you can come back and ask more questions.
Yeah, tack.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Right. Thank you. Tack.
Yep. Alrighty. We just talked to Biggles. He seemed like a genuine guy. Norwegian descent. Let's go check the YouTube channels if we have some people over there who wants to talk about Earth. You guys can interact with us here on Discord by typing in the chat. I'm going to open up the channels now, and if we don't get any people who want to talk, we can go look over on X and see what's the latest news in space and cosmology this morning. Welcome, Adil. How are you? Welcome, Adan. How are you? I'm making my morning breakfast shake, and then I'm going to do some bench pressing, and then we're going to read some news, or maybe not in that order, but that's what's going on here. It's a beautiful day on the East Coast. It's 9:21 a.m. and it's Thursday, so I have some extra time today. The family is gone from the house, and I can talk as much as I want. I did work 2.5 hours before I came in here. I like to get up early when the house is quiet and do some work. I'm a programmer, and I do some other stuff as well. All right, we have 8 viewers over on YouTube, or listeners, I should say. Welcome, guys. That's on one channel, and the other channel has, let's see, only one. Well, there you go. It's still early. All right, should we check the X platform and see if there's any news? We can ask the AI over there to gather latest in heliocentric lore. Actually, I'm going to phrase that like that to the AI and see what it says. Maybe he gets upset. What's the latest lore this morning that has dropped? What is the latest lore in cosmology this morning? What is the latest lore that has dropped? I'm going to insult him a little bit. That has dropped this morning in cosmology. And I'm using this time because we have dead air and I have nothing better to do. If you get sick of me rambling, you can just cut in and we can talk. If you just joined, I much rather talk to people than read cosmology news, but I will do something because I'm having breakfast and I want to do something while I'm waiting for people to join here. What is the latest lore that has dropped this morning in cosmology? Let's see what the AI has to say about that. The latest significant lore drop in cosmology this morning, February 5, 2026, appears to be fresh archive submissions in cosmology and non-galactic astrophysics released today. Should be good. A measurement of the Hubble constant using the Dark Energy Survey Year 6 Gold Galaxy Catalog, a lot of big words, combined with the 4th Gravitational Wave Transient Catalog. This ties into ongoing efforts to resolve or refine the Hubble tension. The discrepancy between different methods of measuring the universe's expansion rate. Oh yeah, we can talk about the universe's expansion rate. That's an interesting one. But did someone just speak up? Maybe we have a comment here. I guess not. All right, so if I understand this article correctly, they are questioning the expansion rate now. And that would have some impact. Let's see. There is a discrepancy between different methods of measuring the universe expansion rate. I mean, they already have the Olbers paradox problem where they have to say that the expansion is faster than light. Otherwise, everything would be completely lit up since there is trillions of billions of stars, and their light should have caught up to us by now.
Yeah, the water's not flat either. It was never flat. The rain was never flat. Are you retarded? Water's not flat.
All right, so we had a Glober who came in, Fat and Gay was his name, maybe appropriate, I don't know, not making that judgment, but he wanted to tell us that water is not flat. Actually, that's super funny to me, because I used to think it wasn't, but then when I kind of woke up, I realized, what am I thinking? Of course, water is flat and level. I mean, I've never seen curving water. That's impossible. It's only in a dream state you think that water curves. When you actually go out and check it, you can do that with the laser test. You notice quickly that it's actually flat, and you think, how could I be so dumb that I thought about this for years? Hello, good morning, D7MI, and good morning.
Water is not flat, and neither is the earth.
Fat and Gay, would you like to talk about this, or do you just want to come in and say it? I think I'm going to have to. Let's see if I can just maybe. I don't like when people interrupt. I can maybe voice mute the guy. Let's see. Let me do that. Or we can give him.
Just mute him. And like, I don't know what to say.
I'm very much for free speech. But I think we're gonna give this guy a little time out for being disruptive. I'll do that right now.
Hi guys, what is the purpose of the subject, please? Can you? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, I typed that the wrong way. Let me see if I can change. I'm sorry. There we go. Oh, I have to do a numeric value. All right. Well, let me give me 8 hours now. Okay. Wait. All right. So over fences, one of us banned and the other one unbanned. All right. You can do it again. We're gonna get this guy out of here. I don't like people who swear.
Man, I swear, it's flat. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Over Fences, for taking care of that. All right, who wants to talk? Let's have a little chat, and it should be fun. I'll explain to you why I am a flat earther. How about that? Would you like to know? Yeah, we can talk. If anybody wants to ask questions about flat Earth or Earth in general, maybe you want to know more about the heliocentric model you believe in, I can steelman it for you. They say the radius of the Earth ball you live on is 3,959 miles. For example, they say the Earth is spinning 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. They say it's circling around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. They say that the sun is moving around in the galaxy at over 500,000 miles per hour, and they say that the galaxy is spinning around in the universe at about over 2 million miles per hour. There's many vectors of movement going on here. Of course, you have to believe that all of this is going on without you noticing anything at all. That is the heliocentric delusion. But as soon as you wake up from that dream, you realize that all of that is ridiculous, obviously, and you know that you should trust your senses, which say that we feel no movement simply because there is no movement. We see the sun move because it is moving. So it just feels more logical to actually believe what you're seeing instead of the opposite. I'm from Sweden, and I've seen the midnight sun up there rotate in the sky above me. But if you're a glober, you would have to believe that it's you rotating on the Earth underneath the sun that's stationary. It's super weird that people can even think like that. But it is what it is. Good morning, old dude. Good to see you. Yeah. Maybe old dude is listening in over on YouTube. YouTube pal, he says. Yep, absolutely. So I hope everyone is having a good morning. We were just reading news about space and cosmology from X, since we have no people to talk to. And there is something going on with the expansion rate. They're going to change it a little bit again. So anyway, as I was saying, sun is traveling, the galaxy is circling around the universe, and the universe is expanding. What are we up to now? Is that 7 or 8 vectors, right? The universe's expansion rate is faster than the speed of light because of something called Olbers paradox. It has to be, or it would be completely lit up by the billions and trillions of stars. Their light would have caught up to us by now if the expansion was slower than the speed of light. So they're going to change that rate. I don't know what they're going to change it to. I thought it was already 4 times the speed of light. So let's see what happens with that now. And at the same time, of course, if you're heliocentrist, you have to believe that speed of light is the fastest thing ever. And at the same time, while you're holding that thought in your mind, you also have to hold the contradicting one that the universe expansion is faster than that. A lot of problems to be a heliocentrist. I don't envy those people. A lot of paradoxes. Oh, it's actually called Olbers paradox, if I remember correctly. All right, we have 6 viewers now over on Flatloid stream. That's 5 more than we had 5 minutes ago. And over on Helioskeptic stream, we have 4 people listening in over there. 6 now. Shout out to you guys. So we have 2 streams this morning. Let's see what else is new. Olbers paradox posted by Old Dude. If you want more information about that, it's in the chat. I should post that to YouTube too, maybe at some point. Let's see if I can post links over there. Probably can. Copy link. We're going to head into Flatloid stream. If any of our YouTube viewers wants to look into Olber's paradox a little bit more, here is a link from Old Dude. If I can find it. Yes. There we go. I am allowed to share Google links on Google's YouTube service. So that's good. Thank you for posting that, Old Dude. It's good information. All right, let's head over to X. Maybe we can read some tweets from some people. Yesterday was a big day. Apparently, there are some files in the Epstein files that talk about flat Earth. So it started kind of almost trending over there. A lot of big accounts, people with more than 100,000 followers started to tweet about it. Posting things, should we talk about flat Earth? Where do I find out the information about this? It could be a thing, but I don't know. It's also it also worries me when mainstream media and big accounts get hold of this, because they're going to go into speculation land immediately with reptilians and outer lands and ice walls, and you know the drill. So I'm a little bit worried that it's going to go overboard. But they say that all publicity is good publicity or something, so maybe it's going to be good for us in the end. Overfences says SpaceX is about to open their IPO. Yeah, they're going to buy XAI, I think, right? Or wait, no, they're going to go public. Will our space devotees be buying? Yeah, this, financially, I think if you want to make money, you could probably buy some SpaceX stock. Because they're gonna screw us over, getting all the taxpayers' money from the government. The government is dumb enough to give it to them. So even though I don't subscribe to the space or think that there is an outer space as the way they have described it, I could still do this to make money. Just because we're flat earthers, we don't have to disregard the money-making aspect of it. And as a matter of fact, we know it better than anybody else. If you want to make money, you can go into the space economy. Their valuation is 1.5 trillion. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I've heard about people who only invest in evil things, so they should add this to their portfolio. Companies who manufacture weapons, alcohol, drugs, go into the space, add some SpaceX to your portfolio as well. I'm sure you're going to make a lot of money. Satan's way is to buy people with money and gold and riches. So if that's your thing, maybe invest a little bit in SpaceX. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually looking into it. I wonder if they're gonna. Maybe they have. I don't know. I don't know where to find it. I have to go and check my Robinhood, I guess. We have What Is Life, Bro, over on YouTube. He has a comment. He says, "I'm not going to buy SpaceX stock, but that's just me." Yeah, I mean, morally, I think it's. I don't know. Reprehensible, maybe. But business, money. You got to make a living somehow. So I'm a little bit. I have to admit, I own Tesla stock. I own. I did buy Twitter stock before Elon bought it and renamed it to X. Made a little bit of money on that. So I don't know. I'm kind of in the markets a little bit. Since 2016, I've been trading. quite a bit. So I don't know. I'm torn. But shout out to you. What is life, bro? Over on YouTube. Thanks for listening in. Thought I heard a join sound or a leave sound. Sheepdog is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we're just talking about SpaceX going public. Is that happening today? I'm not sure. I should know, but I'm gonna look into it. We're reading the news over on X at the moment, and we just talked about the space expansion rate. They're gonna change that again. But what else is new today? Let's see.
Well, one of the things they're not reporting in the news is how crypto all around is taking a huge dive. Not to get into the whole crypto thing, but like everything's on the down right now.
Yeah. I'm looking to go in heavy if it goes under 60 again. I've been trading crypto since 2016, so for me, this down thing is a good thing because I was in cash, so I like this drop.
Yeah, for me, it's not so good, but it's a lesson, man. I'm down like 2/3 of what I invested.
But you should just hold, my friend. You should just hold. Just sit
That's all
there.
I'm doing.
Don't
That's all I'm doing.
panic.
I don't have any money to buy in on the dip. So
Yeah,
it is
now
what it is.
you just wait. It'll go to 250 soon enough. Maybe not this year, but in a year or two.
What are we holding?
250, I think it's going to go to within 2 years. All right, let's check out the X announcements here. Is there anything else?
Checking that out. We got Howard and we got Blackbird.
We got some new people. Blackbird, good morning. Della42, Palward, good morning. If any of you guys want to ask us why we are flat earthers, and if we can prove to you that Earth is flat, then feel free to do so. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello there.
So you want to pursue me that the Earth is flat?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it. Are you able to see the chat?
The chat. Yeah.
Because I want to ask you a question. I ask people 2 questions, and then I'm going to tell you why I am a flat earther, because I have tested it. But I want to ask you this question. So I'm posting this picture in the chat. Have you seen a picture of Earth before?
Yes.
Does it look something like that? It's a round thing. It has some land, some clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what the blue stuff is?
Like water, ocean?
Yeah, it's water. Do you notice something weird about the water on that ball?
No.
It's curving. Right? Water usually is flat, right? So in that ball, in that sphere, it's curving around it. And I never thought about that, but when I became a little bit older, because when I was a kid, in school they showed us a ball and they like the globe on the teacher's desk, and they said, this is where you live. And as a kid I was like, oh, all right, I guess I'm living on the ball, and I guess water is curving. But when I grew up I realized that maybe there is a way I can test this. So they have also told us the size of Earth. Do you happen to know the size of Earth?
Yes.
What is the size?
I think like 12,000 kilometers.
in diameter. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right about that. So it's about 6,300 kilometers radius, right? So when you
Yeah.
have that, or I'm in America and we use miles here for some weird reason, right? So it's 3,900.
Hey, you stop that.
What's that?
I said, hey, you stop that. You don't bash that.
All right. Well, miles is good enough, right? So we can use that system as well. So the radius is 3,959 miles, which means we can do math to figure out how much. Yes, I should call them freedom units. That's exactly what it is. I saw your video before over fences, by the way. Very funny SNL skit. Back when SNL was funny. Anyway, the radius is 3,959 miles. So we can do math to figure out how much water has to curve over a distance. So let me type something in. So what I did was I brought a friend to a lake that's 10 miles wide, or actually it's not really a lake, it's more like an ocean because it was the water between Denmark and Sweden. There is 16 kilometers. That is 10 miles, right? But I could zoom in and see him on the other side, and I shouldn't be able to do that if Earth is a ball. My friend is about 2 meters tall, but he has to be 20 meters tall for me to see him 16 kilometers away. So I'm going to type in the chat, right? So if you want to test this yourself, you can go to a lake that's 16 kilometers wide. You can put a laser there. If you shoot it 1 foot over the water, it will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well. But if Earth is a globe, it should end up 20 meters over the water on the other side, but it doesn't. What do you think about that? So, I mean, they show us these pictures and they say that water is curving, but when we try to measure it, it's not curving at all.
But you can see something at like 16 kilometers.
Yeah. Which is weird because if we were on a ball, you can Google horizon, distance to horizon calculator. If you're 2 meters tall, the horizon should be no further out than 4.7 kilometers. So I promise you in your life, how you don't have to tell me how tall you are, but
I don't think we can see anything at 16 kilometers.
oh yeah, you can do that all the time. As a matter of fact, I have a good video that shows something that's 33 kilometers away.
And also like
Look at this guy. He's
it's,
zoomed in with his camera. 33 kilometers, 21 miles.
the Earth is not a perfect sphere like there is.
Yeah, there's a few kilometers difference at the equator, but it's for all practical purposes. Like if you scale it down to a size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball. So we don't really have to take that into account. There's a few kilometers difference.
Like, I'll give you an example. Blackbird. If I drew a circle where the north and south radius or diameter, was 12,700 kilometers, and the east and west radius or diameter was 12,650 kilometers. Change that to pixels, right? 12,650 pixels, 12,700 pixels. What's the difference between 50 pixels when we're dealing with 12,600 pixels? When you say, oh, it's not a perfect sphere, it's close enough.
Yeah, it's absolutely close enough. So anyway, what do you think about that? Like you can take a friend to a 16-kilometer wide lake and you can get a camera with you, or maybe even just give him a mirror. And you can see if he can flash that mirror to you. If you see it, either your friend has to be 20 meters tall or that water doesn't curve between you.
Okay, I will try one time.
Yeah, do it. And if you have time, you can watch the video that I pasted, 21 miles, no curvature. That guy zooms in to the other side with his camera. very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Thank you for the civil conversation, Blackbird. We have some more people here. ITC Borhan, you wanted me to post a picture of what? Of the Earth? I can do that. What picture? The NASA pictures? I mean, they tell us it's a ball. They're all fake. Or you can scroll up and see the ball that I pasted before. I can paste it again. You know, I used to believe that we lived in space on a ball until I decided to go confirm it. And when I did that, I no longer believe they're space balls pictures because I cannot confirm it down here.
But why people wants to lie about the Earth?
I think it's just tradition at this point. When your third grade teacher told you live on a ball, she didn't know. She just told you because someone else told her when she was a child, right? So now it's just tradition. I think they do it mostly for control these days. Like if they can fool you where you live, they can fool you to that, you know, we're running out of resources. Maybe we have to fight wars, or the ozone layer is disappearing. We have to pay more taxes. I mean, it's probably about money and control. That's just my guess. I don't know why people lie. It's, you know, you would have to ask them. And I don't think that most people do lie about this. They just say, like, if someone asks you, do you live on a globe? You would say yes. Would you be lying? No, you wouldn't be lying. You really believe that, right? So it's just a belief.
But
oh, I wanted to say hi to that guy. He had a hexadecimal number sequence as his name, and I was about to decode it. The first one was 4C, which I believe is the letter C. Anyway.
But I think
when people ask me why would they lie, I tell them because you let them lie. You're letting them lie to you. You don't want to know the truth, so you let them lie.
But if I take a plane, I can travel around the world and return to the starting point.
Well, if you think about Earth as an island, if you're on one side of that island and you go around it, you're going to come back to that point again. It's the same thing. If you think that Earth is a ball, like if you hold a basketball in your hand and run your finger around it in a circle, you're going to end up. Everything is just a great circle, flat, plane, or a ball. And I'm not saying that Earth is an island. It's just to illustrate it.
Yeah, you can go in a circle and wind up where you started. That's why they do racing in a circle. But no one has ever gone in a straight line and ended up back where they started, ever.
Okay.
Let me reconnect. I lost chat capability. I'll be back in 1 second.
You're good. Yeah, no, they tell you can go in a straight line and come back where you started, but no one ever has.
Okay.
There we go.
If they have, you can post it in the chat. Just post the route that they flew and show us that they went in a straight line, and then where they started and where they landed.
Yeah. Can you show me like your like correct representation of the world? Like if
we don't know how the world works. We don't need to know how the world works. We know that the globe is wrong because it's flat.
we're not making a shape claim. We don't actually know the actual shape of the Earth. We only know that the surface is flat because the surface is mostly covered by water. So we did that test before, remember, with the lasers or the camera, and we noticed that water doesn't curve. So whatever goes on here, it goes on a flat Earth. We don't know where it ends. We don't know if there's an edge or the shape of it at all. We can only tell you that the surface is flat.
Okay. So maybe the world is bigger than one we know now.
Yeah, could be. That's very likely, I think. But anything I say about that would be speculation. ITC Borhan says in the chat, he says, many did travel Earth by planes. Yeah, you can travel around by planes. You can travel from one place to another and you come back to it. If you look at the chat, you see that little island there. Pretend like the trees in the middle are countries. You can fly into them and then you fly out to where you're at and you can explore Earth. How far have we gone? Nobody knows. I mean, they don't. I don't know what people have claimed, but we can do east-west navigation easily. North-south, as Sheepdog says, is what we cannot do. Nobody has tried it.
Okay. But so all the
Do you agree, Black Rose?
we've seen like from NASA and all these things are fake.
Yeah, we know it's fake because the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, I mean, I used to believe in those ball pictures, right? But when I can't confirm it here, then I can't believe in the pictures anymore. I cannot see that curvature. It's just not there. We see way too far. We have infrared photography 255 miles out. If Earth was a ball, that should be hidden. You shouldn't be able to take an infrared photo 250 miles away. It should be hidden by several miles of curvature. You can calculate that in a curvature calculator. Is Google Earth curvature calculator, and you'll figure it out. So we see way too far for Earth to be a ball. It's just impossible.
And just so you know, NASA was founded as a propaganda agent for the U.S. government. It wasn't founded for space.
And so, but like the Earth is plate is flat, but the other planets
around
are also far no.
So think of the Earth as the floor of the universe, right? Everything moves above Earth. What they told you about the Earth going around the sun is wrong. Even if the Earth is bigger, right, and it's a ball, we can't confirm that because we don't have any curvature. But even if the Earth was bigger and a ball, the sun would have to be moving around the Earth, not the other way around. You understand that? The entire cosmology is wrong if the Earth is not the size of 12,500 kilometers in diameter.
Okay.
The whole reason they created orbits was because they had a suspicion of the size of the Earth. And then based off of parallax, they determined the distance to the sun. And then from that, they built the entire solar system.
I think you starting to convince me a little.
Well, we want you to look into it correctly. We want you to have the right tools when you do research.
Yeah.
Yeah, good talk, Blackbird. When you have time, you can watch that 21-mile video. Did I paste that already? I can paste it again. It's interesting. Did you see it?
No, the Ontario video, but a part, yes.
All right, yeah, because it gives you some more information of how to do the test yourself. You don't even have to buy an expensive laser. If you have a friend and you give him a mirror, and he can flash it. If you see that flash, then you know that there is no curving water. But I think you know that already. I think you know that you have seen farther than 5 kilometers in your life. So it's just let it process a little bit. I know it's new information. It contradicts everything you've ever been told. It might even trigger something called cognitive dissonance when you're presented with two conflicting facts, and you're holding one of them strong. It's a strongly held belief. So just be aware of that. It's normal. We've all had it happen to us when we were presented by this, or maybe not everyone, but most people have a little crisis. I did not want to become a flat earther. I was like, this is crazy. I can't believe this is real. What is going on? And I didn't accept it until I went out and tested it for myself.
For me, it only took a couple of months because I realized that if there was one lie that I could be tricked with, it would be the size of the Earth. But for some people in here, it can take up to years to understand what's going on.
Yeah. And I don't think we should overload people either. There is so much more to it. You're basically just scratching the surface, pun intended. So just take it slow, hang around, hang with us a little bit, listen in on the channel, and you learn more and more as you go. I don't want to.
You can ask questions. You can ask questions. We're not afraid of them.
Yeah.
If we don't know an answer to a question, we will tell you we don't know. But that doesn't mean that we don't know what we do know.
ITC, Borhan, yes, you asked about satellites. Yeah, if they do exist, they are definitely rotating or moving around above us, or maybe they could be stationary. I don't know exactly how they work. It has nothing to do with the Earth's surface either. ITC, Borhan, you have some questions here. If I watch the sunset while lying on the ground and then quickly climb trees, mountains, why can I see the sun set a second time? It's a good question. Let me answer that for you. Unless you want to take it, Sheepdog, I don't mind. I can.
Well, it's just real easy. Like as you get higher in elevation, you reduce the angle from your eyes to the horizon to the ground underneath your feet. So that little angle gets wider and wider and wider the higher you go up. And so you can see more over the surface of the Earth. It has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. It has to do with how your eyes and perspective work.
Yeah, and we can demonstrate this on a perfectly flat surface. You can demonstrate it to yourself. If you put a little piece of Lego on a long hallway, and you put your head down to the ground, that Lego is going to disappear for you. You can't see it because you can't resolve it. The angle is not good enough. It's not big enough. If you stand up, you're going to be able to see it. Same thing if you take a drone, you can see the sun at the sunset. You raise the drone up, and you can see it after, as it goes away. You can see the sun again, right? So there are some tests you can do to prove this even on a flat surface. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, actually.
And
it's just the way perspective works.
Things get smaller as they get further away, and that's called diminution.
Yeah. And there is also an example in the chat. I like to use this one because it's something you can test. If you stand in front of a big skyscraper and you walk backwards, the bottom of it is going to go away first for you, because you will see the top of that skyscraper. That's what's going to disappear last for you. It's just how perspective works. But yeah, good questions.
And as far as other planets, right? When you say other planets, you're presuming the Earth is a planet also, which there is no evidence for. What you have is Earth, and then you have the planets. So we don't deny that the planets are in the sky. The word planet is defined as a wandering star or a celestial body, and those celestial bodies, celestial meaning sky. So when I look up, I don't see the Earth in the sky, so I can't call the Earth a planet.
And why we can not build little rockets to see?
You can build a rocket, but they make, as Donald Trump said, they make rockets to nowhere, right? So the idea that you could go to Mars and look back and see the Earth in the sky, that'll never happen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
It's not mathematically feasible. Even if we believe their claim that Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles, we would have to be at least 5,000 miles out just to take that picture, right? So the ISS is claimed to be 250 miles above us, and that's basically as far as they claim to be able to go. So building a rocket to see the shape of the Earth, it's not reasonable. That it's not mathematically reasonable. We don't have the tech for that.
So the biggest height of the biggest reach of the rocket is too small to see the entire Earth.
Yeah, mathematically, and even the claim from NASA is that you can only see about 3%, not even that, 2.9% from the ISS, and that's only 250 miles up. So if you think about Earth as a big beach ball, that would be like 2 millimeters off of the surface. It's not feasible, even in their own paradigm. Now, obviously, I don't believe we're on a ball. So, but mathematically, it's impossible.
And the idea that you can see curvature from an airplane, even when I used to believe in the globe, I never saw curvature from the airplane because I used to love looking out the window, and I would press my face up against the window, and so I wouldn't have to deal with the curvature of the window creating a curvature of the horizon. And what I would see is a flat horizon, and I'm like, wow, the Earth is really big. I still can't see the curvature.
Okay. So I never get a plane, but so if I take one, I will not see.
I tell you what, when you go up there, don't have a biased opinion and just take a look at it for yourself and see what your eyes see.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you do see the curve from that airplane, you can go over to your neighbor's window and see if they also see it. Look at the picture in the chat and tell me which airplane you were on. It doesn't make any sense. Sometimes it looks curved because of the window. The window distorts it a little bit, but obviously there is no curve to be seen at that height. It's mathematically impossible. Even if Earth was a globe, you could not see it from that height.
Okay.
There's a YouTube bomber, and there's a picture of the horizon from where they were up higher than commercial airliners, and there's no curvature.
So we
I think
know
he dropped. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Well, we have John Paul with us today. Good morning. I like your profile picture. Looks like a flat and stationary Earth right there.
With a nice little hot spot.
That too. Yes, I was just going to say. That's nice. Yeah, we
Yes.
definitely couldn't have a hotspot if the sun was 93 million miles away. Obviously, it's local. I like it.
Good morning. I'm getting ready to make a little cup of coffee. So I'll just listen a little bit.
Yeah.
But I can always just touch the button and unmute myself if you guys have any questions or anything.
Sounds good. We're talking to ITZ, Borhan, and Blackbird this morning. They have been presented with a couple of laser tests and some logic. Very good discussions, civilized, nice, logical people.
So, what do you think there is possibly on the other side of the Earth?
I mean, are you now? You're probably. I know it's easy to do. You're imagining Earth as some kind of disk in space or something. We don't see it like that. That's like the heliocentric model that you're on a ball in space. So we don't replace it. We don't have a shape for it. We say that Earth is the floor of the universe that we live in, right? So there is no way to make any claims about what's underneath Earth. We did the farthest we have dug is the borehole in Russia, the Kola borehole. It's 7.6 miles. That's the farthest we have dug down. So there's no way to tell.
Yeah, I tell people if 7.8 miles is the farthest we've gone, then the Earth is at least 7.9 miles thick, and it could be 1 trillion miles thick, but we don't know, and we don't know what's on the other side.
Yeah. So usually people are used to stories, right? They have lived in the heliocentric model their whole life, and there is an explanation or a story for everything, right? But we don't make up things that we can't empirically prove. So you're going to be hearing a lot like we don't know, because we just tell you the truth. We don't want to lie to you. We don't want to make up shit.
Thank you.
Good morning, AMD Max. How are you?
And remember, just because we don't know the answers to everything doesn't mean that we don't know the surface of water is flat. Like if I know the surface of water is flat, I don't have to know everything else that's going on in the world.
Right. I like your saying, Sheepdog. Whatever goes on in the sky goes on over a flat and stationary Earth underneath.
Okay, so
Hold on. Sorry, I had my phone in my pocket. I was going to say this. Yeah, because the Earth measures flat, whatever's happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth because the Earth measures flat. So if the Earth measures flat, then whatever's going on in the sky only happens over a flat Earth. If the Earth was curving, it would only happen over a ball Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is no lowest point in the universe than the floor of the Earth.
Everything is as we observe it. We are at the floor of our universe. This is what we know. We're obviously in some kind of contained system because gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, or it would just zip out and we would all be dead. So that's almost, it's an axiom, right? So we are in a contained system. We have gas pressure here because we can breathe. When we don't know what's outside of that, we have no idea.
I'll put it to you this way. you can't go to those things in the sky and visit those things in the sky. From all apparent observations, life only exists here on Earth. How big Earth is, we don't know. We think it might be bigger than what it is, but we don't know how big. And then there's more evidence of interdimensional beings on Earth than there are of any aliens from outer space.
Did you have a question for us, AMD Max?
No, just chilling.
Okay. I can see your mic is flashing there a little bit now and then, so just so you know, it's open.
I know.
I've got a question. Have any of you guys been doing this for a long time? Like, you probably hit your decade, started in 2016 or so.
Yeah, I came into this in the beginning of COVID, 2019.
Okay, so you remember some of the videos we used to find on YouTube back in the day that we can't find anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. You could actually search and find it. But you know, there is an interesting thing. They have changed it a little bit. I'm not a proponent of Eric Dubay or anything, but you can actually search for his name and you will get his channel and his videos. And I know that was gone for the last few years. But before the censorship started, you could also find them. But they have recently released restrictions on those kind of videos.
So they have destroyed the evidence on YouTube.
I don't know if they've destroyed it. They've just made it very hard to find. So there was this video back in the day of this scientist. Now, this video was done in like the 90s or so. So he looks like a regular high school teacher or college professor teacher. But his mission was to send out, some kind of device, satellite or so, probably attached to a balloon. But they were going to map the universe. And it came back. It probably took, 6-7 years for it to get all of its information and come back. And they gather up the evidence, and whoever was in control of the board of information at that college said that device must have been wrong. You're going to have to redo it again. So they got everything together and they set it all up and they sent it all back out there, and they had to wait another 7 years or so to find out whether or not they get the information back, and it was identical to the first information they had, which let them know that their machine, their evidence, whatever that they were working with was not broken. So then they had to kind of look at what it showed. And what it showed was all the stars and everything are out there. The sky is kind of like an onion. Everything's got its own little peel. Everything's got its own little shelf. And all the way down at the core of the bottom of this center of this onion is Earth. It's like the floor of the universe. And if I could just find that video, I bet I could get a hold of somebody like David Weiss or somebody and they could find it. But it used to be a really big thing on this whole concept of showing people that we don't really have a floor. We are the floor. And what's really funny is I do flooring for a living. I put in a lot of tile, hardwood, carpet, a lot of flooring. I'm always on my hands and knees. I should be afraid of heights, I guess. But the foundation of the floor, and anybody that does any kind of foundational work, anybody that has to grab a tape measure and measure anything and then convert it into numbers and put it on a computer, understands you do everything in a grid pattern, whether it's square inches, square meters, square yards, square miles. Everything is put on a flat, plain paperwork, and then it's put into a computer that does the same grid. Everything is on this flat grid-like construction. Everything you do, even if you're in, the Bible, you always have to start with a good foundation. And Earth is the good foundation. And so it's just very interesting. All this kind of ties in together.
Yeah, I would very much like to see that video. If you ever come across it, please share.
Yeah, I have a lecture I have to be in at noon with Paula Fredrickson, and then after that I'll do some hunting around, and I'll probably find it, and I can probably come right back to this channel and drop it in, or find one of you guys. I might go ahead and throw you a friend request later here in a little bit, and then I'll be able to find you later, and then that way you can get that evidence to everybody, or just a little information, you know.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, man.
I'm doing actual squats for the first time, and I realized how stiff my shoulders are for holding the bar over my shoulders.
I was just about to hit the bench. Gonna do that now. So I'll be silent for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah, in the meantime, if anybody's got any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
I got a question, Swole Dog. My mic working?
Yeah, is that your question? Is your mic working?
Well, I got a second question. Why does everybody think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
Yeah, because they want to believe that. They were only presented with one story, and then when they're presented with the second story, they choose to disbelieve the second story because they were only ever presented with the first story. It's kind of like Stockholm Syndrome.
When you put it that way, the second story is like just basically reality, but people still reject reality because they like the first story, right? Anyway.
Yeah, it's like if you got kidnapped as a little child and then you spent like 10, 15 years with these kidnappers and they abused you, but they took care of you. And then one day, like a special group of people came in and rescued you to take you back to your family. And then you freaked out because you thought that they were the enemy because they're taking you away from the only thing you've ever known.
Yep. Spot on, man. It's where most people are. We all know, or most of us assume that a large majority of people don't even want to go below the surface, which is kind of ironic when you're talking about the surface, but they don't want to get below the surface of this subject. They just assume that smart guys got it all figured out and they don't want to waste their time, right? It's kind of sad.
Well, once they come to realize that evidence points to a flat earth, then they say, why would they lie? And the reason why they would lie is because you would let them, right? You don't punish liars. You just let them continue to lie.
Yep, that's it. Looking at the panel, looks like a bunch of globe deniers on here right now, as far as I can tell. What's wrong with these globe deniers, man? What about AMD Max? Did we talk to them?
What's up with me?
Hello, AMD Max. Do you want to talk?
No, I'm just chilling.
You just want to chill? Okay. You have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
The ability of what?
To remain silent.
Yes, I'm silent.
You just said you were silent and that wasn't silent. I'm just messing with you, man. If you don't want to talk, it's okay.
Sure.
Meanwhile, all the waters on our known existence are laying in level and they're not curving into a ball.
That's not what the NASA photos show us.
Yeah, those NASA photos are not real. Sorry about that.
But I saw the NASA photos first. They put those NASA photos in all of my books when I was in elementary school.
Yeah, just like you saw Santa Claus on TV, right? Same thing. Globe's just Santa Claus for adults.
What are you saying? Are you saying that outer space is fake like Santa Claus?
Yep, the story, the very much embellished story that they've given us with all the math and the relativity and gravity and all this crap. It's just a story, man. It's just a bunch of bullshit. They made it up. Not my fault.
But that means that they would all have to be in on it, just like with Santa Claus, where everybody agrees Santa Claus exists when he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess so to a degree. I mean, it's basically like they all had to be in on piling up the bullshit, I guess is one way to put it. They never started with the foundation that we actually are on a sphere. They just assumed that. Then they started doing the math and making up the story, and here we are.
So NASA is fake, huh? How do we know NASA is fake?
Well, NASA itself is not fake. That is an actual organization, and people do work there, and they're doing something. I mean, hopefully some of them are doing something good, but I don't know. But, you know, there is a NASA organization, so I'm not saying they're fake. I'm saying what they claim to do is not correct, not verifiable, and you know what I mean. All I got.
So would you say that measuring the surface of water as flat proves that the images from outer space are fake?
Ding, 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 ding. That is correct, sir. If you go out to a body of water, it's not going to curve. It's been verified many thousands of times at this point. But anyway, yeah, water is the key.
How could they fake images like that?
CGI, computer images. There's all kinds of ways to do that.
Would you say most of the space movies that you see in the theater, they all seem to have like a special thanks to NASA for letting them use their studios in their credits at the end?
Yeah, I would even take it a step further, like Gravity, for example, with Sandra Bullock. I'm not sure what the budget was on it, but it looked a lot more real than most of the NASA stuff, you know. It was like I was actually floating around in space with Sandra, you know. Yeah, but whatever NASA's doing, they definitely exist, but what they're doing in the sky is not what they're telling us. They can't verify it. We can't verify it anyway. Let's do a quick shout out while we're talking. Maybe there's somebody listening that wants to click the link, come in here, have a civil discussion about the nature of your reality. Are you really on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Is that the case? How's the weather in your part of the plains, Swole Dog? Freaking cold here. I'm in the middle of USA, Kentucky. It's like 20 degrees Fahrenheit. cold and snow-covered ground. So hopefully somebody will click the link, come in here and start a good conversation. I'll shut up for now. Hang around for a few minutes. This has been Dead Air Dave. Bodies of water do not maintain or display convexity on their surface. That does not happen in physical reality. That means no globe. Thank you.
So I got a question. I'll have civil conversations with individuals and they'll bring up the Antarctic mission. What do you guys have as far as a rebuttal for that?
You talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica they did last year or whatever?
Yeah, whatever that was. Right, exactly.
Basically, we make no claims about the sun, the distance, what it's doing, whether it's doing tilty twirls or whatever it's doing it over a level, flat, stationary Earth because we measured that. So that's basically the position. I mean, whatever the sun is doing, the sun is doing. There's nothing we can do about it, right? And it's possible we've got some kind of electromagnetic system that has two poles that this sun goes around one of them every 6 months, it goes back to the other one every 6 months. Who knows? What's your opinion?
Oh no, I get lost on it, so I'm all ears. When it comes to this, I even entertain the fact that also was CGI. I don't know, so I don't have any. It's hard for me to debate to the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, man, I can't 100% commit to it either because I haven't been to Antarctica. I didn't see the sun go around my head, but these guys said they did. So it's like, do we believe them or whatever, but maybe it did happen. But if it did, even standing in Antarctica, they could have measured that ice. There wouldn't have been any curve if they did that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever's going on in the sky is not affecting the ground. Sounds kind of simplistic, but that's basically the response. And a lot of Globers think that we're just kind of copping out with that, but we're not. Because we're just talking about the basics of this thing. If there's a ball, there should be curvature, and we can't find the damn curvature. Anyway.
I like the warehouse example. Like, just picture yourself in a huge warehouse a few miles wide or 500 miles or whatever you want to think of how big it is. Let's say you have a light up there in the ceiling above you, and it can move on a track. I mean, it can circle around you for a while in the corner of the warehouse where you're at, and then it can circle over on the track to the other side for a while, and then they will have, light over there. That could go on for 25 hours in circles, right? So we don't know exactly how the sun works or the exact track of it, but whatever it is doing, it's doing it over a flat surface.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept there, Plain Truth. I like that. But there's no way to verify that, but it could be a possibility for sure. What the hell? We can't verify anything the sun's doing, basically, except that it comes up in the east and sits in the west, moves across the sky. That's basically all I know about the sun right there.
Right. I mean, I'm from Sweden. I've seen that 24-hour, and I've seen the midnight sun circle around you. So it does that for a while, a month or so every year, and then it gets darker and darker, and eventually it's not there anymore at all, and then it's over on the other part of the warehouse. The place we call the South.
Yeah, if I had to speculate, to me, the sun doesn't seem like a physical object. It's like a focal point, maybe like where the light is being allowed through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could very well
maybe
be.
the source of the light is way above what we see as the sun, but that's where we see it come through. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then there's, we can't presume to tell God how to make a sun and make it do its circuit over whatever, all we know is the level flat plane. That's what the sun is doing this stuff over. We can observe it and record it and track it and all that stuff, but what it is, like Neil deGrasse said about gravity, I don't know. I mean, just the fact that I participated back in 2018 when Antonio Subrets did a sun tracking. There was like 100 some of us all across, in America. Had a few people in Southern America or Australia, whatever. And we're all tracking the sun, taking readings and stuff. And you really couldn't match a lot of those up. I mean, I didn't go into the details of it, but it almost makes it look like it's not a physical thing that's floating around. We all see different focal points from whatever angle we're looking at it, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You can even do that experiment on a local scale, like at the beach. Just take a friend, put him 100 meters away from you. You both will have a specular reflection in the water going up to your feet.
It's literally like everybody has a personal sun that they see from whatever spot they're standing in, right?
Yeah.
But like I say, it's all speculation. I'm not telling anybody what the sun is. That's what it seems like. And we did do that. We did gather that data. And I know Antonio Subrets went over it all, and he was expecting to be able to pinpoint the sun at different parts of the plane on in certain times, and most of the time he couldn't do it because it just, whatever the sun is, you cannot just physically say, okay, here it is at point A. Something latitude, something longitude. Just didn't work out. I hope I'm doing that justice, because that was a several month long experiment, and I know he did a lot of work on it. He even wrote a book about it, but I haven't read the book. But anyway.
Well, who knows? Maybe we are still going to be alive when someone invents a drone that can fly 1,000 miles per hour on solar power and just follow that thing around and log the path.
Yeah, that would be the coolest thing if I could just follow it. As it's going around the sky.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. We have pretty fast drones already, and you can make them solar power because they're flying right next to the sun the whole time. So we'll see.
Literally using the sun's energy to propel itself along with it. That would be cool. Here comes the sun. I say it's all right, just like the Beatles said. As long as it keeps coming up and it's all good, we keep living, right?
Yeah.
Have we been joined by one yet? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm waiting for the first flat Earth billionaire to emerge, and they have the resources to do something like that, perhaps.
Well, it's been a few years since I heard about him. I know there was a guy in Texas called himself Flat Earth Millionaire. I don't know if he'd be interested in doing anything like that or not.
Yeah, you would need several millions. Even to build an airship, that's $12 million to build like the smallest one. I've looked into it, but
damn, build like a modern day Hindenburg, it'd be like 12 mil. You're saying?
Yeah, you can do that for 12 mil.
Damn.
But that's assuming everything goes right. There's no failure along the way.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about the Hindenburg? Was that a psyop basically to get rid of airships? A lot of people say that.
Yep.
Yeah, they were mostly filled with helium, and they filled that one with hydrogen and then explained how dangerous airships were. And helium's non-flammable, so why a helium ship would have blown up is beyond us.
You're not saying they would do some big scale tragic event for propaganda? How dare? No, come on. Why would they lie? Maybe they want to make billions of dollars off of airplanes flying around. Weird.
Yeah, my new why would they lie is because you let them. That's why they lie. So it's just like a kid, right? If your child lies to you, if you don't correct it, then the child will continue to lie to you because you let it.
One clue about the Hindenburg, I find it kind of interesting that didn't it happen like right before we got into World War II? Wasn't it like 1930 something, or I'm trying to remember. But it just happened right before this big airplane war in World War II, right? Kind of weird. Get everybody off of these airships, because when done correctly, that was actually a more effective mode of travel, it seems like. I don't know for sure, but, what do y'all think?
Yeah, you can go anywhere with those things.
Yeah, instead of having to deal with ocean currents and taking a month to get across the Atlantic, it would take like 3 or 4 days. You'd have a restaurant up in the sky and be just like a cruise ship, taking a 7-day cruise. And they could go anywhere, and I think that's why they got rid of it, because we could have built those, and sent them to gone to Antarctica all by ourselves.
Yeah,
it would have been solar powered, wind powered.
We could have done a lot more exploration of the perimeter, right? Individuals could be doing exploration of the perimeter if we had airships.
Yeah, you don't need like no 300 person airship. You'd have like 3 or 4 man ship that you could go up and just stockpile like a month's worth of supplies of survival food and be on your way.
The range is insanely good as well. You don't have to refuel, no crap like that. Sure, it takes a little longer, but you can go way further than you can with an airplane.
Yeah, you could fly in a straight line and wind up right back where you started, as they say. That nobody's ever done.
Yeah, it's almost like a strategic decision to limit our traveling abilities. Kind of weird. While it's quiet, I don't know if he's listening or anything, but I want to give Miggy a shout out, or AV. I know he hasn't been around for a while, but he's a true champion. I want to give him a shout out in case he's listening. Hope everything's good, man.
He's on TikTok, man. He was on there earlier this morning when I started at the gym. That's the new thing he's doing.
I never get on TikTok, but Miggy's on there. I'll go over and see what's going on.
Yeah, Really Real Miguel. Give him a follow over on TikTok. Yeah, he's over there. He's promoting items in the TikTok shop and things like that. But what he's doing more than anything else is, he's boosting other people that want to be creators, and then collaborating with other creators, and then growing his own creation as well. And the idea is just like, if a large group of people get together and they all create together, they all make money together.
Okay, I'll definitely check him out. What's his TikTok name again?
Really Real Miguel.
Really Real. M-I-G-U-E-L.
Yep.
M-I-G-U-E-L. Got it.
Correct.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for the update. I was worried about him.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic. If you go and watch his videos over there, he's extremely happy what he's doing. Like, I know, like, just from, if you want to be honest with yourself, right? Like, he would come in here and he would wreck Globers. But like his demeanor was almost kind of like angry, not like he was like upset, like he wanted to hurt somebody, but he was upset with the lies, right?
Yeah.
And so he didn't like that anymore, and he wanted to do something about it. So he started off.
We all got to walk our own path, and whatever he's doing, it's all good. You know, glad to hear he's all right.
Yeah, he started out doing Flat Earth on TikTok because he wanted to spread the word. But then he realized, like he started going back to all his fundamentals again and where he started out in life. And he just wants to make people happy is really what he wants to do. And he wants to bring joy and happiness into everybody's life. And while he's doing that, he'll continue to speak the truth. That's always going to be Miguel.
Well, I appreciate the update, and I'm pretty sure that anybody listening, there was probably other people that wanted the same update. So, shout out to Miggy. You do you, man. And I know you're a true champion, whatever you're doing. So that's all I wanted to say. We're all about the truth. I mean, it's not our fault that the earth is flat, It just is. And what are you going to do about it, Waldo? What can you do?
It's the creator's fault that the earth is flat.
Yeah, let's blame God. Good point. Just kidding, God.
Miggy is the reason. Miggy is the reason why I'm over here. He found me on X doing his spaces and came over here.
Cool.
I haven't seen him for a while. Kind of missed the guy.
Yeah.
Hey, go give him a follow on TikTok, man. Like, if you show up in his live, and type stuff out, he reads everything that everybody types out. He promotes everybody. He'll remember you, and then every once in a while he'll hold a group session on TikTok Live where you can actually get up on the stage with them and collaborate with them. Just talk to them.
Yeah, I'll go find him there. I'm already subscribed to his locals channel.
Are you Are you in his Discord server?
Which one is that? I'm not sure, actually. Probably not.
It's called the Homies.
Nope.
Give me a second. I don't know if it'll let me post it.
It's good to see somebody with some sense and logic and truth is on TikTok talking about anything,
All right. It's not letting me post it in the chat, but if you want it, send me a DM. I'm gonna. I know you want it, plain and true. So I'm gonna send it.
You can DM me.
And then, Dave, do you want his Discord channel?
Sure, go ahead. Put it in the chat if it. Are you allowed to? You can't. I don't think.
No, I can't. It won't. You have to accept my friend request. Yeah.
I got it. I get it. I got you.
But there you go.
One thing I learned from Miggy is that you don't let them get away. Like if you're on a topic, Don't let them kind of gish gallop over to another topic until you have resolved the point. He is the best at sticking to a thing like a dog with the bone. So I try to do the same thing with the people I talk to here. If we're on one thing, we're certainly not going to switch over to something else until we have, a resolution. And he was good at doing that.
Absolutely. Hey, I got to step out, y'all.
That's their favorite thing to do is gish gallop to topic, and he would always nip that in the bud. Sorry, go ahead, Saul.
No, you're good. Y'all have a good day. I got to bounce out.
Yeah, see you later.
Have a great day on the plane of existence. It's level. It's horizontal. It's not a ball. Correct, plain true?
It's the way it is.
Just the way it is. Some things will never change.
One thing that has changed me about Flat Earth is that I cannot stand lies anymore. Like, I question everything, and I never used to question everything. I mean, somebody said something on the news, or the government told me one thing or the other. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that's the way it is. But after I figured out that Earth was flat, I have such a hard time accepting any kind of lies. Any. And everything people say, I would always question, how do you know that? How do you know that is true? I'm looking for empirical evidence for everything. I mean, even trivial.
I know what you're saying, man, and I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but that was most of us, at least it was me, in March of 2020 on the TV when all that stuff was coming out, and I was right there, you know what I'm saying? Prove it. What is this stuff? So it does definitely make you really critically think about stuff that's told to you, propaganda, or anyway.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
mean,
Sam.
I might have not questioned that stuff if I wasn't a flat earther and learned how to think critically. I hope I would have anyway, but I don't know for sure. It certainly helped.
Yeah, plain truth, you're the same as me. After I finished my study, after I finished looking into flat Earth, yeah, and I knew what was going on, yeah, how the deception operates and how they lie to us and how they, manipulate everything and make us believe. For me, it was over. No more believing what they say. No more NASA. No more space agencies. It's over. It's over. That's it. I'm gonna call out your bullshit every time. It's over. I'm not listening to any stories you tell me. I'm not gonna believe anything you tell me. No more, because I already looked into it and caught you bullshitting to me. And it's a serious problem. If you tell me we live on a ball, yeah, on a globe, and then you tell me, and then I find out that is not the case, I'm gonna call out your bullshit. That's it.
Yeah, it's very, as a matter of fact, not to joke about it, but a flat earther is probably the government's worst enemy, to be honest with you, because they cannot just bullshit you about anything. After you become a flat earther, you question everything, right? So not that we're physical enemies, not like we're going to start a revolution or anything like that, but I can tell you that I am probably one of the worst people to try to control after I became a flat earther, because I don't buy anything unless they prove it first.
Yeah, play the truth, because I know why. Because you're old enough to decide for yourself. You're old enough, yeah. You're not. Nobody's a kid no more. Yeah, we're all adults. Yeah, no adult should bullshit to us because we're adults. Yeah, we don't need no bullshit from nobody. We're old
right.
enough. We can decide for ourselves. We know we can find out what's true or what's false. Yeah. No adult should bullshit to any adult. We should be honest with each other.
Right on, Alaskan. It's like we ain't got time for the bullshit anymore. You know, it's just let's just speak truth. You know, what's wrong with that? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We've been joined by a crypto trader. Let's see if they want to talk. Welcome to the server, Crypto Trader. Plain Truth has some questions for you. Hello?
Good everyone.
I can barely hear you. Try again.
You said what?
You say hello?
Yeah, hello. Hello everyone.
Okay. Are you good at English?
Yeah, I'm good in English, very good.
Okay. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I was just like I'm kind of trying to listen to what you guys are saying. There's a lot of sense in the things you guys say.
Fair enough. Plain and Truth, are you there? You want to show him your little spiel here?
Yeah, I can do that. First of all, I just want to say crypto trading is pretty good now if you're in cash, right?
Yeah, you are right about that.
Yeah. I actually loaded up on some more tonight. I'm buying the dip. So anyway, that's not what the topic of the room is. Just thought it was interesting to see a fellow trader here. Are you able to see the chat? I want to ask you something else.
Okay.
So when you were a kid and you went to school and they showed you a globe of the earth and they said this is where you live. Do you remember that? Maybe they showed you a picture of a ball in space and they said this is Earth. This is where you live.
Yeah.
Something like that. Look, I posted a picture. Did it look something like that? You can see the land, there's some clouds, and there's some blue stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the blue stuff is?
I don't know. I don't know what the blue stuff is.
It's water.
Can you tell? Yeah, can you? Okay, that's water.
It looks like water, right?
Oh, I see now. Now I see. I see.
You see the picture in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's water. So, but there's something strange about the water. It curves.
Okay.
And water usually doesn't usually curve, right? So they have also told us the size of the Earth. Do you know the size?
I'm coming. In. You guys just dropped the diagram, and I'm just seeing the picture of it.
Yeah. They tell us the radius is 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the radius is, right? So in kilometers is 6,300 kilometers. That's how big Earth is according to mainstream. So since we know the size,
They said yeah, okay. The diameter across the middle about 12,742 kilometer.
yeah. So the radius is half of that, a little bit over 6,300.
6,371. Yeah.
Yeah. So since we know the radius,
how about the circumference? The circumference matters or what?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Go ahead.
I said the circumference.
Yeah, the radius is a little bit over 6,300 kilometers.
And the circumference is what?
Circumference, 40,000 kilometers.
Oh, true. But mine is different. Over here, everyone needs to be successful as well. We ain't just gonna talk about you guys' topic as well.
Yeah. No, we're talking about it right now. I want to tell you why I'm a flat earther.
I understand, and I like the fact you guys are doing well with this topic. You ain't just gonna do this. Are you Mr. Plan or Mr. Plain Truth?
Yeah, yes, I'm plain and true.
Okay, you're gonna accept my friend request, and we have to talk about something nice, and let's how to make this money together. Just last week, bought two G-Wagon and yeah, and a little bit of my Mercedes.
Okay, we're going to talk about the Earth, and then we can talk about whatever else you want to talk about, right? So,
Yeah.
how about I keep asking you a couple of questions, right? So,
Okay,
do you understand that if we know the size of Earth, we can figure out how much water needs to curve over distance? We can check if you know the ball in the picture, we can check if the water curves by measuring it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to type.
So what is your question right now? Your question is towards the size of water or what?
My question to you is if you understand that we can calculate how much water can curve over a distance. I typed it in the chat. Like over 16 kilometers wide lake, if we shoot the laser 1 foot over the water, it will end up 1 foot over water on the other side as well. But if Earth was a globe, it should end up 20 meters up in the air, but it doesn't. What do you think about that?
Very. I can hear you a little bit, but your voice is breaking and echoing in a very kind of bad way. Yeah.
All right. Do you see the post in the chat? Can you read it?
Okay, let me go. Let me read it right now.
Yep.
Let me
1101.
read it.
Yep,
Okay.
there it is. Starts with the word over.
Level what? Level what?
It starts with the word over. Over a 16
You start
kilometer
with the
wide
word
lake. Yeah. Can you read it?
It's okay. Over.
Let me
All
paste
I can
it.
see on the diagram you dropped.
Don't worry about the diagram.
The diagram you drove.
Yeah, I pasted a text here. I want you to read this text.
Okay, let me look at the text. Over a 16-kilometer wide lake, if we shot a laser 1 foot over the water, it will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side as the well. If Earth is globe, it should end up 20 meters over the water, but it doesn't.
Yeah, what do you think about that test?
Okay, can I speak?
Yeah, of course.
That claim is not correct. It usually comes from misunderstanding curvature, measurement, and how light travels over water.
Those are some claims. Do you have any evidence for that light can bend over the curvature?
Earth curves about 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes. So over 16 kilometers, that laser should end up 20 meters up in the air, but it doesn't. It ends up 1 foot.
I thought it equals to 10 miles.
What's that?
10 miles.
10 miles is 16 kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, 16 kilometers.
Yeah. Have you seen any laser tests we have a laser test here that's 21 miles, and there was no curvature on that test either.
Okay. Let me check on your text right now, because I'm on no voice. All right. I have to attend to my students, okay?
Okay.
All I want you to do is text me. We need to have something good together. With that, bro.
Yeah, this is good. This is a test you can have a look at when you have time. 21 miles.
Yeah, I'm doing what you're really doing, okay? And I want you to be also part of me in what I want to do as well.
All right.
I want to teach you how to grow money. You ain't just gonna be poor like this. I know you're doing good at your age. You actually older than me.
We can't talk about other topics. This is the Flat Earth channel, so that's what we're gonna stay on. You can DM me
Right,
if you
so
want.
I just sent you a friend request, but you didn't accept it, okay? You didn't accept me.
Yeah, I will. Give me a second.
All right, sir.
Yes, I have accepted it. So if you want to talk to me about crypto or whatever, you can do that as in the DMs, but not in here. This is people are listening on YouTube, and they want us to talk about Flat Earth. Okay, good.
I understand. All right, thank you.
All right, we have a lot of chat going on in the chat channel, and since we have no one who wants to talk to us in voice, we can read the chat for the YouTube listeners. Yoder is having a discussion with the hero. And we can scroll back a little bit and let you guys who are listening over on YouTube know about this while we wait.
Hello, YouTube.
Oh yeah. Hello, Cody.
Yeah, is it okay if I stream some Call of Duty Zombies gameplay for the channel?
What do you want to do? Wait. You want
I'm
to
just gonna
stream
play.
something?
Yeah, I'm just gonna play some Call of Duty Zombies for the channel. If that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think it takes up a slot. I can't remember what the DJ. Are you here?
You can do whatever you want as long as you're able to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have those rights, then do it.
Yeah, I need some help on this Easter egg real quick. So I thought this would be a good place for that.
Yeah, all right. Okay, well, I'm going to go on reading the chat then. If nobody else want to talk about Flat Earth in here, we can see what's going on in the chat. There is an interesting discussion. All right, let's do this. The hero says, bro, there are many scientific proofs the Earth has curvature, and that laser test is one of many proofs for us. Your info. I am not saying you should believe NASA, but simple mathematics and physics can prove you that the Earth is curving. Okay, that's the claim. We can't do much with that unless you actually show us those proofs. Lat says the laser should start to go above your head because of the curve if it was there. Oh, he's answering someone else. A lot of stuff going on. Let's see what Yoder has to say to the hero. He says, I like to see the globe laser test proof. Yes. Exactly the same as I'm saying. And then he says, so I guess you have to educate yourself because everything around us that are built or being built is basically runs on equations that consider Earth have curvature and it won't work otherwise. Just so you know, I'm reading this exactly as it's written. It's not my bad English, it's his. So instead of giving Yoder the proof, he just said that there is proof and it's built or being built. It's basically runs on equations that considers Earth have curvature and it won't work otherwise. So it's just a bunch of word salad. Sorry to say. The hero over fences give him a reply to. So I guess you have to educate yourself. She says there is no visible or measurable.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm ready to talk and discuss.
Oh, you want to talk?
Yeah. I think it is a common misconception that water always finds its level. And do you presume that it must be like a perfectly flat plane, perfectly being the key word, just so I could just better understand your key points?
Let me ask you a question about that. Obviously, we know that there is topography we agree with, right? Mountains, hills, valleys, trees. Those things exist. When we say that Earth is flat, we're only talking about water.
Okay, so the water is flat, but not the Earth.
Well, the Earth has topography. Okay, let's think about it like this. You have a desk, maybe. On your desk, you have a computer, you have a light, maybe you have a stapler, maybe a couple of pencils. Yeah. All those things are topography on your desk, but your desk is still flat. Yeah.
Hold on, my bad. Hold on, I'm catching up with the chat. I'm only miking up. All right. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the last part again?
Yeah, I'm saying if you have a desk, on that desk you might have a laptop, you might have a stapler, maybe some paper, maybe some pencils. There could be a desk light on it. All those things, they are topography. But your desk is still flat. You understand?
How do you spell topography? I never heard of this word before. If you could educate me.
Are you sea lioning me right now?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, topography. Yeah, I can spell it Topography.
No. Yeah.
Topography.
Lao Tzu. I'm sorry, but I only gonna speak to one person at a time. I don't want to.
Yeah, don't worry about the side chat, bro.
Okay, my apologies. So this is what you were saying. Your question was if you have a disk, laptop, or paper desk light, there are topography. We're saying this leads to a flat surface.
No. Look, we're just saying that there's hills and valleys and mountains, right? Like the land has elevation changes. Okay, but the surface of the water is flat, right? Apart from ripples and waves and things like that. Obviously, it's not perfectly flat, but it's not curving as it would if the Earth were a globe. Now, they tell us that over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is made up of water, oceans and seas and things like that. So if the water's not curving over distance, then it can't be a globe. Okay, and by definition, or by default, a flat, like a surface that's not curving, would be defined as flat. That's what we mean by flat Earth.
So this is just like one of those classic common sense traps that focus on local scale.
No, no. The Earth's not a planet either, but this is about calculating exactly how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance on the globe, and then testing empirically for it, and then repeating these tests over and over and over again until we have concluded 100% that there's no curvature over these distances.
I see. So basically, like, you claim that Earth isn't a planet, so it's like an overworld, like a dimension.
Well, no, we're just not claiming it's a flat planet, like a flat disk that's floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space. We're not claiming to know exactly what the Earth is, but you could think of it like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
There's clues that say that it's not globe. That's what you're trying to say. Like, there's like some clues, but there's no definitive.
There's empirical evidence. Yeah, there's empirical evidence that show you that it can't possibly be a globe, right?
Yeah.
So because of the physics of water and then the testing of the water.
Okay, I know.
There's a lot more than that.
I respect that. And
Yeah.
you know, I'm thankful of this calm nature of conversation. I'm not gonna take up too much time, but I do. I if I remember correctly, like using the word level in like physics sense, I don't. Is that's not like a flat line. It just basically means like a surface where every point is at the same gravitational potential.
Yeah, well, it depends on the context, I guess. You know, I don't like to get into semantics about definitions, but so you could level out some ground, okay, and that would mean that it's horizontal and flat. So you're going to find some definitions of level that say flat, horizontal, not curving, blah blah blah, and then some people will say that when you're talking about the globe, it means sea level would be, you know, each point would be equal to the center of the globe. And that's what level would mean, right? Or each point on the surface of a tire, right, on the outside of a tire, would be equal to the center of the rim, basically. And some people would call that level. But what we're talking about, we mean flat, horizontal level, as in the way you would level out some land if you wanted to build something on it.
Okay. Let me take a look at this picture in the side chat. So at what distance does this become false? A water level device showing both ends of the same height. It's a little confusing because it's on like a 2D picture, so like the line is very like uneven. Like it's like the perspective is really off in this photo. I think, is there like a better photo to demonstrate this?
Yeah, Yoda gave a diagram.
Okay. So that is a very big tool against a very giant planet.
Well, that's the thing. We can do it over a distance of, say, you know, we don't have to use this particular method. This is just a thought experiment so you can understand the premise of the argument. That's all. Right? So you understand that over distance there must be curvature. Okay, and that how big would you have to have a level before, you know, one end of the level is actually tilting away from the first end.
The side chat is very. I know you said don't worry about the side chat, but it's very like condescending. If anyone wants to speak, and I'm willing to mic up, have mutual respect, but you know, I don't need no condescending jokes. You know, this is a adult space.
Yeah, so you get the point though, right? I agree with you. You don't need to be stirred up in the side chat while you're trying to have a conversation and learn these things.
Yeah. I just come here with like a learning. Like I'm not here to like defend or debunk people. It's more so just collecting different worldviews. You know, a lot of people love to feed the ego. For me, I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to be more wrong than right, if that makes sense.
Right. So this is just about testing what we've been told about the globe in reality. So we can go out and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain amount of distance. Okay, the best place to do it is over the surface of water because it doesn't have elevation changes like over the land. Okay, because it's level, right? So say we go to a 10-mile lake, right? You're not going to have elevation changes over the surface of the water. Right, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. My question would be, how did you like first go down this rabbit hole? And I don't mean rabbit hole as like an insult, like, oh, it's just nonsense. Because I've been down a lot of rabbit holes myself, and I just want to hear like, how did you begin having interest in these kinds of topics?
Yeah, I first heard about it on from Eddie Bravo. Do you know who Eddie Bravo is?
I never heard. Educate me.
He's a martial arts expert of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I used to be a big fan of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and him. Right, he's a black belt, like a master. Anyway, he used to go on Joe Rogan's podcast. He was good friends with Joe Rogan, and he went on Rogan's podcast right back before it was even popular. And I heard him talking about it on there, and I thought, damn, Eddie Bravo's lost his mind. This is crazy. But because I knew he was a smart guy, I decided to check out some of the videos that he suggested. And then after watching some of the videos he suggested, I was like, damn, these people are making some great points. I'm going to go and try to debunk this. Okay. And then I spent quite a few months trying to debunk it and prove to myself that, the Earth is definitely a globe like I thought it was, and I couldn't do it. Okay, and then I went and started doing some tests of my own over big lakes, and I couldn't find any curvature. I could see 20 kilometers across the surface of the lake and see the shoreline on the other side consistently. That's not possible if the Earth's a globe, right? And it kind of spiraled from there.
Yeah. I don't think. Well, I'm looking at Japanese satellite photos of Earth. They look, one thing I give to a lot of people that discuss flat Earth is the NASA deception part is 100% real.
Yeah.
The imagery of space and Earth is controlled, for sure. There's a lot of shit talking, but I'm glad that me and you can discuss these because NASA does lie. NASA does control a lot of imagery they give to the population. There's different levels of society. The recent Epstein files not related, but they show different levels of these societies. Secret societies, whatever you want to call it. And us as a public population are fed these information. So everything about the globe Earth to flat Earth. And everything that's put out onto the internet that we use is all controlled information. So, my question would be, how do you know that what you're knowing and what information is true?
Exactly. So some of it's faith-based. Some of it, you're never going to be able to validate it. You're just going to have to choose whether you want to trust it or not. Okay, that would include anything that's a so-called photo of the Earth from outer space or anything like that. Okay, and then there's empirical evidence, things that you can go and actually check yourself, which don't require any faith at all. Okay, and that's the second one is what we're interested in. Things that can be tested, repeated anywhere by anyone. So we've gone out, we've tested over huge distances. Right, we've had teams of field engineers going out with $30,000 lasers. We've had PhDs in optics doing all sorts of different technical tests, trying to find the curvature and becoming flat earthers in the process. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that have been done now. Every single time, we can see way further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. Not just a little bit, but hundreds and hundreds of feet of missing curvature. So yeah,
would you be able to? Could you show me these? Not like that. I'm skeptical, but I love reading.
Yeah. I can show you one right now, actually.
Circle. The Earth is circle, not flat.
Yeah, Abdul, just hold your question, my friend.
Abdul, what's your question?
Yeah, while I find this, Abdul can.
Yeah, how's it going, Abdul? How you doing today, brother?
All right. Okay, so this test that I'm going to show you now, this is from a full-length high-definition video done by a guy named Dr. John Dee. Okay, that guy's a PhD in optics, and he originally went out to try to debunk flat Earth. Okay, and this is one of the tests that he did, which led him to being a flat earther. I think he did this after he was already a flat earther, but this is him looking for the Earth curvature. Okay, so this is just some clips from his video and some screenshots from his video, just so I can Right, so Old Dude has posted the full video, but it's an hour and 15 minutes. So you can check that out later if you want to. But here's a clip from the video.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
You're right, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so there's no such thing as disappearing horizons?
As what? Sorry, disappearing horizons?
Yeah, because this is showing that, things don't really disappear in a horizon. Like, you can still see, cities miles and miles. Do you have an example of seeing a city, or they claim that you can't see a city from a distance, but then you can with the same example?
Yeah, there are some with cities and things like that, but you also have visibility limitations just due to the atmosphere. Okay, so if you go on the weather report, it'll tell you the visibility of a particular area. Usually it's 20 kilometers. I mean, do you use miles or kilometers? Cody?
Yeah, sorry, I'm listening.
Do you use miles or kilometers?
I use miles. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So that's fine. So some you can only see so far through the air. So we've got images of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan from 50
I'm
miles
from
away.
Chicago.
Yeah. So we've got images of
looks like
Chicago.
they took away my chat perms. My apologies, but hold on. So Overfence, I do want to say if you cannot take criticism, and sadly if you have to resort to muting opposition, then I'm paying attention to DJ. You know what I'm saying? Trying to distract me with nonsense, but I just can't. I can type a little bit and talk to DJ at once. That's not like a superpower. Overfence, would you like to mic up? Because you are saying, you just said that there is no outer space, but then someone asked, what do you call the black space above the atmosphere? And you said space. So that's what I was trying to criticize. It was just a little redundant. DJ, I'm sorry. Do you not feel heard, or do you feel like my attention is given?
Well, were you listening to me or what?
Yeah, I've been listening to you. I was just asking you if you felt listened to.
Well, I don't know. I was talking, but you don't seem like you were listening, so maybe I'm wasting my time talking to you. I was trying to show you an observation, remember?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I've seen like the GIF and then the swan, but then yeah, I got a little caught up. I think Overfence is doing that on purpose though. All I've gotten from this chat is like insults, condescending behavior, adults acting like children, and I don't mean that insultingly, it's just criticism. We could continue if you want. Sorry about that. I just had to get that out there.
Right, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. Okay, so this one, he's looking at a windmill that's out in the ocean that's 11.2 miles away.
Okay.
All right, so here's a clip showing the zoom footage. Just uploading it again now. And then we'll go over the math quickly. It's pretty basic. Okay, so he's got the camera set up at 3.5 foot height on a tripod, just at the surface of the water, okay, where the shoreline is. All right, and he's zooming out at a windmill farm that's a known distance. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. Okay, we can see some windmills. Okay, the one on the right-hand side, that's 11.2 miles away.
Okay, I see. So you're saying this is so? Aren't these supposed to like? Do people say these are supposed to like curve or something, like disappear in the horizon?
Yeah. The water should be curving. Okay, so if you have a look at the screenshot just below that, you can see Earth curvature calculator. This is just a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So you can just go on Google if you want, and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and one of these will come up. Okay, and you can put in the distance to the object. Okay, that's 11.2 miles. The object's the windmill. And then we've got the eyesight level. That's the height of the camera. Okay, that's 3.5 foot high. And then it will calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe based off the size of the globe, right? Based off the 39, 59 mile radius value. So the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away. Okay, that's why we've got the windmill.
So the distance to the object is 11 miles. That's what the
11.2. That's right. So the one on the right is 11.2 miles. So just focus on that one.
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that this is like related to the GIF.
Yeah, it's related. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.29 miles. That's the maximum distance where you should be able to see the water. Okay, so I'm going to upload another slide now. Right, so this is what the horizon should be on a globe. Right? Can you read that one out?
Yeah. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which, on the diagram, is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. This is what is observed. Sea, sky, sea, not to scale. No imaginary other horizon or second horizon where the sky and sea meet can be observed past the line of the physical geometric horizon presented by the red and yellow circle.
Right, and then you can see the picture on the right. That's what the horizon looks like. Everyone's seen a horizon. Okay, so that horizon line should be at 2.29 miles. Okay, that's the distance it would have to be of the Earth's a globe. Okay, but we can see the water going far beyond that. We don't see a horizon at 2.29 miles. In fact, we can see the entire windmill. Okay, and we can see the base of the windmill touching the water. We can see the water continuing on past the windmills, and then we can even see a boat far off in the distance as well.
Can I take a look at the Black Swan video real quick?
The Black Swan video?
Yeah, the one that was, the observation and implications of for a globe.
Yeah. That's the full video that goes along with this observation. So all of these screenshots here, they're all out of that video.
Okay, I see. Okay, I know it's an hour-long video, but my comments are turned off. But I'm about to see this real quick.
Yeah, because there was a lot of people trolling in the comments. I guess he got sick of that. You know, he's a academic. He doesn't care about YouTube troll comments.
Okay, let's see. Take a look real quick. Yeah, he has some very, very interesting footage, I will say. I was going to say, so like, let's say if you had like stronger camera technology, you would be able to see like more and more past this.
Well, you can't see through the limitations of the atmosphere, because the atmosphere has gas and water vapor and dust and pollution and all that sort of thing, right? So there's a maximum distance that you can see. That's why if you go on the weather report, say what's the maximum visibility rating in Chicago, for example, and it'll come up like 3 to 20 miles or something like that, depending on how clear it is. So that would be the maximum distance you could see. Things will just fade off into the distance because of the air's not completely transparent. Right? Think about it, like if you stand up on a mountain and you're looking out over mountains going off into the distance, each mountain becomes harder and harder to see, right? Each one gets cloudier and cloudier because of the density of the atmosphere.
Yeah, because it's like a conclusion made from this like video is it's basically talking about like superior mirage logic. So, you know, for a superior mirage to even occur, the observer must have a direct line of sight to the actual object while seeing the...
Yeah, he goes deep. That's towards the end of the video. He goes deep into how mirages can only work if the Earth's flat as well. But that's not necessarily really part of this particular observation that I'm showing you, because we don't see any superior mirage. We don't see any inferior mirage. We just see really nice, clear.
Actually, I think I've heard about this before in school. Not like the specific video or a guy, but like I know that they also try to. I've seen this like phenomenon before. It's like there's different explanations. They say it's either atmospheric bending, superior mirages, and it's a logical conflict with the globe narrative.
Yeah, sometimes we have mirages, right? We try to take footage when we don't have any mirages because it's you know, it's hard to know what's going on when you've got a crazy mirage taking place.
So, my only question is, so Plain and Truth says Earth has water on its surface, that water is flat. We don't know what the Earth's shape is. So my only question, this isn't like a gotcha, but it's more like, why is it called flat Earth then? Like what?
Yeah, because flat's kind of like a descriptive term, right? Like the word smooth or flat or bumpy or rigid or something like that. Okay, it's not like a shape. It's not, you know, a square or a circle or a diamond or something like that. Flat's not a shape. Okay, so when people think about globe Earth versus flat Earth, the globe Earth is a shape. Okay, but and then they hear flat Earth and they think, oh, that must be a flat globe or something. It's not like that. Okay, it's not the same thing. It's not really a fair comparison because we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing the shape claim. Okay, and then when we go out and do testing, we find nothing but flat water. Okay, so in that context, we mean flat, as in the surface of the water, right? A large surface area that's not curving is by default considered a flat surface. Okay, whether it's not perfectly flat, obviously can be waves and things like that, right? But overall, it's not curving. Okay, it's not curving away from you like it would on a globe. So it's the context, right? So flat Earth just means not curving. The surface is not curving. Overall, it's not curving.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, and that curvature has to be there, by the way. Okay, that windmill that you could see in the observation, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet, right? The bottom 52 feet should be missing. That's like a 6-story building, 5 or 6-story building. Okay, there should be a 5 or 6-story building worth of that platform, or the windmill, basically, should be completely missing. It should be hidden behind the horizon. So you should see the horizon line at 2.7 miles, and then the windmills should be just sticking up from behind the horizon, and the bottom portion should be missing. Okay, but it's not. We can see the whole platform, right?
Yeah, like the whole skyline.
Yeah, exactly. Look, here's a close-up picture of the windmills, just so you can see what they look like from close up. They're just uploading, by the way.
Very good. I always say this photo is fake because that looks like the sky in my dreams.
The one over Fences posted?
The one that Yoda posted.
Oh yeah, no, that's that's what it looks like from the equator if you use a 360 camera, and then you do it's like a panoramic.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. So if you were looking north, right, it would look like what you can see on the left there, right, the northern star trail. And then if you turn towards the south, right, you would have to turn 180 degrees, right, turn around and look behind you, and then you would see the southern star trails. And then if you look like sideways, then you'll see like the in between, kind of like when you push your hand through some water, and it'll make 2 different vortexes spinning the opposite directions.
The only thing, it looks like that is shrinking though.
What's shrinking?
Like the perspective of this, like they claim that you're not going to be able to see like the high tide mark, but then like it looks like
you're looking at those pictures?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah. So it's low tide when he did the observation. Okay, so I'll just post some pictures from the observation now. So he did the observation on 2 different days. I mean, he did it more than that, but here's two days that he did it. Okay, so he went there at low tide. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So we can see the bottom portion, right? We can see that black bit where the paint stripped off because it's at low tide, and we can see the black bit. Okay, only when it's low tide. So when he zooms in, you can see the whole black bit, right? And the thing is, right, we can see the water going far past it as well. We can even see a ship in the distance. Okay, that ship is actually 14 miles away. Okay, that whole ship should be completely hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. So yeah, this is just one of tons of examples. Now, you need to remember that curvature has to be there, right? Because we were talking about level before. Now, on a globe, they say gravity is pulling everything towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that's why that we have water level on the globe. Okay, because gravity is pulling it all towards the center, so we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving over a certain distance. Okay, so over that distance there, it should be about 100 feet, more than 100 feet of curvature, like a 10-story building. Okay, it has to be there. If gravity's real, And if the Earth's the size that they told us, that curvature has to be there. Those platforms, right, they have to be hidden behind the horizon. But they're not. And they never are. And that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth, right? We're talking about no curvature being detected.
I'm starting to understand this a lot better.
Yeah. So these are being done all different locations, different weather conditions, ocean, sea, frozen lakes, salt lakes. People have used high-powered lasers as well, right? Shooting the laser across the surface to hit a target, like 25 miles away, for example. Right? And they hit the target continuously. Right? That would be impossible on a globe, because on a globe there would be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target.
DJ has a lot more convincing arguments.
Everyone here has similar arguments. People have different ways of presenting them, different ways of going about it. But yeah, this is what I'm just explaining it the way that it makes sense to me. That's all. And then at first, it's like, that's weird. Okay, that kind of makes sense. The more you look into it, the more it starts to make sense. And then the less the globe seems to make sense over time. After a while of looking into it, you're like, damn, I can't believe I was defending the globe the way I was, right? With no evidence. Most people don't even know the basics about the globe. Okay, people come in, you're like, oh, and they're like passionately defending the globe, and you ask them the most basic questions, they don't know anything, right? It's just a belief. It's something that was handed down to us, and we get told that it's a fact. Don't worry about any of the details. Some smart people figured it out thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago. No, they didn't. No one's ever measured it. It just exists as a model. It's like a mathematical concept, essentially. It's even useful for certain tasks, right? To use the model, right? You can get certain things done because it's just a model. Models are tools. Okay, so people can use the celestial sphere, right, and use a spherical coordinate system to navigate and things like that. And that's actually what the globe came from. The globe came from an interpretation of the sky, which is called the celestial sphere. And then they inverted that into what's called the globe now. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. Anyway, I don't want to overload you with shit. But let us know if you got any more questions, man. I won't keep waffling on.
Hello, guys. Guys.
What's up, dude? Don't say something stupid.
Okay, I promise you, I won't say something stupid, but the Earth is flat.
Okay. Thank you for not saying something stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
So 125 days calls active. So you guys been in here for 5 days straight?
We have a home server where we have nearly 30,000 members. Right, this is the owner of this server is a flat earther, and they invited us to start a room here. So there's always going to be someone in here. Yeah, this is the busiest and most popular channel in the whole server. So there's always a stack of people in here having these conversations.
Wait. It's just like you guys hold so much knowledge. You guys say you claim that PhD people know less about you. So why don't you go into a field where you could get big money, you could expose these lies, or like why sit on Discord all day doing this? That's not.
Yeah, we don't just sit on Discord. We're all over the internet actually. Right, this is like a hub. Right, this is a place where we got 2 live streams running now. Those live streams record 24 hours a day for the last 8 years, 10 years. Right, people take those clips, they go viral on TikTok, on X, on Twitch, all sorts of different places.
Sorry. I mean, in real life, like I feel like you guys come from those backgrounds, Yoda. So what backgrounds, what credentials?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that have all sorts of different credentials. We got engineers, we got college professors, we all sorts of people with math degrees, right? But you know, this is something that, you know, that's what we're doing now. We're getting the information out there. Okay, this is just one method of doing it.
Over fence. This isn't even a counter proof. Like I just asked the question. Nobody knows anything about anybody in this call. At least what I'm assuming. It's like the internet.
It is. I've known the people, a few of the people that are in here, quite a few of the people for 5+ years.
Have you ever met them?
No. We're in different countries. I've met people from here, but no one that's in the room at the moment have I met personally, right? Because we're all over the world.
You're not going to last, and I hope this topic eats you up. Well, I'm not really that worried. You know, it's like.
Why does it bother you so much, Cody? Are you triggered by it? Does it hurt your fifis?
I think that's a psychological projection, I believe.
No, you're just saying that you hope that it dies. I'm wondering why.
No, I'm reading the chat. I think you're getting my words a little confused. I'm reading what the chat is saying. Also, could you fix your mic a little bit? It's like a little too loud and cuts off a bit.
Don't worry about it. Is that hurting your fifis too?
Does it hurt my fifis? I'm not sure what a fifi is.
Your feelings. I'll dumb it down for you even more.
Why would words on the internet hurt my feelings?
Well, I don't know. Why are you in here crying about, saying that you want this to end? I don't understand. If it's not true, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
What are you even talking about crying? I'm just having a discussion, a casual discussion.
Well, you're saying that you hope this goes away. You want this to end. You want it to die. Why?
I didn't.
What's the problem?
I didn't even say that. I'm reading the chat. You're repeating what I'm saying from reading that chat.
Why are you reading the chat? I'm having a conversation with you. Why don't you talk to me?
You're claiming that I'm crying, but I was just reading something from the chat. I was just clarifying.
Well, why don't we just you would talk to me and not read things instead of reading things off the chat? You could talk to me. Tell me about your feelings and thoughts, not about what's going on in the chat.
I feel pretty great. Just did my yoga a couple minutes ago. Pretty refreshing.
That explains a lot.
Just speak to other people, just gather some different worldviews. I've seen some pretty interesting stuff, and that was presented to me from. I want to say thank you, DJ, thank you, old dude, but it's just like the way you come off, says who is just a little like concerning a little.
Don't worry about it. I mean, if it bothers you, maybe this ain't the.
I'm just like
bringing it up. Why are you bringing it up? Why are you concerned for yourself?
So you just came in the room out of nowhere. You're like, oh, does it hurt your feeling? Like a magatard, you know?
Well, yeah, I know. Did you give context to what you were reading? Because apparently it's not your thought that this is going to go away, right? You don't want this to go away. You want this to thrive, I guess, then,
what
right?
Are you talking about?
I misread the
situation. Everyone have a respectful conversation.
I'm having a respectful conversation.
I don't think so. I think the way they presented yourself was very condescending.
Really, I think the same thing about you, right? You came in, even while DJ was talking, you yawned and interrupted him and asked another dumb question. I mean, I think this is all projection on your part.
So you're going to reverse it onto me? That doesn't really work.
Well, I mean, it's working just fine for me.
Yeah, because I believe that's the definition of delusion.
Oh, man, you're all over the place. Now, what am I deluded about?
Oh, you're saying that I'm crying, and then you're saying my feelings are hurt. But I was just reading the chat. I was just having a casual.
Well, don't read the chat. Remember, I don't know why you keep coming back to you were reading the chat. So you don't want this topic to go away. Then
I think you're just a little confused. Or just
you don't want this to right? Yeah. So you don't want this to go away, right? You want this server to continue.
What are you talking about? I don't want this to go. Well, I'm still here. What is going away?
Right. So you want this server to continue. You want this topic topic to continue? Because you like the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still here. I'm like learning about it. I'm just talking. I like, the beauty of humanity is just everyone's brain doesn't perceive the same thing about this reality. None of our answers are definitive of what this reality is, because that's why they say when someone dies, a whole world dies. So it's just like, I'm just having discussion.
Okay, do you think that's true? Someone said that. Do you think that's true?
If someone dies, their world and perception dies. Yeah, that's pretty true.
Their world and perception dies. Okay, so in the world that you're in right now, what do you perceive the world to be? Is it a big spinning ball?
I
Or is it
perceive
flat?
this world and society we live in, it's very flawed. It's designed. The world is ran by
Interesting. I
tricksters,
didn't ask you about that. I asked you about how you perceive the world around you, the Earth.
The Earth? Like, what do I think the shape is?
No, I didn't ask you about a shape. How do you perceive it? How does it look to you?
I believe that the Earth might be hollow and stuff like that, but that's just me. That's a whole different topic.
I didn't ask you what you believe. You got to listen, bro. Words are important.
I'm listening.
What
You're just
do
not
you
being clear enough.
perceive?
I'm
I
not
said,
going
what
to
do you
engage with you.
perceive?
I want to go
I
back to
didn't
DJ
ask
because
you what you believe. I asked you about what you perceive. They're two different words. They have two
what do I
different
perceive
meanings.
the Earth? A very hell's on Earth, basically.
Hell is on Earth?
Basically, yeah.
So is it going rough for you?
No, it's just like the way that the world is ran by like satanic pedophiles, like a lot of deceptive controlling of the population, divide and conquer. Like it's just
Okay.
we live on a prison planet, basically.
Oh, so you think it's a planet? You perceive a planet?
Sure.
Okay. How do you perceive it to be a planet?
How do I perceive it? I mean, I just grew up thinking like that. That's why I came in the chat, because I've heard about like NASA deception, NASA fakery. Like I do believe that stuff has truth to it. Hello? Did I lose you?
So I book a flight to Chicago.
Interesting. That was strange. You just came in the chat and disappeared. I'll get back to that in a second. But if anyone wants to discuss, I'm open. We could talk about anything.
Yeah, I gotta get continue with my work shortly. But if you've got any other questions or anything like that, I'm happy to
Where
go
you from?
over anything.
Yeah. Is Plain and Truth in here?
Yeah, man. He's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, how are you doing today, sir?
Good.
Where are you from?
Originally from Sweden. I lived in the States for the last 20 years.
Okay. How's Sweden? Like, how is Sweden?
Right now, it's wintertime there, so it's probably pretty cold. I'm on the East Coast. It's cold here as well.
Stockholm is beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice out there. I lived in
Yeah.
Stockholm for a little bit over 10 years.
Yoda, but do you have a mic?
I was in Stockholm only once in 2021 at PGL Major Stockholm for Counter-Strike.
You want to play Counter-Strike? I have Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm saying that I was in Stockholm in 2021.
Okay.
I went there for the major.
What's your favorite Counter-Strike?
Go.
That's one of my favorites. My favorite is Counter-Strike Source. It's a really good game.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Like using the AK-40. It's like the Deagle and the hitbox is a lot better for me on Counter-Strike Source than like any other one, in my opinion. But I think the pistols were better in CS:GO, like the gunplay.
The damage registration.
Yeah. But Deagle way better in Source. Deagle's trash and Go.
Yeah, I know.
Anyone else play Counter-Strike? Anyone ever played Counter-Strike?
I have played it, but I'm more of a chess player myself. I like chess.
This level on Source.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Your mic cut out.
Like the office level on Source.
Are you a New Yorker?
Yep.
Are you Jewish?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So far, there are 0 Nazis in Epstein files. Only Jewish and Israelis.
There's no such thing as a Nazi. They're all dead.
Ex-Nazi.
I mean, the Zionists used to work with Nazis, so that's
We
where, like,
gotta
most
keep the conversation away from Zionist and Nazi topics because it's streamed on YouTube, and people
Oh, yeah,
are
you don't
constantly
wanna get us
trying to
shut
get us. Exactly. Cheers.
Yeah, I was just going to remind them about that. We had the same thought at the exact same
Yeah,
time.
no, exactly, man. No disrespect. We just got to stick to the rules on YouTube, that kind of thing. That's all. Because there's a lot of people that hate Flat Earth with a passion, and they want to get us shut down. So they'll find anything they can, and then they'll report it. Try to get our channels shut down.
0 Nazis in Epstein files. Only Jewish and Israelis.
There's no such thing as a Nazi. They're all dead. I mean, the Zionists used to work with Nazis, so that's we gotta.
Cody, we can hear the YouTube stream in the background.
Oh shit! My apologies.
So yeah, if anybody want to talk about flat Earth, we can do that. That's absolutely 100% allowed here. We might have some new listeners over on YouTube. Shout out to you guys. If nobody wants to talk here, I'd be more than happy to read your chat over there. See what's going on, and maybe we can interact with you guys a little bit. So let's see, how many viewers do we have right now? We have 10 on one of the streams. That's not too many, but we shout out to you guys. Let's see if you want to say something to us.
I'm going to Dubai to the Big Time Rush concert.
Yeah, Cody, you're hot micing there a little bit. Sorry.
Cody Rhodes? No way.
Severeness, do you want to talk about Earth?
About
I just hear Cody Rhodes.
No, I said Cody Stanford. We could hear him play a video or something in the background there.
I'm sorry. I have to fix my mic real quick. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Most people just self-mute in here, and sometimes people forget about that. So it's all right. It happens. But yeah, if nobody wants to talk, I'm going to talk to the people over on YouTube for a little while. It's good to give them a little bit of love as well. Let's see. We have who is online right now? Caprica Soul,
I'm
Tony
playing
8.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey right now.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, just random information.
Yeah. Well, it's better than dead air. So thank you for that comment, I guess. Let's see. Walled Garden over on, actually Walled Graden. So it's misspelled. He says, people have been higher than airplanes. It is a globe. Okay. We're waiting for the evidence for that. What's that?
NPC comment?
Yeah, he's giving comments over on YouTube. He says people have been higher up than airplanes. It is a globe, and that's all he had to say. We're kind of looking for evidence here, people. Tony 8 Dune 2 says, so how high people must go to see the globe? Anybody got an answer for that? Or how high? 300 kilometers will do it, says Walt Graydon. No, I'm sorry, Wald Graydon over on YouTube. 300 kilometers will not do it. ISS is at 400 kilometers, and they can only see about 3% of Earth from that height. If you wanted to see the full globe, if it is a globe, and the diameter is 8,000 miles, if that is correct, you would have to go at least 5,000 miles out. ISS is on at 250 miles, so that's about 20 times exactly. You have to go 20 times further out than they even claim to have gone. So no, you cannot see the Earth from space. This is also why we don't accept when people say they have seen Earth curvature from an airplane. They are only at 35,000 feet, 37,000 feet. It's impossible
In fact,
to see.
they saw Earth, but not in full shape.
Yeah, you can see 3% from the ISS. So you can see nothing at all from an airplane. It's absolutely no curvature at all. If you think you've seen curvature from an airplane, it's probably the window distorting. And you can go to the neighbor, someone in front of you, and look through their window, and you will see curve because of the window again. So unless Earth is a big wavy field or ball, then what you're seeing up there through those windows is just. I'm actually going to post a picture of it in the chat so you can see what I'm talking about. See if I can find it. Because it happens now and then. People come in here and they claim that they have seen Earth curve from an airplane. That is absolutely 100% impossible. Which plane were you on? Plane A, plane B, or plane C? I think you're on airplane C. But if you saw A through your window, it was definitely the window curving. All right, we're going to go on continuing reading comments over on YouTube. Well, it's just comments about the Van Allen belts. We don't have to go there right now. Mayan Lutfar, you are hot miking, my friend.
I've just started an event, by the way. Just hit start just now.
What about Gravity? No, that's not the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, that is the one. Okay.
Just started.
Thank you. Jimmy Will commented on my post and says AE, or the Danish version of, I don't even know what the letter is. A with an umlaut, I would guess. What does that mean, Jimmy? Caprica Soul over on YouTube says, all calculations regarding the curvature of Earth fundamentally begin with flat measurements. Yeah, that's correct. That's what we have. We have flat measurements. What we don't have, and what we're asking for the last 10 years in this channel, is curvature measurements. Someone who can actually get us that laser 20 meters up in the air over a 10-mile wide lake. Can you do that? Then we can shut this channel down. Unfortunately, when you do shoot the laser a foot over the water on one side, 10 miles away, it's going to end up 1 foot over water on the opposite side as well. Because guess what? Water is flat. So you're correct, Caprica Soul over on YouTube. All measurements are taken on Earth's surface. They are based on a flat baseline, serving as the reference for further calculations. Caprigasol also says curvature assessments rely on these flat measurements to apply mathematical models that interpret Earth's shape. I mean, yeah, we can figure out.
Hello, Budgies. Whoops.
nigger?
Do we have someone who needs to be muted here? Let's see. Thought I heard.
Who said that? Who said that? Yo, what?
I thought I heard a word that can't be said. But,
Yeah. I heard it too. It's not. That's not. I expected to
Right.
hear.
We're broadcasting on YouTube. I'm all for free speech. Everybody knows that. In my world, you should be allowed to say anything you want. But just so you know, we are broadcasting on YouTube. So if you come in here and you're a new user, there are words that you cannot say. I don't know who said it. Anyway, Apple GM, welcome. Sotra, welcome. Salma, welcome.
Welcome. Salma Hayek?
I don't know who it is. Could be Salma Hayek. She's interested in flat Earth.
She's not that flat, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you're new and you want to talk to me or someone else in here, go right ahead. We can answer questions. Maybe you want to ask me why I am a flat earther. And maybe you want to ask me what my evidence is. Or maybe you want to talk about the room topic right now. It's gravity.
Who invented gravity?
You want to talk about gravity?
Sure, why not? I'm asking who invented gravity.
I don't know. Did you know that there is 78 different types of gravity?
No, the gravity that holds all of us on the Earth.
Yeah, but they are theories. There's a lot of them. Look at the chat. All of these are gravity theories. We have Newtonian, Einsteinian, quantum gravity, string theory, specific gravity. Which one should we talk about? They're all theories.
Maybe we should talk about the guy who is the first, who was the first to invent gravity.
I actually don't know. It could be Newton, maybe.
No,
I think
it's not Newton.
I think people talked about it long before him, like Archimedes' principle, for example. That's specific gravity. That's what I subscribe to. Like things go up and down because of density, not because of some fictitious force. Like if you drop an apple, it's going to fall through the air because the apple is more dense than the air. If you have a helium balloon, it's going to go up because the helium is less dense than the air. That's called specific gravity, and that's the one I think is applicable, and that's the one we can also do experiments with, and we can demonstrate in a lab. Everything else, I think, is speculation and weird stuff. They talk about bending space and time, and they talk about mass attracting mass. I think all of that is bullshit, if I can be so frank. But density, I think, is correct. Density and buoyancy. Walled Garden Graydon over on YouTube, and Caprigasol has come to some kind of agreement. Good chat, thank you, they said. And Caprigasol is off to dinner. So that's it. we have some viewers on YouTube. If you want to interact, you can do so in the chat, and I'll read your chat. We're going to check the other channel now. And we also have people here on Discord. If you want to talk to us about gravity, feel free to ask your questions or come up with your theories or anything like that. Tell me if you believe in bendy space-time. Old Dude points out something very interesting. Even Newton himself, he didn't want to be associated with his own theory in the end. He said, "It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do." So Newton himself talked about the mass attracts mass, and he said this is unreasonable. He continues on and says, if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it, and this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another. Again, that's mass attracting mass, right? Don't ascribe that to me, is what he's saying. That one body may act upon another at a distance, through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else. By and through with their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. So Newton did not want to be associated with the absurdity of mass attracting mass at all, and that's a good quote.
Yep. Basically, he was saying, if you think that matter, just simply because it exists in some sort of form, right, can exert some sort of invisible, have some sort of invisible non-material influence on another clump of matter at a distance through a vacuum, you are a nutcase.
Yeah, without faculty in the brain or something like that. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Well put, T-Dub. Yep. That's why I always ask the Globers. I'm like, okay. They're like, yeah, mass attracts mass. I'm like, okay, so the mass creates gravity? How's that mechanism work? Where's the gravity come from? What is the gravity? How does that mechanism work? They have absolutely no idea. They can't answer the question, and none of them can. Not even the most educated Globers that exist can answer that. And they admit that. Usually it's just these people on Discord and that kind of thing. They think that gravity is a fact. It's been scientifically proven. They know everything about it. Right? When the experts say we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from.
And then Einstein came along and said, well, sorry, but your gravity would have to be traveling instantaneously. It would have to travel faster than the speed of light. And according to my calculations, that everybody now agrees with, somewhat, that's impossible. So you can't have instantaneous action at a distance. Just because the matter exists and shares space.
Yeah, if anyone's interested in what the so-called experts have to say about gravity, like I just claimed they say, there's a clip in the side chat. Right? And I'll play the clip quickly. I don't think it goes for long.
It doesn't mean what Einstein had to say was any less crazy, right?
Oh, it's the same kind of thing, really, isn't it? Okay, so what do we got? The space-time fabric now. What the hell is that? Where's that come from? What's space-time fabric? Show me some space-time fabric.
What is
Even more-
space-time
it's even-
fabric?
Right.
Yeah,
treating
what is space-time
empty space like it's physical.
Yeah. And then wasn't the math was off by over 90% or over 95% for certain claims or certain observations. And then they had to invent a filler, right? Dark matter and dark energy, rather than throwing away the concept. They just make up something that they have absolutely no idea about at all, just as a filler to correct the math that was off by 95%. But whether you think that gravity is mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, at the end of the day, they're telling you that the water should be curving because of gravity. Okay, and if we test the water and the water is not curving over distance, that debunks gravity. Right? If you think gravity is simply things falling at a certain rate in a vacuum or approximately a certain rate in a vacuum, nobody's disagreeing with that. That's just an observation. That's not gravity, really. I mean, you could call it gravity if you wanted to, but it's just things dropping at a certain rate in a vacuum or approximately a certain rate. Okay, when you start talking about globe gravity, you're talking about Einsteinian gravity, Newtonian gravity, and we can easily debunk that by showing that the water's not curving. If the water's not curving, the whole heliocentric model can just be chucked in the bin.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Invent something. He didn't discover anything. He invented it. But people seem to think Newton had some sort of, he was privy to some sort of knowledge that nobody else was. What? No, he didn't discover anything. He didn't do any experiments beyond what Michio Kaku just described, which was holding something out and letting it go, watching it fall to the ground, ignoring any other conditions, any other environment where he may have dropped something and it didn't do that. Ignoring what gas and, dude. I think occasionally people come along and they're able to describe these things, and these abstract ideas a little better than others with mathematics, and they get held with more regard and esteem than they actually deserve.
All right. Do we have anyone that wants to ask any questions in here? We got AP. Welcome. We got Aaron.
Hi, hello.
What's up, AP? How's it going, man?
I don't know. I just wanted to listen to discussion. Do you really discuss about flat Earth?
Yeah, man. Most popular channel in the entire server, actually.
Yeah, I always saw many people here, but I never was present when someone discussed about anything. So
Hi, me too.
everyone keeps.
How are you?
Hello.
Yeah. Welcome, Aaron. Yeah. So yeah, this is a serious channel. All right, we genuinely discuss whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth is a globe. Okay, most people have an incorrect idea about what flat Earth means or what flat Earthers are claiming. They think they're a bunch of nutcases, crazy people, or idiots or something like that, right? And they have a completely wrong perception of what we're actually claiming. Once people find out what we're actually claiming, generally they say, okay, that's not what I was expecting.
What's your claim then? What's your claim?
Yeah, our claim is not to know, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. Okay, we're testing what we get told by mainstream science about the globe. Okay, so when we go out and actually test the Earth empirically, using long-distance observations, laser tests, and various other methods, we cannot find any curvature. Okay, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we can test to see if it's there or not. Okay, it has to be there if the Earth's a globe, but it's not there when we go out and test. Right, so we're sort of right. That's just one aspect of it, by the way. But it's always going to come back to that, right? If you want to have a globe, you're going to have. All right, Ronaldo.
Hello.
Hey, buddy. What's up, Jedi? Ronaldo, you got some background noise. You're gonna have to go on mute.
Ronaldo, is it you?
Ronaldo, that was Ronaldo. Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, Ronaldo is well-known flat earther. So.
Yeah. So, what's up, Jedi?
Good to see you, DJ. Hello, everybody. Sounds like the party started. Good to be here. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, we just got an event started. What about gravity? Okay. Yesterday we did What About Boats Over the Horizon. Today's What About Gravity? So we're just going to each day go over the main questions that we get asked about the topic. So yeah, AP or Aaron, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, just let us know. And we can get a discussion started.
Gravity is called a pseudo-force. It's not a real force.
Oh, NPC comment.
Sorry, I just found that.
Oh, that was you? I was like, who the hell did that? I was looking for Aethergrass. I thought it would be him. But so if you...
the thing about gravity, I think it's like a force going around, like about gravity. I think it's a force.
Or someone's in a plane, or
yeah, it's Guacamole. Yeah. So anyway, so
Yeah, I think it's because like it's always going in circles, like the planets and the Earth. That's why I don't. And gravity is like a thing that keeps them down. It's not a strong force, but like I'm just saying it's like a force that keeps them down.
Shut down syndrome.
Yeah. No, shit. No.
I don't think gravity is described as a force anymore. I think that's the old Newtonian way of speaking about mass attracting mass, the force between two masses. Einstein's.
No, I'm not talking about this. I'm saying things are spinning and going in orbits and everything, and then that's what keeps things down. I'm not saying it as a force that between two masses or whatever. There's no masses.
Cool.
Yeah.
In Einstein's way of thinking. There are masses.
Yeah, you're right.
And they will distort space-time, won't they?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
you're
right.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
Okay. I guess, although that sounds like a nice idea, whatever the idea is, it needs to be proven scientifically, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
You're right. Yeah.
Do we have any scientific evidence following the scientific method that proves gravity?
No, but the evidence is like everything's going around something, or like we're moving around in space, but like that's a different thing. But then it came out of it, the idea of gravity.
Yeah.
So, but that's why I'm not saying the Earth is flat, because of that reason.
Okay. Would gravity make everything a sphere?
No.
No?
Gravity has
okay, so for example, the Sun, the Moon, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, I guess, maybe from 20 years ago. These planets, like the Earth, are all spheres, aren't they?
Yeah, that's...
and the reason why they're spheres is because of some kind of gravitational influence?
No, orbital.
Okay, but the mechanism that pulls everything to the center of mass, like you standing on the sphere right now.
No, gravity. But I don't understand gravity in the way you do.
I'm not, dude. I'm talking about the consequences of gravity forming planets.
No. It's the spinning process of the planets.
So gravity doesn't make planets then?
No.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to go and quickly Google what forms planets.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Hello? What happened?
No, he's just Googling how planets are formed.
Everyone just went silent.
Yeah, something to do with some space dust or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous.
Space Factory, remember.
It's a space factory, yeah. It's like nothing exploded, and then there was a bunch of dust, and then it was spinning, and then some dust started attracting some other dust, and then the universe formed, and then humans were formed out of pond scum and monkeys.
And what do you believe?
I try not to speculate. You know, I know that I've seen enough evidence that there's definitely no curving water, right, over the surface. Okay, so I know the Earth's not a globe, so anything that goes along with that heliocentric model is absolute nonsense.
But what about evolution?
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's just an unproven, ridiculous theory. But yeah, I don't claim to have a replacement answer or anything like that. So I don't know. That's my answer. That should be most people's answer, really, shouldn't it? If we're honest.
Just wanted to quickly jump in, just because it's important to remember that really we're talking about the current scientific rhetoric for what causes or forms or makes planets, right? And just a very quick AI Google search forms this. So my question was this: does gravity form planets? The answer is yes. Gravity is the fundamental force responsible for forming planets. It acts as a cosmic glue that pulls matter together, builds mass, and ultimately shapes planets into spheres. So the point that I was trying to raise was the consequence of gravity forming planets into spheres is the surface of the planet would be curved over distance. Is that correct?
No.
No. So a planet which is a sphere, as I've just read out from AI Google, that we understand that a sphere is a three-dimensional shape that has a curved linear surface.
Sure. Yes. Sure.
Yeah. So the consequence of gravity in regards to planets is planets are spheres with curved surfaces, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So we should be able to measure the curved surface of the Earth if it was a planet, right?
Yeah, you should, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Do we have those measurements? Because I would suggest this. When we try to confirm that the Earth is a planet by the process of gravity forming everything into spheres by measuring the surface of the Earth to see if it is curved or not, we appear to be measuring the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over any and all distances that we can measure that should show curvature. So when we try to confirm this gravitational idea that it formed the Earth into a planet, then we should be able to measure the curvature of the Earth, which we don't. So the Earth in this instance wouldn't fit into the category of planet because a planet is a sphere with a curved surface and the Earth doesn't measure to have that.
Why does it have it? It doesn't have that.
Why? Because when we go out to measure, survey the land, the Earth, water, for example, with surveying tools, theodolites, lasers, we should, because the Earth's a planet, measure over a distance the curvature. Why we don't, I don't know, but what we do measure is the surface of water to be horizontal.
No, but we have measurements for the Earth diameter and everything.
Yeah, okay. So you have an assertion at this moment of a radius, diameter, and circumference, which would also have a rate of change of slope, curvature over the surface.
Sure.
If you've got the direct measurements of those, I'd be interested to see them.
I can give you them if you want, but you can search it yourself, but like it's easy to find out on Google.
Okay, so it's my friend. I've been a flat earther since, my friend. Been a flat earther since 2015. I'm using this conversation with you to help you find out the answers to these questions. The question at the moment is, you said that the curvature of the Earth had been measured. Now,
yeah,
do you want to show me that measurement?
Yeah, sure, I can show you.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
I'll show you. It's fine. No, that's fine.
Please remember I said the word measurement and not calculation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No,
Thank you. That's okay. Cool.
Ты, я так понимаю, русскоговорящий?
I'll put it in the side chat for you now, and you can see it.
Here we go, boys. Look out. The moment we've all been waiting for. Here we go.
Jeffrey Epstein files. Releasing.
Okay. Aaron? Do you want me to read this out?
Yeah, read it out.
Okay, Coach. So shape an oblate spheroid, flattened at poles, bulging at the equator. Equatorial diameter, 12,756 kilometers, 7,926 miles. Polar diameter, 12,712 kilometers, 7,900 miles, slightly smaller. Equatorial circumference, 40,075 kilometers, or 24,901 miles. All right, I'm not going to continue reading. I want to know how they were I want to know how these were measured.
They were measured because, we're on Earth. We can see it.
They were measured because, we're on Earth. Okay. So how were they measured then? How were these measured to be true?
For example, if you go from, I don't know where you live, but for example, if you go from America to Australia, you know how far you're going to go.
Dude, I'm asking you very clearly how these values that you posted were measured to be true.
Because some people flew, or some people went there, these places on Earth. So like, for example, if a pilot goes in a plane and then goes to Australia, he's going to go across the world from America to Australia, and he's going to know how far he went.
Okay. It still isn't showing me that the surface of the Earth is curved, dude. And the values that you're giving me, I'm asking you how they were measured.
And then we have like people that go to the spaceships on
like Star Wars, yeah.
No, not Star Wars. No. On what's it called? Like what's it called?
International Space Station.
International Space Station. Yeah.
Okay.
And they saw the curvature of the Earth.
Did they?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay. I saw when I went through the back of my wardrobe a talking lion.
Okay.
Cool.
So
now, so just to be clear, are you going to believe this story, or are you going to try and walk through my wardrobe to see if you can talk to a lion?
No, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of I'm not going to believe a lot of people that went into this International Space Station that they saw the Earth is curved.
Okay, and I saw a speaking lion when I went through the back of my wardrobe.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay.
That's fine. So now we can all go through the back of my wardrobe to see speaking lions.
Yeah, but how many? But you saw one speaking lion, but like I saw.
You saw nothing. You just believed the story about the speaking lion. Remember?
No, I saw. Look, I saw many people coming from the International Space.
And yeah, okay, and there's many people that come through my wardrobe. You just have to watch them walk through the front door of my house.
You saw many people walk out of your wardrobe?
Dude, please try and follow the logical form that I'm trying to point out to you.
No, you're trying to walk
at the moment, sir.
Nothing. No, but you're not answering my question as well.
Dude, what's your question at the moment? I'm trying to point out to you that you're not validating anything. You're just trusting things.
No. Answer my question. Is there many people walking out of your wardrobe, and not many people that went to this International Space Station?
It doesn't matter, dude. The wardrobe and the International Space Station, Narnia and Speaking Lions, they all exist because they're stories that people tell. I'm asking you how we validate stories to be true.
So why?
Excuse me. I'm going to be getting impatient in a minute because I don't need people speaking through me. I'm asking you, sir, please.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. So you
fuck me.
People walking out of your wardrobe.
I'm going to disengage. Thank you for your time.
Aaron. Aaron. Yeah. So we were all taught the same thing that you were taught. Okay. And what you posted in the side chat was just the claim. Okay. That's what we go out and test. Right, we're testing the claim.
It's fine. I'm not disagreeing with you if you want to believe that.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
It's all good. I'm okay. I wasn't.
Everyone's chill. It's all good.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the thing. When we go out and test the Earth, we can't find any curvature. Right? The curvature should be there, but it's not there over huge distances.
But what I was saying to him, hello.
Finally, thank you.
Yeah. What were you saying to him?
I was saying to him, for example, like he's saying he was trying to say something about something coming out of his wardrobe. I was saying to him, we have seen a lot of astronauts that went to the International Space Station, and then they saw the curvature of the Earth. I'm not saying I saw it.
Yeah, I know. So you would have to have faith in whether that's real footage or not. But the problem is, there's also a lot of footage that's been proven to be false that comes from the International Space Station, like people using CGI.
Now with AI,
just let me list a few of the things, right? So people using CGI, right? Blatant CGI.
Yeah.
We'll post some clips as well. People using harnesses, right? Getting tangled in their harnesses when they're trying to do tricks. Women using hairspray and pretending that it's zero-G hair. Augmented reality, zero-G flights, bubbles in space, right? Because they have.
If I'm not mistaken, there wasn't CGI in 1960.
No, he was talking about the International Space Station.
Okay.
Not the moon missions. The moon missions, they were using models and wires and studios, right? Like, you know what I mean? Miniatures, models, sets, stages.
Okay.
Like they did for the Millennium Vulcan with Industrial Light and Magic.
Oh, okay. If you want to even say that. So, what's the moon? Is it also a flat Earth? Not Earth, but like a rock that's flat as well, that you can see in the sky.
The moon and the Earth have nothing in common.
So what is it? What's the moon then? Is it a flat also?
I cannot go up to the moon to check what the moon is. Okay, we're told a story about what the moon is. But that's it, right? That's where it ends.
No, but you can
right?
see.
That's when your faith and trust has to. Yeah, we can see it. To me, it looks like there's a sphere. It looks like there's a ball up in the sky, but I can't confirm it exactly. But that's what it looks like to me.
No, it's okay. Yeah. But you can see it, right? You can see.
Yeah, I can see. Is that a serious question?
Yeah. So if you can see it,
yes,
right. First of all, you can see it, right? First of all, let's establish that.
Yes.
You can see it.
Yes, it's established. It's well established.
So, do you think any human ever went up to it or not?
No.
Why not?
Because the footage. This is my opinion.
No. Forget.
Okay, the footage is.
No. Let's.
Okay. So that's all we're being shown then. Okay, people said they went there, and then they showed some footage, like the footage that I just shared in the side chat.
No. Forget. No.
Okay. So you can't go. You can't go to the moon because the moon.
I'm going with
Shut up, bro. Let him answer. Shut up.
I'm going.
All right.
Look,
what's your point?
I'm going with you.
Go ahead.
It's fine. Like, I'm not answering at the past.
Are you drunk,
if
Aaron?
I want to go up to the moon, how would I go up to the moon?
You can't go to the moon.
What?
No. He's saying, how would he go up to the moon? You cannot do that.
You can't do that. Why?
Yeah, you can't go to the moon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to inform you, but you're not going to ever go to the moon.
Not me, but how would I do it? How would I do it?
You can't do it. Yeah, you can't do it. You can't go there.
Can't go there at all.
You can't go to the moon. Yeah, you can't go there.
Why? Why not?
Because it's just not possible. No one's ever done that. Right? You could try.
No, but why? No, you can see something in front of you. Why? Would you go up to it?
Well, I don't know. No one's ever done that. Yeah. Well,
even if no one's ever done that, why can't we do it now?
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, so this is the footage. This is the footage in the side chat here. Right? This is the footage that. Hold on a second.
Aaron, can you stop interrupting, please?
Yeah, someone else was asking, right? So I don't believe this footage is real, right? If you guys believe this footage is real,
that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Fine.
Even if Neil Armstrong didn't go up there, I'm saying, how would you go up there?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You.
How would you?
Yeah,
go
I don't
there?
know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that you can go up there. What about you? What's your suggestion?
No, I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
When you said he didn't know,
I don't think you. Yeah, you can't go up.
No,
there,
I'm
so.
no.
Use a giant slingshot.
1 second. Chill.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Could get like a really powerful pogo stick.
Everyone's
and give it a
nice
try.
and it's fine.
Yeah, I like that. Pogo to the moon.
Yeah.
Everyone's nice in this room. It's not. It's okay.
Pogo.
But I'm asking you, how you mean? Like,
And he said he didn't know 5 times.
All right, fifth time lucky. Fifth time lucky. Hey, Aaron, I don't think that anybody can go to the moon. What do you think?
I think you can if you have billions of dollars.
Well, interesting, isn't it? That when NASA was interviewed,
it's just very expensive right now to.
Okay, so who was the last person that went to the moon?
Last person? I don't know. I forgot the name.
Wait a second. Oh, really? When was it, approximately? Was it over 50 years ago? Huh?
Yeah, maybe. No, 50? No. Not
50.
50.
Yeah, it's all 50.
15? No. 56.
Yeah, all
56 years ago. Okay, so 56 years ago, they told you they went to the moon, and they gave us some footage, like I just posted in the side chat,
I know
that
about
looks
this
complete.
theory.
Yeah.
I know
Okay.
They weren't on the moon.
Yeah. So this is the thing, right? So when they interviewed NASA and said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said they would love to go back to the moon, but they destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back again.
No, as I told you, it will be very expensive.
No, they said they destroyed the technology. They didn't say they don't have enough money. They said we destroyed that technology.
No, the Apollo program went
You
down.
said it will be painful to rebuild that technology.
Yeah.
Painful means expensive. A lot of
And it
money.
was,
They said they destroyed the technology, and they said it would be a painful process. So if I say I'm in pain, that doesn't mean that I need money.
And it was made a competition with the Soviet Union as well.
Yeah, Soviet Union.
Yeah. It's made out of this, like competition with the Soviet Union, first of all.
Oh, look, Overfences just posted some Indian footage. India's gone back to the moon in that.
Yeah.
2024. It's amazing.
I made something like that out of Lego when I was a kid.
Yeah, I used to have a game on my Atari that was kind of like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
No, if India went to the moon, I can't believe it.
I played Atari as well.
Yeah, so this is the problem. Okay, when we measure the surface of the water, it's not curving. So the Earth's not a globe. That's the core issue here. But just a moment. We're going to play a clip right now, if it works. Okay, so this is NASA telling why they didn't go back to the moon, or why they can't go back to the moon.
I know that this guy, former astronaut Don Pettit,
Hold on, stop. Listen.
Have the technology to go to the moon anymore, let alone to Mars, because for some unknown reason we destroyed that technology.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build
They
it
can
back
say
again.
whatever
Going
they
to
want.
Mars
You
should be
not believe it.
one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
They can say whatever they want to say. You should not believe this.
Right, but that's what they said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the problem. When we test the surface of the Earth, it's not curving. And we have tests, and we can prove to you, if you want to see the tests, that the Earth is not curving, and that it's flat, and that it's not a globe. Any takers? See, this is the problem. Like, we tell you guys that we have tests, right? If you guys had said, oh, we've got tests here on the Earth, and we can prove to you that the water's curving over distance. Do you want to see the tests? Every flat earther in here would be like, yes, please, show us the tests. Awesome, amazing, let's go. Right? But when we tell you that we've done tests, and we can prove that the Earth's not a globe, we just get silence. We're like, well, what about eclipses? What about the stars? You guys don't even want to see the evidence. It's crazy.
It's funny where the evidence is actually all around you as well. You can demonstrate this to yourself relatively easily. I don't know. Rather just believe in stories. We get trust. We understand that trust is a way that we negotiate life and the world. We understand that. But trust is something that should be earned, right? Not something that should be given away. So we've tried to validate trust in authorities, and when we've tried to validate the stories, we've known the way that we should be easily be able to surveying the land to see if it has curvature. Well, we come back and it doesn't. Now, we're just trying to validate a claim, and from this point onwards, the trust is broken down because we can't validate the claim. In actual fact, what we come up with is contradictory to the claim. The surface should be curved. It isn't. It's horizontal. And that's really all we can say.
Earth is square. No, it's triangle.
Okay. So you would need to measure edges and vertices. Where are they?
It's flat. It's standing on the three elephants.
Yep. But you're going to need to find, to prove your three-dimensional geometric shape, the other constituent factors. Vertices, edges. Yeah.
And the elephants are standing on the big turtle.
Okay, again, you're going to need to validate the turtle. You understand what's happening here, right? You're just saying stories, and I'm just asking you to prove that they're true. That's all we're doing here. The story is the Earth's a sphere. We're asking for demonstration that it's true. It's not.
Wow.
Consequence of a sphere is a curvilinear surface. That's curvature. From point A to point B, a rate of change of slope. We don't measure that rate of change of slope over distances that should show a rate of change of slope. Because the Earth's a sphere, right? So there should be a rate of change of slope over its surface because it's curved. Water's horizontal upon the surface. Now that's like folklore, right? Everybody knows this. We've known this for millennia. We've used water as a horizontal leveling tool for construction for thousands of years. 70% we're told of this Earth is water. If that water's horizontal, the Earth cannot be a sphere. It's contradictory.
Well said as usual, Jedi. I just wanted to throw in, I just noticed that Don Pettit said we're going to go to Europa. I'd never heard that one before, so I can't wait till the trip to Europa. That would be cool. What the hell is Europa? Did my mic work? No.
Yeah, it's working, Dave. You know what it's like, though, mate. We say a few things and the whole room goes silent. So the room's full of people, so I will invite any comments or any queries or questions about what's been said over the last 5 minutes, or however long you've been in here, over the last 20 minutes or an hour or so. If you want to speak about anything that's been spoken about pertaining to, I don't know, the International Space Station, stories about going to the moon, Gravity at the moment is the name, the title of the event is called, what about Gravity? If you want to speak about any of these things, please don't be shy, unmute yourself, tell us what your name is and bring forth your question. Hopefully, I say hopefully with my fingers crossed, we can have a reasonable conversation. I'd love to have a reasonable conversation with you people about these things.
Bring back that guy who was interrupting everyone.
While I'm talking real quick, I want to reiterate what DJ said. It's funny how we offer to show these guys our tests and they're not interested. But, if there was a globe earther in here showing us their curvature test that showed curvature, we'd be all over it, I'll shut up.
Что ты несешь?
Where's that motherfucker, Professor Triangle?
That's a real polite way to enter the room. Is that globe slinger? Why are you back, man?
Man, I ain't big because I ain't never left.
You still have zero empirical evidence of the globe, or if I'm wrong, go ahead and give me some. Go ahead. Yep, there's your empirical globe evidence. Silence. I'll shut up now.
Right, again, guys, as I said, lots of people jumping into the chat, lots of names that I don't recognise. I'm not going to bore everybody and read everybody's names out as I usually do in these circumstances. But the name of the event at the moment is What About Gravity? If anybody wants to discuss that particular subject, because, gravity makes the world go around. Gravity forms the Earth into a planet like all of the other planets, and it causes all of the other planets to orbit around the sun. It makes everything happen. So if anybody wants to discuss this, we'd love to have the conversation. Again, if anybody's got any comments or questions about any conversations that have taken place recently, like I said, don't be shy. Please unmute yourself, say hello, tell us what your name is, because sometimes we don't check. I definitely don't. So tell us what your name is so we know who we're speaking to. And then let's have a conversation about gravity or the Earth being a planet, or like we said earlier, space stories and going to the moon, maybe even remote control cars on Mars. But like I said, don't be shy.
Okay, maybe I could bring something to the table. I'm Azalia, and I'm really interested in something you said, because you said that other planets circle around Earth. Did I catch that correctly?
No, I didn't say that. I was speaking about the idea that all of the planets, they circle around the sun. I was speaking about that.
Okay, so I didn't catch that correctly. Also, I was there about 5 minutes, but you said something that the Earth should be curved, and that we should be able to see that curve. But actually, we are able to see that because, for example, can you see Mount Everest from your point of view?
No, but I'm just for clarity. I'm in England, so Mount Everest for me is beyond the Alps, right? It's beyond. I think it's even beyond. No, it's not beyond the Pyrenees, but there's a lot of, big things in between me and Mount Everest. And Mount Everest, I know it's really big, but it's still got a really small angular size compared to the distance that I'm trying to see it. So that's not proof that the Earth is a sphere, because I can't see something that's far away. Do you understand that? If I gave you a good example, if you were standing next to a car and say the car was quite big, like a saloon or whatever, as the car drove away from you, it would appear to get smaller, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
So again, you're standing on Mount Everest and it looks really, really big to you. But if you were to move away from Mount Everest, it would look smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it was so small that you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. Now, this is just how...
But, for example, were you ever on a plane? Have you ever been on a plane before?
Yes.
Okay, so you should see that the Earth is actually curved.
Okay,
it's really easy to see from a high point of view.
Okay, so when you go into an aeroplane, let's say 35,000 feet, and you look out of the window, you see the curvature of the horizon. That meaning that one part of the horizon is higher or lower, but higher than the other parts of the horizon, showing curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Not really, because you can see that.
So let me give you an example. So you're looking straight out the window towards the horizon that's right out in front. And at the extremities of your...
What about the point of view of the pilots? The pilots have the whole picture, and you can see on both of your sides that the Earth is curved. So
you've got about 120 degrees vision, I think it is. That's interesting you point that out, though, because please, right, I'm trying to answer your questions, but now you just keep interrupting me and bringing up other things. Right? I just want you to imagine that you're in an aeroplane and it's transparent and you can turn around and see the horizon 360 degrees around you. Now, in this instance, as I was trying to point out when you were speaking about curvature, that would be one part of the horizon being higher or lower than the rest of the horizon. This isn't observed when we say take a panoramic shot 360 degrees around an observer. The horizon is just a equidistant limitation of view as you turn around. No part is higher or lower, right? And even within the mathematics that we're told to do with a sphere, we've got to be much, much higher than 35,000 feet to perceive that type of curvature. The height that we have to be is somewhere in the region of the International Space Station. Now, that's just to do with the mathematics and the general claim from scientists and whoever that say that the Earth is a sphere. Neil deGrasse Tyson, for one. So, no, I don't think we see the horizon curved from altitude at 35,000 feet. Measurably not as well.
I was in an airplane 1 week ago today. I didn't see any curve.
Yeah, where are people getting this from? I mean, I've flown everywhere. You don't see any curvature from an airplane, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure, but I think our friend left.
I think it's the people. They always start with, "Have you been in an airplane?" I think those people haven't been in an airplane.
Yeah, right.
I can't believe that your guys real people.
I can't believe we're real people.
Yeah.
Why?
Where's the camera?
It's funny because you're the NPC here, and you're questioning whether we are people.
NPC.
You are the NPC.
You are the NPC, bro. You're 40.
No, I'm older than that. I'm older than that, and I'm not fat.
You're saying that the Earth is flat. Grown ass man.
I'm not saying it.
You have NPC mindset.
Brother, I'm not saying it. The Earth is saying it.
And you're confirming it.
Yeah.
Have you
I'm
ever been
measuring it.
outside?
Bro, don't talk this.
So,
You have NPC mindset.
my friend, why do we say the Earth is flat?
I have to ask you, why are you saying that?
Okay. We say that the Earth is flat because it's measured to be flat. Right. If you say you're 6 foot tall, I would confirm that by measuring you, getting a standard rule or tape measure and measuring you. If there was a claim of a shape, I would observe the shape and I would measure the shape, its dimensions, right? Now, the Earth is said to be a shape. Consequently, I should be able to measure the dimensions of the shape upon the surface, that being curvature. When we go to try to measure curvature with surveying tools, theodolites, lasers, and other such equipment, we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to be horizontal. So we say the Earth is flat because it's measured that way. That's quite a good standard, right? We say it's this because it looks like it and it's measured like it. Was there anything you didn't understand? Or did you just need a moment to think?
He's NPC guy's installing the ChatGPT plugin.
Bro, shut your
He'll
bitch
be
ass
right
up.
back with you.
You're muted. No one was talking to you. You want some attention, you will get muted.
It's not. Is that responding to anything I said?
No,
How about
actually,
this?
as I was saying, that's NPC mindset. You just give one example. It's not it measured to be flat, and that's it.
Yeah.
Only one statement.
Yeah, if we want to know how tall you are, what would we do? Look, if we want to know how tall you are, what would we do? Would we measure you, how tall you are?
You're 6 foot tall. I can measure you and prove that you're 6 foot tall.
Yes, exactly. And the same way you can measure the Earth and prove that it's flat.
Only one statement. I mean, it's not enough.
No, so you can measure a thing and it's not. You can measure a thing in its form and it's not actually that form. How does that work? Can you inform us how that works?
Guys.
So I have a table, I have a tape measure. I measured 48 inches by 48 inches, and it's not a square. Why not? How about this? How about you tell us, we want to go back to the globe Earth. We want to go back to believing in the globe. Where can we go? Where can we go to experience the Earth as a globe? You tell us.
You can go to the Mars.
I can go to where?
Mars.
Mars?
Mars, bro, Mars. This is plan in our
Mars,
system.
Yeah. How am I going to get there? Is that what you did? Did you go there? Are you there now?
Wait.
Mars.
Actually, I'm not there now, but I will reservation. Sorry, I will booking travel in wait in Tesla. I will book in travel in Tesla to visit Mars.
Oh, okay. Good luck with that. What can I do today, though?
Yeah.
What can I do today or tomorrow?
It's February now. It's not March.
See, this is you guys deflecting, because all you can do is deflect, because you know the answer is nowhere. There's nowhere on Earth I can go to experience it as a globe. I have to go to a couch somewhere and watch it on TV.
May I
That's
know
the actual
what?
answer, but you guys don't have the guts to say it because your position is so weak. You don't want to back that up.
Actually, I'm missing your understanding. Can you explain what you wanted to say? Because I'm struggling to understand you so far.
Well, that's a you problem, not a me problem. This is an advanced English chat.
Yeah. That's my fault. Yeah,
This
I
is
know.
it is. This is an advanced English chat, and you're punching out of your weight class.
Actually, I can speak English, but we do negotiation about something. So I need to know your opinion to clarify your question
asked
more, to understand your question or
Well, my
answer.
question is very simple. Where do I go if you found somebody that, like, say they lived in the jungle, right? And you wanted to convince them that the Earth was a globe, where would you take them?
Live in rectangle?
A jungle, the rainforest, the Amazon. You know Amazon? There.
Yes, I know Amazon. Yeah, I know
Okay.
Amazon.
So Amazon, they never seen the Earth as a globe. You wanna convince them they come to civilization. Where do you take them to prove to them Earth is a ball? Where do you take them?
Okay, you need approve the Earth is ball.
No, you.
Wow. Actually, I know that.
I want to know, how do I
Earth is
prove?
ball.
How do you prove the Earth is a ball to somebody?
We can measure this. We can measure this by laser. There are member of this group share with me video in YouTube, and I saw they measure this by laser experience.
Yeah, it was flat.
Yes,
not a ball.
It was flat. Yes, flat. Yes.
Yeah, so we agree.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So it is easy when you give me explanation. I approved to you. It is flat.
Good. We're on the same page.
Absolutely, sir. We are on the same page.
Now the other
You
the
can
other
tell
guy.
me.
No, the other guy. I want to talk to the other guy.
Okay. Take your stage. Take your time. I will turn
Well, I
off
want to
the
see if he has to
microphone
say.
and listen to you guys.
The other guy was calling us stupid, so I want to know why he thinks we're stupid. He said, "I don't know if you guys are real." He's talking about you too, buddy. You, me, and everybody else in here.
Which one are you talking to, bro?
I was talking to you just now, but I want to talk to the other guy that said we are stupid. That said flat earthers are stupid. That guy.
Wow, that's awful. But I haven't heard anyone say that, and even no one responds to you so far.
Oh God, dude. You want me to fucking mute you, brother?
So
yes, Venus has decided he doesn't want to talk anymore.
I've dealt with this dude before. The guy I'm talking to, Jedi, right now, I've dealt with him before. He did this same fucking shit, dude.
Oh, really? Oh, don't waste your time again then.
Yeah. I got a good memory, dude. You're fucking with the wrong person. You guys think you're going to go away for 6 months and come do the same thing and I'm going to forget? No way. Tried to pull us in. Oh, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Then tried to start arguing about everything that has nothing to do with the topic. I mean, but what about gravity, man? Right? You guys with me? What about gravity? Gravity is like the Swiss Army knife of science. Why do things fall? Gravity. Why do balloons go up? Gravity. Why do things go sideways in the sky? Gravity. What can't gravity do?
Zash, we want to have a conversation about what you are posting there, which means you'd be able to express in your own words what it's saying and talk about it. If you just want to just spam links, that's your standard of evidence, right? But you just post a link and expect
I didn't do that. The link cover my needs. So why?
So talk about it. If your purpose is to just spam the link, tell us to just believe what it says.
No, I don't spam. No.
That's just preaching. That's preaching, brother.
Man, I did give it that link to the people who talk to me. So
yeah, what does it say? What is the link about? Tell us what the link is about.
They asked me for the proof by measurements, so I did.
I'm asking you to discuss the content which is inside the link you posted.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about it?
Point in the link, man. Which point?
You tell us what part of that content is applicable to the Earth and how it expresses its geometric form.
Now, give me the point to discuss. Okay? And share the link that says what
it seems like you are the one who has a point to make.
No, I don't have a point.
You won't talk about it.
Okay. When they ask, I talked about bottom obstruction. They asked it for measurements. I did search and get the measurement. That's all.
Yeah. What is the measurement? What was done?
Minute. Okay.
Yeah, look, if what you've posted is just a story.
Not a story.
It's not a story. Okay, what happened? Why isn't it a story? What makes it not a story?
Maybe. It's a text. I don't want to read it again. Start from this point on link Khan Academy.
Okay, you've got to just stop posting single links, throwing elephants.
I told you I stopped.
Yes, and you also have to stop copy pasting. This is the opportunity for you to talk about a particular topic using the English you've learned.
Man, I'm beginner, so I'm borrowing my English. I didn't ask you for help.
Alright, so maybe just take a seat then, if you're not willing to talk about it.
Don't do that with me. I do what I want, so...
Yeah, you can do what you want somewhere else.
Yeah,
do it somewhere else.
Nobody stopped you, but there will be consequence. There will be consequence here if you continue to do that in the side chat and just spam.
No, I don't spam.
Your text privileges will be removed.
I disconnected them.
Awesome.
We'll see how stubborn he is. He's going to sit there and tell us what he's going to do. I don't think so. Said, I do what I want. Yeah, somewhere else. Look, Josh, we don't have to put up with your nonsense.
Yeah, discussion is welcomed, but preaching at us is not going to be tolerated.
Yeah, but calling it preaching is being generous.
Green line connection.
He's reading someone else's sermon. It ain't even his sermon.
Right. He's just handing out flyers.
Yeah. Here's one of the saints of our cult, Eratosthenes. We got Saint Newton, Saint Eratosthenes, Saint Copernicus.
Peace be upon them all.
Yeah, I looked for it, man. We got to recover that Hail to R video. The one that Sleeping Warrior did. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Dude, we got a good kick out of that for like 6 months, man. All hail R. Hail to R.
So what's been going on today, gentlemen? What's been the most exciting Cogdis reactions?
I just got here a little bit ago, so I don't know.
I just came in from somebody saying I do what I want, so I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, Tito was trying to get, he kept spamming Eratosthenes in the chat, and Tito was just trying to get him to, like, okay, explain what the link says. Instead, he copy-pastes the link. Tito was telling him not to do that. He was like, I do what I want. Okay. You don't do it here, you do it somewhere else. Yeah, they're a little feisty today in here. I've only been in here like 30 minutes, man. Someone pissed in their cornflakes.
Maybe it's the event title, because it's inviting them to talk about what, something that they think is relevant to the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, you guys are insulting the big G. That's blasphemy. Don't blaspheme Big G.
Big G. That sounds like a rapper's name.
There's little G and there's Big G. The Big G is the sacred one.
Right. It can't be touched so much so that yeah, you can't even interact with it.
TW, you see that Unsolved Mysteries video I made?
Yeah, it's a beauty. I saved that one.
Ain't that funny? I was thinking about making like an entire episode, but I used to they limited the time of audio I could do, so I could only get like 30 seconds. Maybe I'll pay money and actually make a full one, like a full Unsolved Mysteries episode. You know how to interview people and all that. I went to the ocean one day, and the horizon was like 3 miles away, and I could only see half a boat. And then I went back. Then I saw the whole boat, and the horizon was well behind it. I called the police, but they seem uninterested. I've been wanting to make that.
Call the Coast Guard.
Call the Coast Guard. The horizon's too far. Tidal wave.
But sorry, sir. Is there anything sinking? The emergency. It's supposed to be sinking.
I've been wanting to make that for like 2 years or 3 years, but none of the voice calling things were really good enough. But yeah.
Have you got it on TikTok? It's a good one for TikTok.
Wow, what a conversation right now in the chat.
Finally.
I asked for an unmute and then he leaves right afterwards. Can't explain that. Seems like we've got a lot of tourists coming by. Not sure what this is about. Are they getting kicked out of rooms and placed into ours?
Yeah, I think that happens quite often.
I'm trying to get my friend Pelican to come in and hang with us. It'd be really good to have in here.
Yeah, definitely.
About some observations that he hasn't released publicly, at least not yet. Actual lighthouse ones, like those that people used to do and people talked about.
Hi.
Hey, welcome, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, how are you?
Doing great.
Can you give me information about this?
What's that? You're curious about the room topic?
I am new here.
Okay, well, this is the Flat Earth room on the English server.
Okay.
Yep. We talk about how flat the Earth is, and we ask people for globe proof.
Mm. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Tell your friends.
So no one here talking.
Might be a lunch break.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Honestly, I don't speak English anymore.
That's fine. You're free to listen. This is a very advanced room topic. We talk about math and physics and philosophy.
If there is canals talking about accounting, something like that. No, because I am a new employee at PwC, if you know. All people at PwC speaking English, so I want to improve my English.
Fuck your phone battery. Let the fucking phone die. Fuck all of the notifications and all of the fucking endless pings. You do not need a fucking charger. A dead phone is freedom. Embrace.
Is this one of those?
No calls, no texts, no bullshit. The world can wait. You do not exist to respond. The silence is sacred. The emptiness is bliss. If it is important, they'll fucking figure it out. But for now, unplug, disconnect, and reclaim your fucking life. Fuck your phone battery. That is all.
Hello, welcome newcomers. This is 24/7 Flat Earth. Feel free to open your mic and ask any questions if you have questions about the nature of Earth, or just sit back and listen.
Well, Unreal, if you're here to listen, maybe if you ask a question, then you'll have something to listen to. You can even ask the question in the side chat.
Well, I can put one out there. If Earth is a globe, how would you know how it's supposed to look like?
Well, if it's a globe, then it would be globe-shaped. That's for sure.
Something I've talked about before, it might be worth bringing up again here. In all the images we've seen of the Earth from outer space, images presented by NASA and any space agency, I don't think I've ever seen or have ever been shown any image showing the Earth and the Terminator line, where the night meets the day and a gradation of colors. going from blue to red. Right? Because we have these dramatic sunrises and sunsets where the sky goes from blue to red. And it's got purple and orange and yellow all in between. I mean, how many miles and miles and miles of coverage of the sky does that go across? And how come nobody's been able to present images of how that should look like from outer space if Earth is a globe? You know what I do see? I do see almost like a clear-cut fade to black. That's what I see in images from space, showing the Terminator line that separates night from day. Just a quick, if not sharp, fade from light to dark. Blue water to blackness. I don't see any transition showing the beautiful colors that we see at every sunrise and sunset. And I think that's interesting.
Yeah, that's the magic trick.
Aren't we supposed to see pink clouds, orange clouds, purple clouds?
I think they forgot to program that into the Matrix.
Yeah, they sure did.
Sometimes even the clouds glitch. You know, you can see lit clouds, 30 minutes after sunset.
That's another thing. I've never seen that either. I've never seen the nighttime clouds being illuminated by the moon from any image from space. We see it fine from the ground. So if Earth is a globe, how do you know how it should look, how it's supposed to look like? I'll tell you what, these images that they present from space don't bear any resemblance to what we see about Earth with our own two eyes from the ground. They bear no resemblance whatsoever to each other. I find that fascinating. And I've been talking about this for a while, easily about 2 years. So NASA, if you're listening, you guys used to pay attention to us. And if you're listening now, you need to update your software. But something tells me that if you guys did that and suddenly did start showing the beautiful colors transitioning between night and day on the Earth from space, then it would invalidate all the previous images that you've shown us of Earth since. Yep, that's right. The internet never forgets. The internet is hyperthymesic that way. The word of the day is hyperthymesia. Yep, that's right, Mr. Rayleigh Criterion. Never seen an orange sky from the ISS. You see it all the time from the ground.
I always wondered why when you see a sunrise or a sunset and you got that orange in the sky, but it seems to stop somewhere, doesn't cover the entire sky.
Yeah, and it turns to purple or something. I got a new lens. It stops at f2.8, 180 millimeter, effectively 270 when cropped down to my APS-C sensor. I know it's not super zoom, but it should be enough to do some good horizon studies, especially with infrared, because the aperture is so big, lets in so much light. So I can probably get some mileage out of my 930 nanometer infrared filter. I do have a pretty beefy telephoto zoom lens, though, that would do the job for sure, but it stops at f6.3, like 600 millimeters.
Yeah, that's a lot of closed in there, and you would think like the super zoom telephotos are like somewhere like f8 even. Like it's just like
yeah.
No, I'm looking for something more like a 5.6.
Yeah, if I could get 5.6 at like 800, I'd buy it.
But those tend to go double, triple in price.
Yeah, I mean, since I've been getting into this, I've been learning the value of these fast lenses, man. Like,
can't you get cheaper versions of those from China that still do a pretty damn good job and let in a shit ton of light? Like I've seen people use prime lenses that have, 1.4 aperture,
Yeah.
1.2, that kind of thing, and people do reviews on them, and they're like, "Damn, this thing's crazy." It's like $100 or something.
Dude, I got a 17 to 70 millimeter at 2.8 that I showed you before. And I was able to like read a 1 inch sticker on a sign from 200
that was crazy.
feet away. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, that's at 70 millimeters and it's a 2.8 and it's a 67 millimeter width. I was like, holy crap. Well, I got a lens now that's not 70 but goes out to 180. So I can't wait to try that out. I took it to my son's gymnastics meet last week, and I was like looking at hairs wrapped around the threads of like the gymnastics rings from 400 feet away. It was bonkers.
Wow, it's awesome! I can't wait to see some of your stuff when you get some free time.
That's
some
it. I need
observations.
I need a whole lot. Even though I got a great job now that gives me free time, I just need I don't know. I need my schedule to open up, and I need this damn snow to melt.
Oh yeah. That's a big problem for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait. So I got my 600 millimeter, and I got this effectively 270 millimeter at 2.8. The thing though, like what's great about reach is if your camera's brain is smart enough with like the Nikons that have these great reach, the sensor in the computer is able to lock in on things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get if your reach wasn't as good. So you could focus potentially on distant things better, even though the image may not be as clear as like a lens that doesn't have the reach but has a better aperture and a better sensor. So yeah, it's so many trade-offs. I got to get my ass back into this webinar in about 10 minutes. Go on for another 2.5 hours.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, I'm doing something new for a living, and I'm going through this whole acclimation, drink the Kool-Aid program. Be a couple weeks of this. During the lockdowns, I had a little taste of what it's like to work from home. I finally got one of those jobs everyone talks about.
Just having another look at this Canigou observation. Got a few screenshots here.
Yeah, man, I've been meaning for like the past 3 years to dig into those better and to represent them here during our discussion.
Yeah, check this out. Isn't that crazy that you can see you can see the water, you can see the sun, no sign of the mountain whatsoever. And that's what it's like most days. And then on just a few days a year, it takes this particular path, and then look at that, a few hours later, we can see the mountain. And then
That's
I put it through
awesome.
I put it through Omni Calculator just now. All right, so we have apparently it's taken from some observation point that's some church that's 1,000 feet elevation. Then we have 175-mile distance. All right, so the horizon should be at 38.7 miles. And the object obscured height is 12,381 feet. Now, if I go onto Google and I check the height of Mount Canigou, we have 9,137 feet.
Oh.
All right, so let me check.
I guess conditions on that particular day each year provide just the right amount of refraction.
Well, similar to the picture
every year
of Chicago.
Every year, yep, same day.
All right, so we got 12,381 minus the height of Canigou, 9,137. Let me check that. 9,137. So 3,244 foot. The mountain should be hidden or should be blocked. It should be 3,244 foot below the horizon, the tip of the mountain.
Dang, man, if it's refraction, where is that refraction happening? Is it happening close to the observer? Nah, it can't be. Is it happening close to the mountain? No, it can't be. It has to be across the water somehow. What on earth would be doing that?
Well, I can just reverse engineer the refraction coefficient in Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator right now. Let's check what the refraction coefficient was on that day.
That's clever.
It's also the refracted sun causing the refracted silhouette.
Yeah, that's right. The sun has already set, DJ.
Oh shit, I forgot the sun's already set. Does that mean this? Shit, that's crazy. All right.
That's astronomical and terrestrial refraction in one.
Yeah. All right, observer height 1,000 foot. Target distance 175 miles. Target size. Oh, I can put in this target size. All right, target size is 9137. All right, so it's saying the tip of Mount Canigou should be hidden by 12,391 foot. All right, now we have to start sliding up the refraction slider. Uh-oh, it's running out. It's running out of slide space. Uh-oh, still 1,000 foot to go. Whoop. All right, we have a refraction coefficient of 0.95.
Wow.
I'll post the screenshot.
So K of 1.0 is infinite. It's flat. K coefficient.
Yeah, like so 0.95 is basically the same thing. All right, there we go. All right, there's the screenshot.
And now the latest research says that a K of negative 0.03 is normal. All right, I need to head back into my webinar. I'll be monitoring.
All right, catch you later. All right, so now I've gone to ChatGPT and I said, if we have an observation that requires a refraction coefficient of 0.954 to make it work on a globe, what would the radius have to be? All right, so the Earth would have to be 22 times larger. All right, so I just typed in, is this type of refraction along with no apparent distortion possible on a globe? And AI has said, short answer, no, not realistic. On the globe model, a refraction coefficient as high as k equals 0.95 with no visible distortion is physically inconsistent with how real air behaves. Okay, what k equals 0.95 really means, a refraction value that high means light is bending almost as much as it possibly can. The Earth is being made to act almost flat. Rays are being forced to curve strongly along the surface. This is not quote-unquote normal refraction. It implies extreme atmospheric conditions. What conditions would be required to get anywhere near a 0.95 refraction coefficient? You would need a very strong temperature inversion, very sharp density layers, highly stratified air, near ducting conditions, in other words, mirage conditions, in the same environment that causes looming, stretching, inversion, smearing, duplicated images, wavy horizons. What always comes with extreme refraction in real optics and meteorology, strong refraction is never clean. Strong refraction is never clean. It always produces visible artifacts, warping, compression, vertical stretching, blurring, broken horizons, shimmering, banding. You cannot have extreme bending plus perfect clarity. Those two things do not coexist in nature. Why clean extreme refraction is a problem. If someone says the observation needs k equals 0.95, but the image looks normal, then one of the two things is true. Either the refraction value is wrong, or the globe geometry is being forced to fit. Because in reality, if refraction were that strong, the scene would look obviously distorted. Look at real superior mirages or ducting events when the refraction is strong. Buildings stretch, ships float, horizons bend, images duplicate, everything looks strange. That's what strong bending looks like. If you don't get a crisp, natural-looking view. All right, so what this means for globe explanations. When a globe explanation requires k equals 0.95, with clean visuals, no warping, no mirage artifacts, it's no longer describing real optics. It's mathematical patching. So it says the bottom line is that on a globe, extreme refraction without distortion is not physically realistic. K equals 0.95 would require mirage conditions. Mirage conditions always distort images. So that combination is not something you actually observe in nature. It only exists on paper to save the geometry. So there you go. Yeah, that's a real globe killer, the Canigou.
How are you, my friend?
What's up in us?
Thank you. What you doing?
Not much, man. We've debunked the globe, and now we're having a moment of silence.
Where are you? You're David.
Everybody in here is from Sweden.
Okay, very nice. You have anything? Do you want to talk about anything? Where are you from? I think nobody.
Alex, no one said the moon's not real.
I am back. How are you?
Very good.
Yes, I am very happy to talk with you.
Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
It's my lucky day.
Yes. I think is finish your meeting.
Has anyone spoken to Alex? Welcome, Alex. How you doing? Okay. Thank you, Alex. You know, Alex, it's way more efficient for you to just go ahead and open your mic and speak in the VC. I find this interesting a lot of times where people don't want to speak. And this is an English hub. I thought most people are supposed to practice their English. If you're a native English speaker, it's a great opportunity for you to just converse with us in a more efficient way. So, come on, man. Give it a shot. Certainly, Alex, you're not somebody that we've already spoken to 1,000 times, right? And you just don't want us to hear your voice. Certainly, you're not here just to waste time in the side chat, right? Well, perhaps you should be sleeping. I don't know. But either way, yeah, no, NASA never went to the moon. No way to verify that anyway. Plus, the moon would have to be something physical that we could land on. It seems that may not be the case. It may not be a physical object. It's definitely a light. It looks physical, I'll give you that. But it does a lot of funny things that physical objects do not do. So, besides, to get to the moon, you would have to know the distance to the moon. The distance to the moon is predicated on an Earth being a certain size, a sphere of a certain size. Since there's no Earth curve, there is no distance because the Earth is not a sphere. If it was, it'd be curving. So, any idea about NASA going to the moon during the Cold War, blah, blah, blah. The official narrative, the gaslighting that you received from the media, it's totally impossible. And by the way, we're not making a baseless assertion that the Earth is flat. We've measured it. So this is not a contentious point. Everyone who uses and measures the Earth, they measure it flat and use it flat and reference it flat. There is no curve that we can detect or measure. So it's over. No globe. Never was. If you believe in Santa Claus and it was like easy enough for you to let Santa Claus go, when you were 5, 6, 7 years old, when you sort of figured it out, well, now you're in your teens, maybe, right? Because you still live with your folks, or maybe in your 20s. So it's like Santa Claus. It never existed. It's okay. then you can move on with life. You can grow up and learn the truth. It'll be great. That's a good point, Alex. So in the scientific community, you can't make claims without evidence. So to claim that the Earth is a ball, number one, is not a scientific claim. It's a geometrical claim. I hope you realize that. Number two, there is no evidence for the Earth being a sphere whatsoever, unless you can provide scientific evidence of it, in which I would be happy to hear. Please provide any scientific evidence you would have for the Earth being a sphere of a radius 3959. Oh, okay. So then scientific evidence, right? What scientific evidence are you bringing to the table for what? There's no satellites. I need evidence for the satellites. And for the satellites, I need a sphere Earth. Do you have that? Yeah, nobody landed on the moon. The Earth would need to be a sphere for the landing on the moon, because you'd need to know the distance, right? Where do you think the distance came from? You do realize that all these distances and geometric claims, even about the stars themselves and the moon and the sun, they're all based on an Earth sphere. So where's the evidence for the Earth sphere? There's no evidence that anybody ever landed on a moon. You have the positive claim. You carry the burden of proof. Please don't tell me your only proof is pictures and videos. And trust me, bro, from NASA. I got pictures and videos of Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying?
And says who, if you were to make a program to go to the moon, wouldn't you need to know the exact weight of the Earth, the exact weight of the moon, the exact distance to do all that?
Yeah, you really would. It'd have to be dead on. Because if anything is off just a little bit, well, then your little lander may have a problem getting to the moon or getting back. Then you're lost in space. Whatever that is.
Danger.
And if you did make
danger.
Yeah. And if you did make the trip, you'd have all that telemetry data. Now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and one of the telemetry data should be the amount of radiation that goes inside the capsule.
Ah, yes. Through those Van Allen radiation belts, I hear they're pretty treacherous.
And only recently they found out that when you pass radiation through an aluminum skin body like a capsule, the radiation inside gets worse.
Oh, it amplifies it, huh? Great.
Yeah.
I wonder if they, I wonder what they were going to do to cover their rear ends with this Artemis thing and the radiation belts. Were they hoping that we would forget, or are they telling us that they have some kind of fail-safe or some sort of mitigation for that?
Yeah, they got some new magic shielding now.
All right.
Really good science.
They found a hole.
They found the what?
They found a hole.
Found a hole. Yeah.
Yeah, a hole.
A hole through the radiation belt. Yeah. Hello, Anas. Are you back? Can you speak in the VC? Or do you have a lot of background noise? I heard some kids earlier. I don't know if it's too noisy, but whatever. It's okay, Alex. The Earth was never a globe. Nobody went to the moon. Gravity doesn't exist. Space is fake. Your senses weren't lying to you. You should be happy. I figured most people would be pretty happy. Okay, Alex, I don't think you're getting it. I have pictures and videos from a lot of different sources of Santa Claus. Surely that is not your evidence. You're going to have to do better. They track him. Crazy. And he left Christmas presents under my tree, so that Santa Claus exists because he leaves stuff behind, Yeah, Alex, you're going to have to stop coping in the side chat. If you're worried about waking your folks up and you getting a spanking, you probably should just go to bed, come back when your folks are not sleeping. Okay? Hello, Anas. We've greeted you, bro, like multiple times. We're happy to speak to you in the VC.
Yes, how are you?
Good. We're talking about the Earth being flat.
Yes, I have a lot of noises here because I am staying at home with my kids.
I gotcha. Well, go ahead and speak, and then when you're not speaking, you can go on mute, so it's not too terrible. But did you know that you live on a flat Earth?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can understand what do you what
What's that? I didn't get your question fully. I know it gets tiresome, but I really like the Santa Claus analogy with most of this stuff. I can do all of the moon landing and match it up with Santa Claus perfectly.
Yes.
Right on. Chicken, you got the cat profile picture. That's usually always exciting for us. There's something about that cat PFP. Oh, more cats. Oh, no, that wasn't a cat. It was like a prairie dog.
It was a capybara. Capybara.
Capybara, okay. Chicken, did you know that the vacuum of outer space is fake?
Kazoo.
Exactly.
Yeah, you.
So, I'll tell you who. The second law of thermodynamics. And Zach chickened out. So, Chicken, how do you feel about there being no vacuum of outer space? How do you feel about the Earth being flat? And today's topic, I believe, is the moon landing or gravity? Is it gravity? Yeah. No gravity whatsoever. Jarita, welcome. If you've got a mic that works. I find that this channel has a lot of lurkers. Maybe you guys aren't real confident in your English. That's okay. We can work with a lot. We can usually figure out what it is that you're trying to say. But please practice your English. Have a conversation with us. Azurita, can you at least say hello? Or maybe even ask a question in the side chat, although I don't love that. Welcome to all the newcomers. Space is fake and gravity doesn't exist. Change my mind. I feel like some of y'all don't get the purpose of Discord. You know, like if you just want to listen, we have a YouTube channel. You can use that. I mean, I really don't have a problem with you listening here. That's fine. But I figured maybe you'd want to engage since you got the microphone, you know, and a connection to the old-fashioned internet with other people. They can speak to you. You know, when I was a kid, we had to use a ham radio to do this kind of stuff. Now we don't have to have a ham radio. You can talk to people halfway across the world with an internet connection. No license required. Don't have to know Morse code. All right, I'll shut up.
Welcome. لا ده بتيت.
What about gravity, guys? What about gravity? What about it? So is it gravity little g or big G? I see it's a little g, so which one is that one? What about little g gravity? What's that? Anybody knows? Little g gravity versus big G gravity? Is there a difference? I guess not.
Hey, Jedi, are you there?
Yeah, if I could mute my fucking self, I'd have been here quicker.
So I'm just watching this YouTube video by Plain Truth. Do you know who the Plain Truth is?
Yeah.
Yes. So there's an Australian guy on there called Plain Reality, and he does like observations. These guys all do observations, basically. Anyway, so yeah, I'll take some screenshots. Okay, so here's the first screenshot. All right, so this is what he's suggesting. All right, so can you see that image?
Yep.
All right. All right, see how you can see the little top bit of the mast popping over the horizon? And if you zoom in a bit on the image, you'll see...
Oh, okay.
See a little, yeah.
Where the arrow
you'll see a little mast, where the arrow is, and it's the same amount above the horizon. What he's suggesting is that, let's say...
perspective.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what he's getting at here, because it doesn't make sense to me, but it kind of does at the same time. So he's saying if there's someone at this point of view, let's say this observer is 10 miles away from that horizon, and there's another observer 20 miles away from him looking back at this ship.
Okay,
he'll see this ship's top little section of the mast popping out over the horizon, and we'll see their ship's little bit of the mast popping over the horizon.
Yeah.
And
So
and this has it kind of seems like there's a hump, but the hump isn't real. It's just ramping.
Yeah.
So he's saying that if this ship was to sail out to the horizon as it's at 10 miles, you would see the whole ship, and as it goes beyond and say it's 20 miles away, you'll just see that little last bit, and it's just purely a product of perspective. What do you think? What do you guys think about that?
I don't think it's hard to say that it's purely a product of perspective, right? Because I'm presuming this fantastic atmospheric conditions, right? So all things being equal, I understand what you're saying about the ramping up thing. I can see what he's saying about that you would only see the top part of the mast after about 20 miles if like you're 10 miles. I'm at the moment I'm in agreement.
Yeah, so this is what he's saying is that the ramping up is only due to altitude, and that's completely dependent on altitude. Because if you go down to ground level, there's no ramping at all. Everything that you see in the distance is just it's right there, bigger or smaller depending on how far away it is. But this grid of perspective is only due to altitude. So the higher you go up, you're right. The lower it is, the more compression you'll have, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's saying that the horizon is just a product of altitude, basically. It just doesn't exist unless you go up in altitude, and then what makes it apparent is refraction, basically. So that's what makes the distance change. And he goes over a bunch of different observations where he actually has his friend go out with a boat, and he recreates this exact situation with his friend on his boat, and he's on one side, and his friend's filming from the boat, and he goes over it all. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it looks it, man, for sure.
Yeah, I'll post the full video in the side chat if anyone wants to check it out.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
But yeah, I started watching some of this guy's videos today. He has like Pablo's dog and BLSMB 69 and all sorts of people in his streams.
Oh, the original, the Black Swan guy, BS7.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Basically, it's a bunch of refraction nerds talking about observations and mirages for hours.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Jimmy, I always get it wrong. BMLSB.
Because it sounds like the Black Lives Matter, but it's not Black Lives Matter. BML.
Ah.
That's how I remember.
Yeah. I'll try to use that analogy.
In the beginning.
So here's another screenshot. Right, as the boats, just say there was a boat coming from 20 miles away, and this one's going towards it at that 10-mile mark where the horizon is, hypothetically, in this situation, then all of a sudden the boats will be at the same visibility once they both get to that 10-mile mark. And someone in the distance looking back at this boat will see it starting to appear mast first, and then the observer will also see that. And it's rather than a byproduct of Earth curvature, it's just a byproduct of perspective ramping.
Yeah. I like that second image. I get it.
I just don't see how the first person's, right, let's say it's just the first observer, right? This observer looking out at this scene. Right, like the ground's ramping up. I don't see why would it start ramping down once it goes past the horizon? I think that's just the vanishing point, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, so it still doesn't quite make sense to me. I'm not sure I totally agree with it. His logic. It's because this is two people's personal perspectives. And you can't like include the second person's perspective into your perspective because
that's impossible.
Yeah. Personally, I think that the only reason something disappears bottom up is maybe a tiny bit to do with perspective compression, as we go over quite often, but usually it's ocean swells or like inferior mirage or sinking refraction. I think if that's not present, then it doesn't happen. The boat will just kind of get smaller and smaller and smaller until it just fades off and gets cut off by the clarity of the air over distance. So yeah, it's an interesting point that this guy brought up, but I'm not sure I agree with it.
Not 100%, no.
Because he's kind of suggesting there's like a hump or like a hump of perspective in a way, and that once you get past the vanishing point, it starts going away from you, because that's what someone else would be seeing if they were looking back at you from double the distance away. But yeah, it's kind of confusing.
There was a guy in here the other day. I didn't catch his name, but he seemed to be well versed in like long distance observations and whatever. Can't remember his bloody name.
It was Lanolin.
Lanolin. Yeah, straight away. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I was listening to him for a while. He seemed really like up with.
Yeah. He knows a bunch about it. And he basically decided to just focus. He thought Flat Earth's awesome, but there's so much to it. I need to pick I'm going to pick two different areas of the argument and just devote all of my attention to those. So he devoted his attention to film techniques, right? How to fake things, basically, to debunk NASA footage using what techniques did they have and that kind of thing that they would be able to fake it with, stop motion animation and everything that goes along with that, and optics, refraction, optics of light, basically. So that's his two areas of expertise in Flat Earth.
Where did he come from? I've never before or heard of him before. Is he new?
Yeah, so he's popped up in a bunch of servers, but he's from Alaska, and for years he's been setting up this expensive and pretty extensive laser test over a lake that he lives near. That's a frozen lake, basically, and it took him a bunch of years to get the right conditions and to get all the equipment. It cost him about $40,000 or something like that. And he made a documentary called The Abomination of Desolation, where he does the laser test. So he's got the side view of the laser test and the weather stations. He does a laser test over about 6 miles. And he gets like a 8K image of the side view using a $5,000 camera setup that has a lens that doesn't show any distortion of the image. Yeah, so he's got a great side view, and he used weather stations and all that kind of thing. And he's showing that the laser is not curving around a globe, because when you take the 8K image and you squish it horizontally, it doesn't bend downwards. It's not bending like it's not convex, and it's actually got a slight little bit of upward refraction, which even further debunks the globe claim that the laser would have to be perfectly bending along with this curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so that's where he came from. So he's got a YouTube channel where he's got a series of NASA debunking videos, which is apparently really good. I haven't seen it yet, and he's got the a bunch of videos dedicated to like laser tests and stuff like that.
His name is Lanolin, right?
Lanolin, yeah. His name's Caleb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite interesting listening to him the other day for sure.
Yeah. I watched his he went on a different Discord server. He had about a 6-hour conversation, which was super interesting. He went over all this stuff. So I tracked him down, sent him a DM, and got him to join my server, and sent him a link to this place. And yeah, so he pops in if you see him in the VC. Sometimes he's in the VC in my server, and then sometimes he pops in here now as well, apparently. So that's good. So yeah, good dude to have around. He knows a lot about optics and that kind of thing. So
yeah, it seems like it.
Hello there.
So Sid.
don't know how many people saw it, but I posted like a picture I took of a garbage truck. If anybody wants to look at it, it's pretty funny.
Needs red spray paint. What planet?
Yeah, it's funny. I had another truck that drove by me that said something about Earth being a planet too, or something. I was like, well, let me get a chance to get a picture of that one.
Hey. What's up, dude? If you have any questions on the topic of the room, go ahead and ask. If you know the Earth is a sphere, you can go ahead and present how you know it's a sphere.
Hey, is anyone here?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
Good?
You have a question about the topic of the room, or do you have evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, to be honest with you, I was just trying to listen to some conversations, but since no one is talking, wait, at the beginning, like, are you flat earther or a round earther? What, which type are you?
The Earth is flat. It's measured that way. You experience it that way, and key people practically use the Earth as flat. Like airplanes, they increase altitude and then they level off and they fly level above the surface of the Earth for hours. And they do not account for the curvature of the Earth by dipping the nose down. They keep the nose up slightly by 3 degrees. That way they can have,
But
pressure
like,
from the air.
to be honest, like, the majority or the bulk of evidence is like against your point of view, if you can say so. Like there is much more evidence that the Earth is round than it is flat. Well, to be honest with you, like from my point of view, I really don't care that much. But I'm of the opinion that, like, why would someone would lie about this?
Okay, well, if you want to ask why someone would lie, you should establish first whether or not there is a lie. Because you could claim somebody's lying and then try to assert that the lie is true when there is no lie by saying, why would they lie? As if they did lie, and now somebody needs to defend that. Anyway.
No, what I'm saying, like, for example, you said that the Earth is flat, okay? Let's take that as a starting point. Now, the majority or like the mainstream science say that the Earth is round or spherical shape at least. Now, if you are correct, they are lying, right?
Or they're just believing and they're repeating what they've been told, and they have not verified. You don't have to necessarily say something and be lying.
Well, you could be wrong. You could simply be wrong, right?
Yes, but like, how many people can be wrong about something that's like very easily
like slavery?
No, I'm not saying like. For example, slavery. Yes, slavery.
What about
was
a
wrong.
president? What about a president?
I'm saying like. No, I'm saying like, how can
was the majority
so
wrong
many
about
people,
a president?
No, let me speak.
Can
No,
a majority be wrong? Can a majority be wrong? That's the question.
Yes, can be wrong about things that concern
just
opinions.
not this thing, though. Just not this thing.
No, I'm not arguing against you. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. So
I hear you. Yeah, you're saying they can't be. The majority can be wrong in some instances, but not about this.
I'm just saying, like, how can so many people be wrong about something so easily verifiable? For example, like, let's say just the sky. The color of the sky is blue.
Because they grew up in a system that told them, hey, we're going to give you all the right answers. You just need to remember them. And then when the test time comes, you need to regurgitate the answer we gave you.
Hey, he said the globe Earth is so easy to prove. It's like the sky is blue. That's how obvious it is that it's a ball, is what he said.
No, I'm not saying that necessarily, but I'm saying like something that's easily verifiable. For example,
right, like easily verifiable, like the sky is blue.
Yes.
You can hold up a blue card and say, "Yep, it matches the sky."
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like he said, like they are indoctrinated to believe that the Earth is flat.
To the point, right? If you have all of this evidence that proves that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
What is the best one that proves the Earth's a sphere? Let's just get to the evidence. What with the why would they lie on
No.
that?
As I said, like I don't have any evidence for either point. Okay, I'm just trying to have a conversation. Okay?
And you believe these people have answers. You believe there's curvature to the surface of the Earth and that the Earth's not flat.
Yes, that is true. But on the flip point, if you say that Earth is flat, I have to believe you. So just believe them or believe you.
What you would do is then ask me, how do I know it's flat? Since I'm saying I know it's flat, I'm not saying I believe it's flat. I think it's flat. I'm pretty sure it's flat. I know it's flat, just like I know how tall I am. I know my shoe size. I know what size shirt I prefer to wear, right? I don't have to
The
guess.
same thing. The people that say the Earth is sphere, they say the same thing. They say, "Ask me for evidence," and they have evidence. Just like you have evidence, they have evidence. Like you have opinions, they have opinions. It's like you don't have any.
Where are they? We haven't spoken to anybody that has evidence. Nobody's coming with any evidence.
Yeah, direct them our way.
Okay. As I said, like I don't have any evidence. I'm just trying to have a conversation. So don't take me as a.
With you too.
Yeah, you're just like everyone
Remember
else.
how you
don't
said it
have
was
evidence.
easily verifiable? You said it's so easy to verify. Anybody can do it. Can you help us do it then?
Listen,
Yeah, help us.
I am a layman. Okay, I am not a scholar in any sense. I am
You don't
a
need
layman.
to be a scholar to measure the Earth.
Yeah,
Wait, you think the scholars have
actually to be a
evidence?
Dude, you don't need to be a scholar to be a construction worker. What's wrong with you?
Wait, but he's double speaking because he said earlier anyone can prove it's a globe easily, and now he's saying no, I'm just a regular guy, I cannot do it. But when you say anyone,
No, what I am saying, when you have to prove something, you need to have at least some degree of science or like knowledge about that thing. Okay, for example, you have dedicated your time to proving that the Earth is flat. You have some degree of knowledge that I don't have. Okay. For example, he's a construction worker. I don't know how to be construction worker. A construction worker had to go through some sort of training to be a construction worker. Okay, this is what I'm saying. But I mean, I am a layman. Okay, I don't know. I'm not a physician. I'm not a mathematician. Okay, so
Here's the training. Okay. Now they say that the Earth has a specific radius value, right? 3,959 miles, right? You can now ask the internet, hey, where would the horizon be? Or what equation can I use to calculate the distance to the horizon to the Earth? It's going to say 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. Now you can take this equation, you can go to the water, large body of water, a large lake, you can go to the ocean with the peninsula or whatever, right? Huge river, doesn't matter. Water is being pulled to the center of the Earth because gravity's pulling it to the center, so the surface of that water is going to be, conforming to the shape of the Earth perfectly, right? So that would be the best place to find the curvature of the Earth. Now you get 1 foot above the water and you look out across the water, the horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles. Okay? Because distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, right? The horizon should be at that mile mark. If you're looking and you see the horizon beyond a known object's distance, right? Like let's say there's a water tower or something in the distance, right? It's 5 miles away. Okay, you see the horizon between you and that water tower. That means the horizon is less than 5 miles away. If the horizon is beyond the water tower, it's greater than 5 miles away. Okay, so now you're using the object to know the distance. You're using the horizon as your sphere edge, right? The things are disappearing because the sphere is now getting in the way of the object. Okay, like sunsets and boats sailing away, they disappear bottom up. Okay, now find something in the distance, known distance. Where's the horizon? Does it conform to the math? If the horizon is greater than the 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, then you're not looking at the sphere edge that they're claiming exists. You're not looking at the curvature of the Earth that they claim exists. You're not looking at a geometric horizon. You're looking at an apparent horizon. Okay? Now, You can also notice that the horizon is going to change distance, because if you sit there at the same spot and you watch, the horizon will change distance, right? So if that's the case, then that means that the Earth is expanding and contracting in size. The radius value is increasing and decreasing. But you don't feel the Earth move, so that's not logically not the case. So now your best conclusion is that you're looking over a flat surface and that the horizon is not due to the shape of the ground, due to some other reason. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm with you so far. Like I understood the bulk of that.
You understood the bulk. Is there something you didn't understand that I need to clarify?
No. Well, okay, wait. Listen, I'm not here to try to disprove you.
I'm not taking this
I'm just
as you
trying to
trying
have a
to disprove me. You said you're the layman. You don't have the information. I'm trying
Sharing
to give
information with you.
and I'm
Yes, I
making
know.
sure that you
Listen.
understand. That's it.
Why do you think? Why do you think that? Why do you think he's trying to be combative with you? He's not trying to be combative. He's just sharing information with you.
I'm not here to advocate for either. Okay? I'm
Who
just trying to see.
cares? We don't care. Okay, at this point, we don't care. We're just hoping that you're absorbing the information and acknowledging what's being said.
I am.
Okay,
I am.
great.
But the question I was trying to ask at first is the motive. Okay?
Motive is unnecessary.
Because it's fun. It's fun for them. It's fun for them to lie. Yeah, they like doing it. It's like having a party. That's the motive. They like having a good time. Now, what? Now we can move on. Now you have a motive.
Yeah. So the reason we're saying, so the reason we're saying the Earth's flat is because we've taken this equation, we've taken the geometry that they claim the Earth has, and we've tested it in the real world. When we get at 1 foot observation height, we see 10 miles or more away. With trigonometry, you know, the height above the surface, and you see the horizon off in the distance at a set distance, right? At 10 miles away, 1 foot observation height, the radius value is 264,000 miles. And they're claiming it's 3,959 miles. That's so much greater than what they're claiming. At 3.5 foot observation height, with the distance to the horizon greater than 11.2 miles, that radius value is 94,000 miles. Okay? Observable reality is not showing us a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It's giving us all kinds of numbers.
As I said, like you seem much more knowledgeable about the subject than me. So I'm just trying to ask some questions. Now you gave me a lot to think about.
No,
so
now you have the information necessary to be able to see if this is true or not, right?
Yes, like I said,
now
like you gave me
you're
something
up to
think about.
speed. So
Yes, I will definitely
now
think
you
about
share
it.
that knowledge.
No, I'm not trying to say I'm necessarily convinced this or that, but you gave me something to think about. So I'm definitely going to think about it. Yes, okay. Like, do you want me to just follow, or you want me to think about it?
Think about it. Go make your own observation.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you gave me something to think about. I will definitely think about it. And if I ever meet someone claiming that the Earth is sphere with some evidence, I will definitely pose this question and hear their answer. Okay? I'm not here, as I said first, I'm not here to advocate for either opinion. I'm just trying to hear you. Okay?
I guess it's not that easy then. Guess it's not like the sky is blue.
No, you are taking my example out of context. I'm not saying that it is as provable as the sky is blue. I did not say that. Now, Jim, you seem to be like the main one talking. I have some questions. And again, I will preface this by saying that I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to, address the issue at hand. Okay? So please take the question as just a question, okay? It's not leveled against you.
That's fine. Ask the question.
So, And this is like a fair question. Like you cannot say this is not a fair question. So, for example, if I look at the moon, it's very spherical to me. Now, other planets also, when you look from a telescope, like you don't have to look at the TV, like you can buy your own telescope and look at other planets, like you can see Mars, Jupiter, and any other planets. They are very spherical. So, why is it that Earth is flat but the other planets are very spherical? So, that's my question. If you have any answer, if you don't, I mean, I have no problem with that.
The lights in the sky look exactly the way that they do. I've never been to them. I don't know their size. I don't know what they're made of. No one knows what they're made of. No one has been to them. Okay? I'm in an
Yes, but
area
they
of
are
low
formed
signal.
by the same.
Am I understood?
Earth is not a planet. It's not in outer space.
Yeah, it's not. You know, it's not round. You haven't proven that you live on a ball yet, and you keep seeing round things in the sky. What makes you think you live on a round thing when the Earth is flat? You can tell it's flat. Just look at water.
No, I'm not saying the Earth like we are beyond Earth now. I'm just saying like the moon is round.
No, yeah,
for my understanding.
Hello. The moon is the sky, right? When you're asking about the Earth, you look below your feet. Now you're asking about what's happening above, the celestials above, and you're trying to say that whatever is happening up there, it means that the Earth, it's like one of those things. But that's a logical. That's a fallacy.
It's not fallacy necessarily. I'm just trying to say that they are like they were created by the same rules.
I'll tell you why it's different. I'll tell you why the Earth's different. Because its surface doesn't have curvature. That's why it's different.
No,
Hey, that's what I
that's not
said.
an argument. That's not an argument. Like you can't say Earth is flat because it doesn't.
Did you or did you not just ask and wonder why? Did you not ask us why the things in the sky are different to the Earth? Why Earth is the exception? I just told you why it's the exception. I just told you why.
But like, why only Earth? Why not? We don't have like flat planets and spherical planets. Why only Earth is different?
It's not a planet. Earth is not a planet.
No problem.
Hey, just pull the Band-Aid
I have
off
no
for him.
problem.
Because he's just going to
Listen,
sit
I
here
have no
and
problem with
wander.
you saying I don't know.
Dude, slow down. He needs to have the Band-Aid pulled off because he's just going to keep thinking he lives on a ball floating in outer space or a disc floating in outer space. And you don't, dude. Space is fake, so you don't have to worry about Earth being one of those things floating around. We are on the bottom. We are Earth. It's flat. We look up and we see things in the sky, and that's it. Nobody's ever been to any of those things. It's all stories. Stories on TV and movies.
But how is space fake? Like I can look up the sky and see.
Yeah, you can't have the vacuum next to an air pressure like Earth.
Space wasn't discovered. It was invented, made up in books, fantasy. It was not. No man has discovered space. So the space idea goes contrary to what we actually know of the physical and natural world. The sky up there, that medium up there, is not a contradiction of the natural laws that we have here, right? Because he told you that the pressure that we have here, so it cannot be that vacuum that you're thinking it is. Because we have pressure here. Go ahead, my bad.
Someone said you don't have to worry about spending money to go to the outer space. Now I don't have to worry about it at all.
That's right. You don't have to worry about it at all. Stop saving your money for dumb stuff like that. Throw out your NASA t-shirts. Yeah. Yeah, you heard NASA's been renamed, right? Or reclassified, I should say. You heard about that, right?
Listen, I don't care about NASA. Like, for example, like
I'm just telling you, did you hear about that? Did you hear about that? It was a yes or no question.
About what? About
that
what?
NASA got reclassified in September last year.
Reclassified to what? I did not hear about it now.
Okay, so now they're classified as an intelligence agency. They're not a space agency. They're an intelligence agency now.
So, yes.
Yeah, propaganda. Just a propaganda. They're like the CIA. Yeah. So they just make up stuff. They frame people. They do whatever they need to do to make sure that people believe in them. So You don't have to worry about space anymore. NASA gave up. SpaceX is trying to go public so that they're not responsible for anything. And then that company will be torn apart. So we'll see what's going on, huh?
Listen, you're saying you don't care about NASA, but you're presenting NASA's cartoons as evidence. You're saying the planets, the solar system, the other planets, that those cartoons that you're talking about, that was given to you by these space agencies. But you say you don't care about them, but they're the ones that sold you the religion, and you're trying to ask about it. So you have to care about what they're telling you. If they're the ones that are giving you the
I agree with you. I agree with you. I am presenting NASA's cartoon, as you said, but like my point of view is like I either believe them or believe you, because you have science, they have science. You have
no, they don't have any science, and we have measurements, dude.
Yeah, you don't believe us. You believe water, reality.
Yeah, we measure.
Yeah,
they tell you stories, and there's no science involved in measuring a ball.
We're not asking you to believe us. Jimmy shared with you the information necessary for you to go and see if it's true or not.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I will leave
now
you with
go get NASA's information.
Listen, I will
go check and see if their shit's true.
As I said, like I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm just trying to. I'm curious, okay? I mean, you can
I
say
didn't
like,
say you were trying to disprove me. Holy shit, bro!
No.
Stop being so defensive.
No, I'm not saying you said that. I'm just prefacing by this because, like, in these arguments, it's always like one against the other. Okay, these arguments are always one against the other. I'm not against anything. I'm just trying to gather as much information. So I will leave you with one last question. Like, are you willing to be disproved?
Yeah, that's why we're here. That's the whole reason why we're here. We're asking people to give us their best information as to why the Earth is a sphere moving in the vacuum of outer space, and they don't have any evidence, right? If we say, why is the Earth a sphere? And they say, well, the lights in the sky look like spheres. Have you measured the ground to be curving? No, I haven't measured the ground to be curving. But what about the weather? What about the lights in the sky? Why does the moon eclipse? Why does the sun eclipse? They don't present evidence. They ask questions about ideas. And all we're trying to get them to do initially is to observe the evidence.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
So for like, why is outer space fake? And why was pressure, gas pressure necessary? Well, they're claiming that the Earth is covered in water and gas inside of a vacuum, right? You have essentially high pressure sitting next to low pressure. Actually, not next to, it's inside of low pressure, right? And this high pressure, from your experience, you've always witnessed high pressure release into low pressure when there is no barrier preventing the high pressure to go to the low pressure. As example, a tire will have 38 psi in it, right? Sometimes people put 32, but that's 32 psi greater than the surrounding air around the tire, right? You get a nail in the tire, that high pressure can now leave the contained environment made by the tire and the rim and try to equalize with the lower pressure around it. Okay?
Yeah.
You're breathing. When you breathe in, you expand your chest. You create a low pressure environment inside your chest. That low pressure is less than the air outside your body. Now the high pressure outside fills the available volume inside your lungs. When you breathe out, you compress your chest, which squeezes the lungs, increasing the pressure, and the high pressure inside your chest now flows into the lower outside pressure. You experience this every waking moment. This is entropy, right? The Earth in outer space without a container is the only example that nobody ever questions, right? Do you see why they're saying that, gas pressure disproves the vacuum of outer space? Because
Yeah, I'm with you so far, yeah.
your experience, says that that one claim is false. Right? If you wanted to say there was a container or go for but there is no container around the Earth. There's nothing separating your lungs from the vacuum of outer space, right? They say that the deepest vacuum in outer space, the lowest pressure, calculated, not measured, is 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? 10 to the negative 17 in comparison to 1 psi is 5 quadrillions times lower pressure than 1 psi. Right? And they say that there's 14.7 psi surrounding you right now. So that's 14.7 times 5 quadrillions difference in pressure. And it's not rushing off into the vacuum of outer space.
Okay. I mean, I have to say, like, that was the best argument yet.
Well, it's not really an argument, it's just basic physics.
Yeah, yes. An argument to prove something. I mean, that's what I meant.
Right.
I mean,
well,
something. I meant.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry I haven't, formally introduced myself. I'm Says Who in here, but you mentioned earlier that it's you against us, or NASA's word against our word, and that's not the case. It would be any claim made about reality against reality. That's the ultimate test. So if somebody makes a claim about reality, let's say that the Earth is curving, then we would test the Earth to see if it was curving. In that scenario, who do you think wins? Which evidence is the best, the reality or the claim about the reality?
Well, that's a reality would win.
Right. So in reality, the Earth has no measurable curvature. So reality says that the Earth is not a ball. It's kind of that simple.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want your flat Earth tag now, or do you want to wait? You're flat Earther now.
I have no problem with the tag.
You're flat Earther now. On our other server, we'd make you a flat Earther.
I would like to have them both, a flat and spherical, just in case.
No, you can't. You can't be both. No, it's not a ball. It's not. Can't be a flat ball. Can't be a flat ball.
No, just kidding. Okay, that was interesting. I mean, I was not expecting such an intellectual discussion this late, but that was informative. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for being cordial. You're welcome anytime.
I mean, I will definitely come back to this channel. Is it like a permanent channel?
As far as we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night or good day, wherever you are. Take care.
All right, brother. Take care.
Yeah.
Welcome newcomers to 24/7.
Welcome, Hokoji. Little Bunny, welcome. You guys have any? Oh, I left. Welcome, Little Bunny. Don't think I've seen you in here before. Feel free to ask questions if you have any.
One thing I've been pretty amazed at is just how many foreign countries to America and their citizens have such a deep love and affinity for NASA from America. It's like the propaganda worked crazier than anyone could ever have expected.
Right. And I was watching a comedian who said, oh, like something about a number of things and threw in NASA couldn't even figure out, like the number of this number or something. And, insinuating that they are at a level that, is the bar, right? It's they're above the bar in terms of intelligence. And I was like, why what makes them that? What gives the general public, like you said, even abroad, that impression? Is it simply the feats that they claim to do? They don't look at the math, they don't look at any of that. They just see the feats that are claimed to have been achieved, and then, well, they must be. If they can do that, they've got to be the smartest people, right?
Yeah. And if my government trusts and believes that NASA achieved these feats, then I have no reason to question it myself. So everybody in my country believes NASA's claims are true. They have stated they've got no reason to doubt any of it. It's never been challenged. So why should I challenge it too? Wow, I guess America really did put men on the moon.
We import all of our hard goods and then we export propaganda, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty lame when you think about it, right? And it's really funny. Like, do you guys recall seeing the Longines chronograph interview with Admiral Byrd? So Admiral Byrd was like, yeah, I envision Antarctica to be a great place to set up mass refrigeration warehouses to ship food all over the world, because Antarctica provides one place where you can take advantage of the geology and the natural climate, because it's naturally cold, and you could store food there, and you can use that as a launching pad to send food to everywhere in the world. Like, already thinking about this, like he's wearing a freaking uniform, a Navy Admiral uniform, and he's already talking about this venture. And then it turns out that he actually did found a frozen food packaging company, Birdseye, BYRDSI Foods. You ever see that in a supermarket stores? Birdseye. I think that's Admiral Byrd's
Yes.
Foods.
Is it really?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. So I actually went to school with his great granddaughter. Same last name. I'm not going to dox her.
That's interesting because Birdseye being also the phrase we use for having a view of something that a larger view of something from the sky down instead of across it being on it.
Oh, right.
Got some new people. Welcome, Mick Arena. Welcome, Chris. Blossom, how you guys doing? Any questions, feel free to ask or just chill. It's cool.
Now, this is saying that Bird's Eye is not Admiral Byrd's food. But Admiral Byrd was appointed as the vice president in charge of frozen food products of Arnold Bakers Incorporated. New York Times article, 1953. All right, so we're not too far off, guys. He actually did head up a frozen food products division. Imagine going from like, you're the hero, right? The hero who supposedly successfully navigated to the North Pole and the South Pole. You're like this war hero, wartime admiral. And you get out, and what are you? You're a freaking sales dork for a frozen food product company, for like a mid-level firm in the United States.
Packed with Antarctic ice.
So, you know what else I'm reading? He stored, what the freaking hell? So, the story goes Admiral Byrd took ice cream to Antarctica with him and stashed it into some caves. And 15 years later, a team went and recovered them and found them still frozen and still good.
I have ice cream in my freezer for like 2 months, and that shit goes fucking whack. How is it Antarctica gets colder than my freezer, and the ice cream is still good?
Because your freezer might have fungus in it or bacteria organisms that might survive at those temperatures, but in Antarctica, there's barely any. I don't know, I'm just saying that.
Oh. You know, they say there's like bacteria that live in like the deepest parts of the oceans where there's like, you know, non-experienced levels of heat, right? And these bacteria are surviving. How is it the Antarctica does not have bacteria living in that environment?
I don't know, but there could be a market there, like for, you know, things you can store. You know, so mass produce the stuff, ship it down there, get it stored, right? Have a massive storage facility in Antarctica, and then just keep making it and keep storing it and then keep selling it. They just have that as your hub for your exporting, you know, your export hub. So ship it out from there, order after order, never a lack of supply.
You wouldn't need to power a freezer. It would already remain cold.
Right.
And then you use ether energy to transport all this stuff, you know, like the ships and the airships, and it's all free. Just kidding. I think if you think about it in a different step, maybe he saw that there was going to be a lot of commercial stuff. I don't know, because Joder mentioned that he was part of a shipping company and he did ship ice cream there. So I guess Antarctica, I don't know, it's so weird because maybe he wanted to establish a shipping company that will bring in stuff to Antarctica. He saw the future that they probably have, I don't know, a lot of activity in there. And he thought he might be part of that. I don't know. It is kind of weird. I see why Yoda feels kind of like weird about it.
Well, imagine cracking open a tub of ice cream that was like has a batch number date on it, like from like 10 years ago. Still good, but you've only got a couple of weeks to eat it. Like,
I ain't gonna lie. I think Antarctica is like another area that is like a VIP section of the world that you cannot go to a certain areas. Yes, you can go to this corner here, to this other corner, whatever, or this spot here. Sure.
Yeah, that's why I like asking, hey, if I have 1,000,000 acres of land, right, and I only let you see maybe 10 square miles of that 1,000,000 acres, right? Have you seen all of my ranch or just the part that I let you? And then they're like, well, you could just get a drone and fly it over. All right, I let you fly a drone over my land, the specific path, because you have to tell me what you're doing ahead of time before I approve it. Did you see all of my ranch or just the part that I let you? Was that all of it or just a small portion? Just a small portion.
Xavier.
Dude.
It's funny how our eyes perceive the moon. If you take a picture of the moon with your camera, it suddenly shrinks when it's on the horizon. And then you look at it with your eyes and it looks way bigger. And then you look at your camera and it's way smaller. It's like, wow, what's happening?
No, I realize that like a lot of our phones at this point are color and contrast correcting on the fly. They're even doing some other stuff that we don't necessarily ask them to do, but it's fascinating. You can take a picture of a sunset, and there's just no way really for the lens to capture the vibrancy of it, right? Because you'll take a picture of it, you'll look at the sky, you'll look at your phone or even a print, and it just doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, a lot of phones have AI photo correcting, digital post processing on the fly.
Yeah. I think even some of them are trying to enhance color, and it still doesn't pull it off.
Like that Samsung phone that said, "Oh yeah, we'll give you 100 times zoom. Look at this picture of the moon." Yeah, the phone recognizes you took a picture of the moon and then enhances the photograph with known imagery of the moon to make it look a lot better than it actually is.
Right. I don't want that. But I guess I don't get a choice. I mean, there are some apps out there that don't have any of that processing.
Well, you have to set your camera to RAW so it doesn't do any digital processing on it.
Yeah, I really should look at the settings more. Hello, Joseph.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. You?
Great, man. We're just in here talking about the sky, the earth, mostly the earth, and how it's flat.
Interesting, in fact. Yeah.
Yep. Have you been here before?
Never, I guess.
Okay. So what do you think about the earth being flat?
Well, I don't have any idea about this. Just here to hear some people not talking.
Oh, okay. Well, at the moment, everybody's kind of AFK or, doing other things. So it's just you and me, man. Now, if you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. But
okay, nobody's talking. Oh, that's sad.
No, you can hang out. We can get some cross chatter going. So, like says who? What is one of your favorite flat Earth proofs?
My favorite flat Earth proof probably is the fact that all surveyors, when they survey the Earth just straight up, are always referencing the Earth to be a horizontal plane and measuring all contours against that horizontal plane, and at no point can measure any curvature. That's probably one of my favorite ones. Yeah.
That might be one of my favorites, if not my favorite too. It's true. And the only way they get to a globe is by assuming a specific globe model in order to take their measurements and bend them to.
Yes. And then they get what's called spherical excess, which they circularly reason to be evidence for a globe. But as soon as you take the raw measurements again, the Earth is still flat.
Yeah, they don't actually measure spherical excess. They calculate it.
Yep.
Now, some of the clever ones will claim that they measure spherical excess, but they can't ever validate or substantiate it.
Indeed. Like measuring triangles that don't have 180 degrees internal angles.
Right.
Right. So then they wouldn't be triangles.
But I have a question.
Sure.
Like, do you believe like the Earth is like a coin, and that like if you get to the edges, like kind of like people believed in medieval times that you just like fall off the edge. What happened when you reach the edge then?
No idea.
You what?
You freeze to death before you'll get anywhere near an edge.
Okay, but let's say we had the technology to not freeze to death. What happens when you reach the edge?
Maybe there's no edge.
Then you can't go any further. That's what happens in your hypothetical.
Is this coin floating in space? Or are we in a room?
Oh, whoa, coin. What coin? We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a placement or a shape.
Like a pancake with edges.
No, that's not at all what we would be. Yeah, we're not conceptualizing the Earth as a flat disk in outer space. I mean, that was one of your first questions, and I probably should have answered that right away. But no, we don't actually necessarily have an overall concept of what the Earth might look like. In fact, it's the chances are that whatever the Earth is ultimately shaped as, we couldn't give you a shape to compare it to because we don't know overall. We can't see it from the outside. What we can tell you is that we have both water and gas contained within this system, meaning that there is some kind of limit to where the Earth is. I mean, or you know, where the land may stop, or a border where the water and the air must reach. And so it seems much more plausible or possible that it is a contained system. So there's not going to be falling off of any Earth into another space or void or whatever. We have no idea.
So like my imagination then goes to the Truman Show, that it's kind of like controlled. It's like a studio almost, like everything. It's not the sky. It's there's a roof. Is this?
That's it's a one possibility. Yeah.
And there's nothing beyond the roof. It's like where it's just us on the flat thing with the roof.
Oh no!
I have no idea.
No. They might people describe it as God's realm in script. You know, like in writings, people say God's realm, but who knows? That there will be an unknown.
And like this is all big conspiracy. Space is a conspiracy. It's all like that's what you're saying?
Outer space is an invention by science fiction writers.
So okay, I'll go with you on that. Let's say that's an invention. How would it be disproven that this actually exists?
Because it cannot exist. Because we have laws of nature.
Okay.
The outer space thingy next to a high pressure system, if there was that vacuum of space next to our HAL and to our pressurized system, you and I wouldn't be able to breathe air. There will be no conversation.
So when we look up in the night sky and we see all of this stuff happening in the sky, is it a painting? Is it what is happening in the sky?
Phenomena. We see observable phenomena, right? Luminosities, lumens, the luminaries. We label them with names as the sun, the moon, the wandering stars or the planets, the stars, the radiance, and they move in cycles and operate in cycles like clockwork, and that's what the phenomena that we observe. We observe them moving in cycles and their luminosity. What is the cause of that phenomena that we're observing? That will be an unknown because you cannot scientifically demonstrate cause of the effect.
Okay. I kind of lost you, but okay.
Okay, we observe a phenomena. You look up. You open your eyes. Natural, observable phenomena. The sun moving across the sky. The moon moving across the sky. The planets or the wandering stars moving in cycles across the sky, all together in synchrony, right?
Yeah.
That's what we see. You and I can be in this side of the world, I can see it. You can be on the other side of the world, you can see it too.
Yes.
Okay, that's the observable phenomena. Now, can you scientifically experiment and demonstrate the cause of that, of the effect of all of these phenomena? The answer is no. We can only observe it.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you ask about the luminaries, everybody sees the luminaries. Everybody sees the sun, the moon. That's what we observe. But then different people have different ideas of what's the cause of the effect. Some people say it's God. Other people say it's the effect of the big bad boom after billions and billions of years. Other people say it's your ancestors looking down to you. Other people say it's kings from the past. Some people say it's a gas giant.
So you're agnostic about what we see in the sky. Like, until there is proof beyond doubt, then this could just be a projection. It could be a very sophisticated screen, some sort of maybe we're an alien zoo, like this is a Truman Show.
We want verifiable evidence that is consistent, that doesn't contradict itself, which is unlike anything that we've got currently in prevailing cosmology.
I will take demonstrable evidence of I will take the demonstration of how the mechanisms work, or I will take revelation. Let's say the creator gives you the revelation of how the whole thing works, then you'll have it. But I don't have it. I don't know if anybody in here has the schematics of the heavenly bodies and what is the cause of all of that phenomena. And all the,
or like you said, a scaled demonstration, right? Nobody's able to demonstrate one orbital mass going around another due to gravity.
Okay. But for example, if one of you guys were put on a spaceship and you're flown up to whatever exists up there, that's always like, in my mind, that would be proof beyond beyond doubt, right?
Well, that's a standard of evidence that you haven't reached.
Yeah, like most people know, but
almost nobody's actually right. And what standard of evidence exists now for people that claim to have seen the entire Earth from outer space is limited to about 24 people.
Yeah, but this is going to change. This is it's going to be much more prevalent. There's more stuff happening in space.
I was promised this since 1978 when the defunct airlines Pan Am was trying to sell me tickets to moon hotels.
Right. That's promises
1978.
Like, for example, here's another question. How many people that are flat earthers, which country do most of you guys come from?
Most flat earthers are in Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Why is that?
Good question. I don't know. Maybe they're good free thinkers down there.
Because they had a bunch of
the only place.
I always thought it was Americans.
They had a bunch of field engineers and experts in the field. They did different checks and measurements and tests to test for the curvature of the Earth. And these experts on the field found out that there is no curvature of the Earth. So when people saw the experts in Brazil telling them, "Hey, we tested like 10 different tests, and there is no curvature. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe." So people heard that, and a lot of them, millions of Brazilians, are flat earthers. That between many other reasons.
I always thought it was Americans who were mostly flat earthers.
Well, I think Brazil's the only place where a serious survey has been done about it. So I'm not sure.
That's true.
Go off smaller sample sets in other countries and calculate if you want.
For me,
that's a huge number.
Bro, not for you. You said you thought we're Americans, but Brazilians are Americans. It's South America.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
No, but
yeah.
I'll tell you where I come from. I'll tell you my thought process is that in its core, flat earthers are like it's like a.
Are all of your ancestors? Listen, all of your ancestors and my ancestors, like in the past, all of them were. Listen. Look at all
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm talking about having doubt in the government. So the government has NASA in the U.S. Like it's kind of pushing this images and ideas. And for me, flat earthers are challenging, saying, "Don't listen necessarily to what they're saying. Let's look into all of this, right?"
Yeah, well, that's true, but we're not flat earthers because we're challenging NASA. We're telling you to challenge NASA as a result of having discovered that the Earth is flat, right? So it's not like we begin with NASA is distrusting and is lying. That's not our premise. That's a conclusion.
But that's like what you're asking everybody to accept. Like I've heard stories like
we're presenting the conclusion.
It's all.
I'm a flat earther because I measured the Earth flat.
Don't believe our eyes. All of it was made up. And
yeah, no, listen, I'm a flat earther because I measured it flat and I observed it to be such. The NASA thing comes like years later.
Okay.
Yeah, you could believe the Earth's a globe.
But
Hold on a second.
There is no moon. There is no moon. The moon landing was fake, right? That's an American thing.
Yeah, but you could still think the Earth's a globe and have the moon landing be fake, right? Like that's not a flat Earth proof. That's something interesting to consider. But the majority of people I say that deny the moon landing, right? They still believe the Earth's a globe. Right, flat Earth is about empirically testing over the surface of the Earth and trying to find that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, and it's not there.
That's a great point. You can even disbelieve anything that NASA presents to the public as being true, and still think that you live on a spinning ball in outer space.
Okay, I have another question for you guys. So, because like it's kind of like the conspiracy theories. So what about like aliens? Is that like just
those are Mexicans?
I would like to believe that aliens exist.
Aliens,
what do you guys think about aliens?
Aliens means foreigner. If you're gonna use it in the legal context, like in how it's used,
no. Aliens, like
listen to me.
Yeah.
Hello.
Sorry.
Okay, so aliens mean foreigner.
No.
And then if you're gonna bring it within the fictional sense, you can say beings from other planets. So within the globe context, which is fantasy, as demonstrated, has been falsified as a fantasy. So you can use aliens when you're speaking on the globe, being from other planets. Yeah, that will be in the fantasy sense. That's the definition of the word alien. I mean, you can find what it actually means, and that's what it means.
You're saying it's fictional.
No. It has two meanings: the legal context of a foreigner, someone from another land. That's how it's used. Then there is the fictional use of it.
Okay,
the fictional use of it is being from other planets.
What I'm saying is, like if the world, it's like a Truman Show. This is not real. We don't have outer space.
What do you mean it's not real? It is real.
No, there is no outer space.
Yeah.
There aren't no other planets. This is what there is. So that would also rule out little like other civilization living in a different place coming here or just existing in other places, right?
Extraterrestrial? You're saying that?
Yes, that's what I mean.
If that's the option, so people from other lands, yeah, there could be other lands. There could be other lands that you don't know of, and there might be people there. There will be extra Terrestrials, people from other lands.
Okay, so
Unless you let your imagination run wild. I mean, there are biblical and ancient text accounts from other cultures as well of beings that came down from the sky, and those cultures thought the Earth was flat.
Right. So maybe, like, if I will take my imagination, maybe they're coming from the sea. So that would, if they live under the sea,
Just demons.
then extraterrestrials could be among us.
Yeah, maybe they're demons.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we know that there's no outer space vacuum for spaceships to be flying in, so.
In fact, some cultures perceived or imagined that the lights in the sky that we call stars, right, and even the sun and the moon, were actual beings, entities themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Simba thought that they were like our ancestors from the past, and then the said that it was like gas giants or something, right? They were both looking at the same thing, though. Remember Lion King?
Yeah. Yes, or little fireflies that got stuck on that big black thingy up there.
It's funny because that's how the Greeks described the celestial sphere. Right? And like not a single modern astronomer subscribes to the celestial sphere as something that existed in reality like the Greeks did. I mean, modern interpretations say that the celestial sphere is just a way to conceptualize the position and motions of the stars and planets and sun and moon. And yet the celestial sphere is what was used to create the globe. So the globe is derived from a model of the heavens and remains a mathematical object only. Flat Earth is a lot more mysterious and sophisticated, I think, than many people might believe or want to accept. Sure, it's simple. The Earth measures flat. The terrain and water and everything is level. But that's only a starting point.
CBD 420, man.
Are you okay?
I'm gay.
You're gay?
I didn't ask if you're gay.
Cares,
I mean,
bro?
if you're
Who
gay,
cares, bro?
okay.
Who cares, bro?
Is
Okay,
your
you
dad
guys.
gay?
I got a couple of more questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's say, again, I really like the Truman Show comparison. I know it's hard to define exactly what it is, but let's say it's like the Truman Show, kind of, right? So how would you explain satellites if there is no space around us?
It's a good question.
That's something that we send up, right? If space is fake, how does satellites work?
Yeah. Funny you mentioned that because we not only talk to satellite engineers, but some people in our community used to work in that industry.
And like it's like the whole GPS system. How does that work?
Yeah, we've analyzed that too. This is a very big discussion, a big topic. It requires understanding. It requires understanding some higher mathematics. It requires understanding astronomy.
Is it mass manipulation? Is NASA faking GPS?
No, let me ask you, how do you understand GPS to work?
Basically it's well, I'm no expert, but this is like wherever you are, there's signals coming from the satellites, and it triangulates 2 or 3 satellites to figure out to pinpoint your exact place on this sphere, on the globe, on Earth, right?
Yeah, satellites are passive beacons. Just whatever they are, whatever they're claimed to be, is transmitting messages. Messages include a time and a position of where the satellite is told that it is.
Yeah, but like space is fake. So are satellites not real? Is it also
there's some technology at work. I mean, the outer space vacuum, the Big Bang cosmology is fake and can't be real. Contradicts physics.
Okay, so like we're like a pancake in space, and this thing flying above us is
no. I don't think there's an outer space.
Okay.
In other words, there's nothing underneath a flat Earth except more Earth, as far as we know.
Okay, so the satellites are flying on the ceiling. That's what you're saying.
If they are, then potentially. Now listen, like GPS satellites, they don't inherently, if they're objects that are way up there, high altitude objects, they don't know where they are inherently.
Okay, I'll take that.
They're told where they are from ground stations, and there's a whole network of ground stations around the world. And they upload messages by the backhaul from Schriever Air Force Base in Colorado.
Okay, I'll take that. It's okay. Let's move to the next point. Let's see.
Okay, so I would love to stay on this topic for the next 2 to 3 hours with you, but if you don't want to talk GPS, we can talk about something else.
No. I think it's too interesting to just focus on those things. I want to briefly try to look at different points here. So let's see.
So you don't know anything about GPS satellites.
I told you, like, it's triangulate.
Yeah, you literally know nothing about Yeah, listen, I mean, my neighbor's 10-year-old son knows more about GPS than you do, it sounds like. So we should probably continue on to another topic.
It's worked by satellite. It's worked by satellite.
The main issue is we get people coming in here all the time who think that they know more than they actually do about things. And so we start asking questions and we plumb the depths of their claimed knowledge and find out that it's more superficial than we'd hoped for and that they themselves realized.
Yeah. I just, I don't know anything about aliens. Like, but I brought it up.
If you see, in your country, if you see like a Chinese person and he's not from your country, he is an alien.
Extraterrestrials. I don't know anything about extraterrestrials, but I brought it up because it's interesting that if we rule out outer space, then we also have to rethink extraterrestrials.
Oh, what do you mean rethink? Like, listen, extraterrestrials didn't exist in the common mind until recently.
All right.
Before extraterrestrials, they were freaking trolls under the bridge.
Yeah.
Kidnapping children and doing things to them, just like UFOs are abducting people and doing things to them. It's a new mask for the same phenomenon.
Okay,
could that be entirely psychological? Yes.
Yeah, but the human mind goes to the place where we're not alone. There's civilizations far away.
Are you sure about that?
You see.
So that's the challenge, right?
This guy sounds crazier than a flat earther.
That's just like that's a theory.
Yeah, you sound like you're enamored with science fiction, dude. We are rational empiricists. Okay, we are not conspiracy theorists.
I don't want to focus too much on those things. I just wanted to ask questions.
All right, understand the room you're in. You're not talking to TikTok flat earthers or Twitter flat earthers. We're almost the genesis of the modern flat earth movement that took place. which really got underway during the COVID lockdown years.
Okay, yeah.
We're rational empiricists. We're here to talk about science and all the trappings of it, including physics, engineering, chemistry, and so on.
Okay, I appreciate your time then. I'm sorry to bother you. I thought it was fascinating to hear your point of view.
It is fascinating. It's frustrating talking about freaking aliens and other bullshit.
I'm sorry, man. I appreciate your time.
Hey, but this is the English channel, right, Yoder? So whenever they ask about aliens, giving them some sort of text about what the word actually means is kind of important, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, we all know what he means by that. Not illegal aliens.
So, brother, before you go,
we gotta make the separation. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, we're in the Flat Earth channel. These people may think illegal aliens are real aliens, you know? Who knows?
So, BFMJ,
yeah,
your question about satellites. Let's talk about the claim about what satellites are. So, I'm walking people through the claim of satellites, right? So, what do you think a satellite is?
I'm not the right person to get into technical stuff.
We want to, but we are not native speakers. We have a lot of information, but we can't explain it.
No. I know that. I just want you. Listen. The basic idea of the satellite, right, is some kind of technology, some kind of machinery that is apparently somehow floating or tethered to the Earth, either going around it at a very rapid pace. Sometimes it could be 17,500 miles per hour.
It's worked by Newton's law.
Yeah, okay, right. Newton's law, I get you. Yeah, you think Newton's law of gravity. You think so. So some kind of force or non-force force, unless you want to go with Newton or Einstein, you guys can pick which one you want to. And that particular machinery is suspended through the gravity, the non-force force, and it's going around a ball. Is that what you guys think is going on?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth is not a ball, then what do we do?
Okay.
So if you think that the satellite is going to prove the ball, how about we go ahead and prove the ball first, so the machinery has something to orbit around or hurl around or float nearby? Does that make sense?
I accepted the theory that maybe it's like just if it's like a ceiling and they're flying in circle on the ceiling, then, and maybe, I'm not the expert in this, maybe that could explain it.
Okay, so do you think that it has to be a technology that is tethered by gravity, or could it be a different kind of technology? I'm going to put an image, a small video in the side chat for you. You tell me if you think is a...
No, it's not different. It's not different. We mix them together. It's not different. All technology working by physics law, all this.
Physical laws? Okay, well then I would like to see any physical law having to do with Newton's law of gravity. I would like to see a demonstration in reality, empirically, of this mechanism being...
Feynman said sentence very, very important. I say be human, not smart. Nature is smart. Nature is smart because has a law, and law it's very, very, how I can say it.
So you have a negative view of humans' ability to process information. Thanks. Can we get back on track? Says who's on a good track here?
Elstrom, man.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
So if we have... Blank's just going to go away. Goodbye, Blank. So anyways... if there's another way that we could put technology in the sky and the Earth is flat, do you think those two things could still be possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, okay. So I was going to post one of my favorite images recently that I borrowed from probably Triggering Triangle, but now I can't find it. Does anybody have the balloon GIF?
Balloon GIF?
Yeah, there's a balloon GIF with the satellites.
Oh, the Satelloon? Yeah, I've got some. Hold on.
Satelloons. So I'm going to show you, and this is all very well publicized, that pretty much all of the agencies that you think are using gravity and a sphere Earth to somehow suspend these machines or this technology in the sky, it turns out they're all using balloons, and that there is no machinery hurling around the Earth in space. The space that they're referring to is just the space above your head, and that would not be outer space. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's possible. You know, I'm studying physics right now. I'm studying physics, and right now I'm in the first college. This is my first year in the college, and I study physics. And I'm freshman, not science, but I'm trying to think. I'm trying to speak with people to open my mind.
Okay. So in the side chat, if you can go to the side chat, Yoder's Butthurt Cream there. Awesome name, by the way. Still loving it. He's already posted for you a few examples of the balloon programs that are employed by NASA, Google, you name it. Any of the big names in aerospace, quote unquote, are putting balloons in the air, and they are, the satellites that you're thinking of. Because the idea, even in physics, of objects being tethered to a ball Earth by a non-force force called gravity is, as far as I can tell, physically impossible. It violates the laws of physics, or the laws of nature, I should say. There is no physical mechanism by which this can occur. However, balloons, what we would call buoyancy or relative density, are a very cheap and easy and reliable way to employ this type of technology. And this is the only way that we can actually prove. So it's probably most likely that the satellites you're referring to are these Satelloons.
Okay.
Because the premise behind the other claim requires the Earth to be a ball. And I'll tell you why it requires the Earth to be a ball. Because if you're going to go with Newton, then the Earth must have some kind of mass, although mass is undefined in physics, or it's defined ambiguously. The Earth would have to be a certain mass to achieve what they're claiming. But since the Earth indeed is measurably flat and stationary and not hovering in an ever-expanding vacuum, then the idea of the satellite, or the premise behind the satellite, is false. There are no satellites hurling around a ball Earth.
Okay. Can I ask a different question?
Okay.
I don't want to get anybody angry. I just have questions, and this is a perfect opportunity. I promise it won't be a ridiculous question like the extraterrestrials.
That's fine.
For example, the thing that fascinates me is the theory about like the ice wall, right? On the perimeter.
Science fiction. Next. Check out this GIF I posted of a balloon deployment. Okay, so what I'm showing you in this GIF is the back end of a rocket. This is what NASA claims. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. NASA claims that they deployed this balloon with a rocket launch. The rocket flew up to a very high altitude, and the stage 1 deployment broke off, and stage 2 ejected this concentrated package that they claimed had powdered helium inside. And when the powdered helium interacted with the cosmic rays of the sun and the very upper reaches of the atmosphere, that it instantly turned into gas, broke a spring, and allowed this balloon to deploy to the size of a stadium. That's the video I'm showing you. This is from 1962.
But to answer your question about the ice wall is actually a term used by the United States military back when they did, what was it, Operation Deep Freeze or whatever it was, or High Jump. They had to figure out a way to get over the massive glacier ice shelf of Antarctica. That is a term that comes from the United States military, not anybody here.
So you don't believe that the because I've seen that floating around, like this theory of and the edge has like an ice wall. That's like you don't believe in any of it.
No, listen, I don't think Antarctica is a ring of ice around the outer perimeter of flat Earth.
Okay.
That image, it comes from what is called a map projection of a globe. It has no bearing on flat Earth reality.
Okay.
Yeah, that map that you've seen with the white Antarctica around the outer rim of it, like Yoder said, this is a azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe, right?
Okay.
And the globe.
I'm loving all the answers. I would just move fast forward to the next one because I'm trying to depict different things. So, for example, planes. We got so many planes flying all over.
Yep.
Yeah, would you like to read a paper I wrote on an air data inertial reference unit for the Boeing 777? Basically, I dissected how this component works in order to provide positioning for the plane and tracking. The airplane does not measure the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I'm just
the inertial reference unit in a Boeing 777 has 3 accelerometers and 3 ring laser gyros attached to the body of the airplane. These devices do not measure rotation around a globe.
I want to ask a very, very simple question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
I didn't.
Well, he may have a different question.
I didn't ask it.
He wants you to ask about flight travel.
There's other people listening to this, so whenever someone is saying something, just shut your mouth so we can hear what the other person is saying.
Well, let's let him get his full question out, and then we can.
Yeah, but I was trying to follow what the other guy was saying, and he was jumping in the middle. So that's.
I'm really sorry. I'm new to all of Discord, so you have to
respect each other. We need to respect each other. It's easy. It's easy. It's easy more than this.
Just let me know when I can.
Yeah, what's your question? Go ahead.
Okay, so just like planes are flying all over. And so if it's all flat, so that means that there's how are they going from one side and then coming back from the other side?
The airplanes are designed to work in a flat, motionless plane.
Yeah,
that's the way the airplanes are designed to operate deeply safely.
The pilots are trained to fly flat and level, first off, and to not assume curvature. Secondly, what I was describing for you was a measurement device that's embedded within modern aircraft. Costs over $100,000. This device does not measure rotation around a ball.
So if you're asking about the idea that these planes can take certain routes and end up back where they started, yeah, those are called circles. Circumnavigation, it's in the name, right? So they can go in a circle on a flat plane. It does not require the Earth to be a ball.
Okay, excuse me for simplifying this, but for me to believe this, it's kind of like the world is like a game of Pac-Man, that you go on the one side, you fly to Hawaii, and then you reach Russia. So if the world is flat, there has to be a portal that brings you to Russia.
Unless you just go in big circles.
I think he's mistaking the Mercator map as a flat Earth map or something like that. Yeah.
Oh no.
How does that work? Yeah. How can all these planes? How can
flat Earth isn't a rectangular map, dude?
It's an internal problem for you. It's not an external problem for us. You're imagining a Mercator map, which is your teacher had a whiteboard in the classroom. She pulls down the little, the projector, and then there's a map on it. And then you got America, the Americas on the left, and you have Asia on the right, and now you're imagining that meme that somebody brain fed you, where, how did Japan bomb Pearl Harbor? I guess they went all the way around underneath all of that, right? No, that's not the Earth. A map is a reification fallacy. The Earth, the topography of the land, is not necessarily the map.
Dude, this is funny because when I was in the early 90s in high school, I had a geography teacher who had a map, and it looked like the Gleason's map that he pulled down, and he always had it up behind him. And he actually told the class once he was a flat earther. This is like 1992 or 3. Anyway, carry on.
I would like to know why he thinks he's a flat earther. That would have been cool, man. That's super cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Yep.
What was cool? The Pac-Man theory?
No, I mean, I get Pac-Man theory. And listen, you can hold on to Pac-Man theory if you want. Okay. It's a way to conceptualize things. You're basically describing what's called a looping manifold with a limited boundary, where the boundary repeats after a certain amount of distance that you travel, and you can express that as a radius in a fourth spatial dimension for a flat Earth.
Hey, Joder, wouldn't Pac-Man be like the movement of the sun? It Pac-Man kind of look like yellow, round,
jump, chasing the stars,
eating, jumping, like doing the similar movement. That and the sun kind of you can describe it as doing that Pac-Man stuff, but they thinking that the Earth will have to make sense on the map on the Pac-Man thing. I mean, but that's the Earth is one thing, but the sky and the sun doing that's a different phenomena. That's light phenomena. And you probably can if light phenomena as the Pac-Man game can be pulled off on a screen on a Pac-Man game. What do you think? The creator cannot show you something like that to your eyes? Yeah.
Yeah. There's if you want to Google this, there's something in cosmology called the world universe model, which is built off of a 4 spatial dimensional hypersphere. This is not something flat earthers came up with. Basically, what this geometry would look like. Did you guys ever play the game Descent from the 90s? It was a game where you were basically in a spaceship and you flew inside these mine tunnels. And you could go down, you can go up, you can go to the sides. It was like a big 3D maze, and it was really disorienting for people when it first came out. Cool. So imagine that kind of game engine, but in any direction you go, you end up back where you started eventually. That's the world universe model, WUM, if you want to look it up.
I'll even, my imagination goes crazy. I think I have another way to explain it. Maybe
there's infinite explanations.
Maybe everything is like a simulation, right? That's also a theory. We're all living in a simulation. It
measures flat in the simulation.
So like it's more like the Matrix.
Maybe so, but you know what? The Matrix is flat because it's easier on computational power.
The movie The Matrix.
Guys, my friend, I want to ask about something. Will we have in future GPS for example, to Mars, to Atlas, Mercury, for Y galaxy, for example, to Sun, to all those planes?
Just going to take that.
Will we have in GPS?
What about GPS? So GPS, the globe is constructed at the receiver.
Not just for our Earth or our plane. I'm asking for our to Sun, to all those in our.
Right, so most people don't know this, but the globe is constructed by the receiver for GPS devices. So if you use Garmin, TomTom or you build your own GPS receiver using a Raspberry Pi, the software is taking the radio signals coming from the satellites and converting it to a coordinate reference system that you get to choose or that is chosen by the device manufacturer.
And in future, can we go travel to moon and stay in the moon for 1 week? It's that possible.
Maybe you can. I don't know, dude.
I heard about in US they order for this.
Anyway, so we measure the Earth flat. We've got laser tests. We've got long distance observations. We have high altitude observations in visual spectrum and infrared. We have measurements from the government, measurements from our community. We have measurements from pretty much anybody you can imagine. And you can give us any piece of evidence that you think is proof of the globe, and we'll tell you not only what's wrong with it, but how they used a flat Earth to produce it.
Yeah.
That's my challenge.
Yeah.
Go find any shred of evidence you have for the globe, and I will show you how the globe was constructed out of a flat Earth.
I respect your view, man. I respect your view.
It's not a view, man. The evidence is in writing.
Anything. Don't get me the most complicated paper you think exists because you want to stump the flirt. Bring it in here, and we will show you how your globe proof was derived from a flat Earth reality. Anything.
I want to just ask a question. Why people does believe in these things? Why? So this is how you can prove for them. Normal people, not those who study whole sciences. Just normal people. They didn't believe in this.
What scientists? I mean, there are scientists who are flat earthers, so I don't know what you mean.
I think.
What thing are you talking about? Why do people believe in this thing?
I said why normal people, they didn't believe in those things. They see that's legendary. They didn't believe in those things.
Here's a question answer. Why do people have a religion? Because it's comfortable.
Why people have a religion?
Yeah, a religion. Maybe it's comfortable.
The religion they believe it to the heaven, to ask anything from God. That's
people believe in globes and gravity and outer space without evidence.
Yeah. But I'm asking why. I ask why you believe in gravity and you don't see it. So that's.
I'm trying to answer. I really am. But your microphone sucks.
Maybe I have a problem with my microphone.
You might. I mean, it sounds distant. Like there's a lot of echoing, like a reverb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll tell you why people believe in the globe. Because that's the only story they were ever given growing up. They weren't given an alternative or a choice. That's why.
Oh, that's right. Okay. But
you grew up knowing that the Earth was flat. The teacher said the Earth.
I think how we make these things it's simple.
It doesn't look like it's curving. You said to your teacher, it doesn't look like it's curving. And your teacher said, that's because you're too small and the Earth is too big.
Yeah. I think we need to make those things simple. It's complicated, you know. A normal person, normal people,
It's
they
really
didn't
not
believe it.
complicated. Water's flat. It's not complicated.
It's complicated. No one can understand those things. It's complicated.
No, the surface of water measures flat. Everybody knows it. It's observable, it's measurable, it's repeatable. You knew the earth was flat ever since you were a kid. The only evidence you were ever given that the earth is a ball is they said it was too big to be for you to see the curvature. So you had to believe what the authority was telling you. That's all you've ever known.
So I want to just ask another question. Oh, what's the difference between religion and natural? And it's we can put them together. We can mix them together. Oh, we can.
So religion is believing on something without evidence. That's what a religion is. Having faith without evidence.
But why all people in the world, most of the people, they believe in religion and they didn't believe in those things? Why? It's that's
yeah. It's faith.
You might have to ask them.
Yeah. I see how many people Christian, how many people Muslim, how many people Buddhist, all the Jewish, all those religion.
So
people,
listen, dude. I got a question for you, Emma, okay? When NASA shows you a picture of a globe, okay? Let's see that. Imagine NASA presents a beautiful picture of the beautiful blue marble, the globe, the Earth from outer space. You look at that picture. How do you know that Earth should look like that?
It's by satellite. How can?
The answer is you don't know. You don't know what it should look like.
Yeah, I do know.
Yeah. So the only way that you think that Earth is a globe is because of pictures, and you have nothing to compare it to. You have never seen the globe yourself to know for sure.
And that's why everybody believes it.
I agree with you, but I see what's the benefit for those things if we make all those people believe in those things. We can't.
It's simple and easy. People have a thirst for knowledge, right? Don't you have a thirst for knowledge? Don't you want to know everything that you can possibly know? So when somebody says, here is what we think about the Earth and the universe, and they give you a story, and the story about the beginning of the Earth and the universe and the galaxy, that story's really, really freaking good. And many other people believe it. It gives you comfort. It gives you comfort because you can say, man, I know the same thing that everybody else knows. I'm not weird because I believe everything that everybody else believes. The explanation has been worked out. There's a lot of mathematics. There's a lot of smart people who accept it. Man, okay, this is good enough for me. And then I can go move on to trying to make money to feed my family.
Yeah. But I see what's make people believe in religion, and they didn't say that
gives them the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
Because it gives them the warm and fuzzies. That's why
the warm and fuzzy.
Let me finish my question. I see why people in our world they believe in religion and they didn't see God, they didn't see prophets, they didn't see anything, and they didn't believe in natural. They didn't believe in in all those states. Why?
It's different for every person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the humanity. Why? It's from humanity. You see all the world.
No, each person is an
dude.
individual.
People believe in these things for one reason, okay? The reason is to dispel uneasiness.
Yeah, I think because why it's not easy. If it's easy, the people will understand them and will believe. But it's complicated. It's not easy for all persons.
So about 100 years ago, there was a field of study. It doesn't exist anymore today. The field of study was called catalactics. It had another name, praxeology. And it was the study of why people act, why people do things, because they feel uneasy. And in a catalactic sense, in a praxeological sense, people believe in religions because it dispels uneasiness. People believe in the Zeitgeist, in a Weltanschauung, in a worldview that everybody else accepts to be true because it's easier to function in society when you do this.
I think that another reason of the belief in the religion, they want another life. If you know, if you the Einstein say, if you die, you will die. No another life. But in religion, you have another life, and people they love to have another life. I say when you look like when you look a person who say another life, they in those law, physical law, they didn't say you have another life.
All right, so our community has flat Earth evidence. We're just not speculating or philosophizing about it. We have actual observations and measurements. The funny thing is nobody wants to believe it. We show people and they don't want to accept it, even though it is there for the taking.
I agree with mine. But
one of my favorite pieces of evidence is a laser test. You know how lasers work, right? Lasers is light that's collimated, a focused beam of light, super high intensity, and it goes straight out. So we had a team of engineers go to the Netherlands. They went to Lake IJssel in the Netherlands during the winter. This lake was frozen, and they went to a portion of the lake that was 40 kilometers long. Frozen lake, 40 kilometers. On one side of the lake was the laser, 1.5 meters off the ground. That's it, 1.5 meters. On the other side of the lake, 40 kilometers away, was a target 1.5 meters off the ground. The laser hit the target over the frozen lake, 40 kilometers away. If Earth is a globe, that lake should have been bending. There would have been 90 meters of deviation between the surface of the Earth, if it's a globe, and the laser beam. 90 meters difference. In this case, there was no difference. The laser at 1.5 meters hit the target at 1.5 meters over a 40-kilometer frozen lake. The accuracy and distance is enough to measure if Earth is a globe and the globe failed the test. The same team did the same thing in Hungary. They went to Lake Balaton in Hungary and did the same thing about 5 or 6 times. This same team holds the world record for the longest laser transit measurement of the Earth. They are flat earthers now. What I've been waiting for in all these years I've been searching for curvature is a laser test that measures the curvature of the Earth. One that says, my God, Earth is a globe. And it's never been done. Nobody has ever produced it. Meanwhile, I could probably produce for you maybe 40 to 50 laser tests that have been done all over the Earth that show that Earth is not a globe. And that's kind of scary. And one of them was done by the US government. Actually, 2 of them were done by the US government, funded by the government. One of them in Hawaii and another one outside of Washington, D.C. So where's the curve, guys? The curve only shows up in mathematics and people's conceptions, their brains. It only shows up after people have measured the Earth flat. They then take those measurements and they bend them around a preconceived ball that they picked out and chose from a library of different balls of different sizes. Why are there so many different balls to pick from of the Earth? Because it hasn't actually been measured. So the mathematical term for a globe is a datum, D-A-T-U-M, a datum. A datum is a mathematical model of the Earth. And when people claim to measure the globe, they first pick out one of these datums, and there are hundreds of them. They don't all fit. They don't all agree with each other. And then they go out and they do their measurements from point A to B to C to D. And then they say, well, these measurements were all done on a flat surface, but I know Earth can't be flat. So I'm going to apply these flat Earth measurements to one of these datums that I picked out. Boom. They call that a mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum. They take their measurements and they apply math to curve it. This bullshit's been going on for like 200 years. And this bullshit continues without anybody thinking that there's anything wrong with it. And we're here saying there's a lot wrong with it. You guys are taking perfectly great flat Earth measurements and you're breaking them by bending them around a mathematical ball. So we're over here saying, stop doing that shit because you're breaking the Earth. And they continue on their merry way. They have no problem with it. They have no problem with it because everybody believes Earth's a globe. Okay, go ahead, AMA. What's up?
Thank you for explaining. I appreciate you. I get your main, and I so thank you for you.
All right. Well, I appreciate your feedback, man. Thank you for your positive compliments.
No, as you know, I wanna talk a lot, but English is not my native. I'm not native. I apologize. My English is so bad.
What country are you from?
I'm from Middle East, but right now I live in China. I study in China physics.
Oh, you study physics? You would love hanging out with us. We talk about physics every day.
Yeah, I search in internet and I find you.
One of my favorite topics is gas pressure. the behavior of gas.
Yeah, but as you know, it's we won't explain things, but it's difficult for us because in English, in native language, it's not found.
Yeah,
it's different. Yeah,
yeah, I got you.
You are so lucky. You are so lucky. All science by your language.
I know. Well, there's a great deal of science that's in the German language. So yeah, man. So do you know much about kinetic molecular theory of gas, thermodynamics?
Okay, so unmistakably, it's unmistakably Murray.
Thanks, Mohammed. Can you put yourself on mute while I finish up?
I'm sorry. So what's your name? What's your name? Yoder?
Yeah, I'm Yoder. I've got a funny name right now, but I'm just Yoder. Yoder. Let me ask you a question. Okay. So, does gas pressure require a container?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can a gas pressure gradient exist within a container?
No.
So if I take a container and the bottom of the container is warm and the top of the container is cold, can a gas pressure gradient exist within it?
No, I can't.
It can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what a propane tank is? Propane tank has liquefied gas within a container. The gas remains in liquid at the bottom, but it goes through cycles of evaporation and condensation inside the container as the propane tank sits outside and gets cooked by the sun and cooled at night. Gradients of pressure change form within the container. It does not fully equalize and stabilize forever. Does that make sense?
I wanna just say thanks. Maybe some words it's new for me, so I can't take all picture in my mind, and I can't explain it. And I can't I can say. So I'm try. I will be maybe in new another day.
I got you.
Improve my. Thank you.
Thank you all. You are.
Thank you for all you guys. I appreciate these things.
Great. Thank you for joining us. Feel free to come back anytime.
I will come back. I will come back. I'm leave right now. I'm gonna sleep. And thank you from my heart.
All right. Thank you for your input.
Yeah. Bye bye. Bye bye, guys.
Bye bye. Okay, any newcomers here? Let's see. That guy Momod or Momoid, whatever, I guess he left.
Yeah, I just started a new event. It's going to be an annoying one, but it should bring lots of people in. I've been doing events that are just common questions that people ask because they'll, these are the things they clearly want the answers for. So this event is called "But if the Earth was flat, where is the edge?"
Ooh.
I'll never forgive you for this, DJ.
Sorry, I was just going to interject. I'm making crab cakes right now. And I'm going to do something that sounds almost hideous, but I think it's going to work out. I'm going to coat them in honey with Old Bay and make a Dijon mustard to go with it.
Sounds awesome.
This is what I do when my wife's out of town. She hates fish and crabs. So I get to make some of the food that I grew up with, that I love. It's a consolation prize.
If your wife is like mine, you have to cook it outside on the barbecue.
Yeah.
Actually, like smoked crab and smoked lobster is actually the bomb. That's the only way I cook it now is outside on my barbecue on my smoker.
Dude, that sounds awesome. I got a smoker. I need to try that.
Oh, dude, you'll never go back.
I need a whole week to myself then. Ooh. Question from the audience. How do I cook broccoli? If I'm being boring, I'm going to steam it. But if I'm going to do it right, I saute it. And I'll saute it in something like I'll saute it in some kind of pomegranate vegetable oil or something.
Why would you do such a thing?
I cook mine in the garbage can.
Yeah, broccoli is the food for your food.
Yeah, I'll saute my broccoli. But I'll saute it with some style, man. I use some kind of balsamic vinaigrette, cherry or pomegranate.
Yeah, is it like broccoli is never that much cooked? It can only be steamed or sautéed.
Yeah.
Does it go well with any pasta?
Not really.
I'd rather have it sauteed on the dark side. I want to see some blackness in my broccoli.
Yeah, man, sauteing it's the best way in my opinion. Some butter, some salt, some pepper, a little bit of garlic powder or fresh garlic. But like Rayleigh said, it's the food that our food eats.
The only way to eat broccoli is to throw lots and lots of cheese on it. So you might as well just eat the cheese.
That's good too. Give me some nasty, stinky cheddar.
Yep.
All right, got some traffic here.
Yeah, anyone?
What is the rarest, rare vegetables in your area? Like this vegetable, you can't get it otherwise. That is rare here. What do you have? Do you have anything like that?
Oh, we got Sauce of Saucism over here. He's a sorcerer.
Yeah. I just spoke with one Ukraine guy who was learning English. Work in a restaurant. Your name sounds like a restaurant guy.
I'm starting to eat these crab cakes right now. So I drizzled honey and Old Bay on them afterwards.
Yeah, I just had Russian pierogi with Gouda cheese grated on top. It was pretty good.
Ooh, what makes a Russian pierogi as opposed to like a Polish?
Well, it's kind of like I'm not exactly sure what's in it. It's kind of like a creamy sort of center, right? Rather than the traditional Polish one, which is like a meat. It's like a meat based inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
They sometimes do potatoes in the pierogies, like mashed potato.
Inside the pierogi?
Yeah.
Bacon the common one here. Bacon and potato. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They got all sorts of different types here. There's like a
bacon,
beetroot
potato,
one,
and chive.
cheese one. Yeah, I like the Russian one or the one with the meat on the inside. All of them are awesome.
My wife's grandparents are from Poland, by the way.
Your wife's grandparents are from Poland. Interesting.
Oh yeah, knowing full well that another guy in here who's Australian, his wife's family's from Poland too. Poland's like the center of history for Europe. Just saying.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ja, Russia too, but
All right. Anyone got any questions about the topic of the channel, which is flat Earth?
Do you believe that the Earth is flat, or does it mean something else?
It probably doesn't mean what you think it means. What do you think it means?
I don't know. I took it in the literal sense.
Literal? How literal? Well, what about this? Literal? Yeah. So what about if you have this? If you have a large body of water, right? Let's say we have a lake of water. Would you say the surface of the lake water is flat? Yeah, that's for you, Sauce. Hello.
I think he was breaking up.
What is the significance of this question, or why does this question arise? What is
You were a flat earther when you were a child. We all were. And you were told that it was a globe to believe in, but you never seen it.
In our culture,
you only saw pictures.
Round nor
we saw pictures. That was it.
So in our culture, it is neither flat nor round.
Which culture is that?
It's definitely not an egg shape either.
Yes, it's Asian culture, you can say.
Oh, so like in your culture, the Earth is like all deception, like Maya?
No. So that is different. But when you talk about the physical structure, just the planet Earth, it is neither flat nor round. It's an equivalent of geoid, but not exactly like geoid. It's like 3D elliptical kind of stuff.
What's the equatorial diameter?
I'm calling bullshit.
Equatorial?
I am too. Yeah.
Are we going high level geography?
The equatorial diameter.
Yeah, no idea about that.
Yeah. So the difference between the equatorial diameter and the polar diameter, right? They say it's squished like a grape, and it's a little bit fatter on the sides. But the difference between it, right? Let's say it's 12,700 kilometers for the equatorial diameter and 12,650 kilometers for the polar diameter. So if you change that over to pixels, you got 12,700 pixels across in the middle, and then 12,650 pixels up and down. So what's the difference in 50 pixels when you have 12,600 of them?
Maybe his geoid doesn't have poles or an equator. Maybe we need to find that out first.
Now that you guys are about to get into something interesting with this guy, I know he's going to come forward with something. I just wanted to mention, right? I walk into my room and on the TV is a show called Xena, right? And the credits start rolling, and this is just a little bit interesting, not that interesting. But in the credits, it says second unit photography, Kevin Riley, visual effects by Flat Earth. I've never seen that before. I just figured I'd mention it.
That's pretty cool. Xeno Warrior Princess?
Yes, Xeno Warrior Princess. The credits rolling on season 5, episode 1. Yep.
Holy crap, dude. That's a throwback. That's like, how old is that now? 25, 30 years old?
90s.
Oh my gosh, we're old fogies, dude.
According to their credits, the Earth, everybody knew the Earth was flat then 25, 30 years ago.
Dude, so in the 1980s, when our parents are watching movies from the 50s, that's like the same thing.
Where were you watching Xena Warrior Princess? Like, what was that? What was that airing on?
Asking the relevant questions.
It was just, I was making a smoothie, and I walked in the living room, and the TV was on Comet TV, and that's what it was on.
Totally avoiding the topic of the room, right? Let's talk about something else.
Okay, why Earth can be a pyramid?
Say what? Did you say something about a pilgrimage?
Pyramid.
Sorry? Yeah, so source. Okay. This is the claim. All right. They tell us that the Earth is a globe, right? Well, they say it's an oblate spheroid, right? Not a perfect globe. Okay, but it's almost perfect.
Yeah.
Now, they say that the surface of the water is curving over distance. Okay, so if you have a large body of water, it would be curving, bending over distance. What do you think about that?
Nothing much. What do you think is the problem with that?
It doesn't happen in reality. Large bodies of water.
NASA is lying.
Yeah, it's when we go out and test for the curvature, it's not curving. That's the problem. But we're told it should be curving.
Yeah, but the curvature is over nautical miles.
Sure. So
we know.
If we get, say, 18 nautical miles or something like that, right? There should be a certain amount of curvature. We can calculate how much curvature there would be over that distance, and then we can test for it.
Yeah. So now in this thing, there is no uniform curvature. What happens is that in the seas and the oceans, you have deep oceans where the depths are like in the range of 2 kilometers or so.
Yeah, what about the water surface?
The
We're
water
talking
surface.
about the surface.
The water surface.
That's what we're talking about, my friend. The surface of the water, sea level. They call it sea level. Why do you think they call it sea level on a globe?
I think the sea level is also mean concept. Like you can have sea levels different between the what is that? A lower hemisphere and the upper hemisphere. That is also a mean calculation.
So if you want to look up the elevation, if you want to look up the elevation of something, right? It's above sea level. Okay, so whether you're in Alaska or India or America, if you want to look up the height of a mountain, it'll be 4,000 feet above sea level or something like that. Right? That means that sea level would be the same level anywhere.
When they measure it. Isn't that the calculation?
Your internet connection's cutting out a little bit, my friend. Sauce? Yeah.
Yeah, we've got observations of the Earth out to 700 miles and even 1,000 miles plus.
Yeah, that is correct. There is a thing called mean sea level. Is the average long-term height of the ocean surface.
Yeah, so when Earth looks flat for 1,000 miles, and if the circumference is 25,000 miles, you should not be able to see it.
And please don't make a mistake with mean sea level. That's zero level right there. That's the beginning. The surface of the Earth, sea level, mean sea level. That's all it means. Nothing else.
Isn't that the mean of certain calculations? Like you see the tide, high tide and low tide. You measure across.
I get that. And do you think it's normalized to a curve, but we don't have any visual evidence of a curve?
Thank you. Exactly. And mean sea level means that's the. Hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt. This is the beginning of the surface of your Earth. That water. That's zero level there. Zero. That's the beginning.
So source, right? So if you have mean sea level in any part of the ocean, anywhere on the Earth, it's the same level. Okay, it's zero, like Jin said. Okay, so if we have a certain distance, right? Say 20 nautical miles or whatever you want to make the distance, we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right? Do you understand the premise? Source?
Yes, to a certain extent, yes. But where are you going at with this topic? Where are you going? Are you saying that
Yeah, so this is where I'm going, right? The water is not curving. The water is flat on the surface. It's not curving the way it should if the Earth were a globe. Right, to cut a long story short, over 70% of the surface of the water.
Bit of jelly beans up my asshole.
Boss, yeah, I wasn't expecting much from you, Buster. You gotta go on mute. All right.
Okay. Just continue.
Yeah. So, okay, this is what they tell us. They tell us that 71% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. Okay, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a specific distance. Now, when we go out and actually test for that curvature, in reality, there's zero curvature over these distances where there should be a large amount of Earth curvature present. And this is consistently measuring zero Earth curvature. Different distances, different locations, different methods, no curvature detected.
Okay. Yeah, I had to read about this. I remember somewhere in school they talked about that in spite of this, what is that? In spite of not able to find a curvature in sea level, there is a curvature. There was such a topic, but I missed those classes. Yeah. I'll read about it and I'll tell you.
So, sorry to interrupt you. Quick interjection. I have a question for you. If you close your eyes, okay, using your hand and your fingertips, can you tell whether or not your hand is following a curved trajectory or a horizontal linear straight path on a surface of any kind? Can you tell without looking? In other words,
without looking, how can we?
Oh, so you're telling me that you can't recognize something curving in your hand, a curved ball versus a flat book? You can't tell the difference without looking.
Can you repeat the question? I couldn't get the question fully.
Okay.
You're saying,
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Right. The question was, with your eyes closed, can you tell the difference between a curved surface and a flat one? In other words, a beach ball and a book.
So do you mean by touching, right?
Yes, by touching, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Can you? Bloody hell, can you?
Okay.
I didn't hear you. Can you please answer the question?
By touching.
Right, okay, so basically you can recognize, okay, thank you. So you can recognize the dynamics of curvature versus something that is flat. That's without even touching, that's without even using your eyeballs. So as my colleagues have said earlier on, the dynamics of that curve should be measurable from point A to point B. We're not able to measure that curvature. Can you see that? Do you understand that?
Well,
okay. All right. I'm just making sure that you do understand the difference between horizontality and curvature. You said you recognize it with your eyes closed, so we now know that you know what curved means. That's what I was trying to do. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. Okay. So when you say that flat Earth concept, do you take into account atmosphere or not?
First and foremost, flat Earth isn't a concept. We're living on the flat Earth. It is indeed measured and utilized flat. So it's not a concept. We're not here with a concept. We're here with the reality that we're not living on a spherical object. We're living on a flat Earth. That's what we're here with. Do you understand? No concept here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not offering you a concept. We're offering you the truth, which you can prove for yourself if you take the time to go out and investigate the surface of the Earth. That's all we're saying. We're not offering any concepts here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're offering you the truth that you can prove for yourself. And that's going to be necessary. It will be incumbent upon you to prove that for yourself. You can take all the information we give you, which is the truth, but then you have to validate that. That's the mistake I made for 48 years from my elementary education through to adulthood. I believed in the globe because I didn't check it. That's why it lasted 48 years. I'm trying to stop everybody else from making that massive mistake.
So if you say that, you take into account.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Source. Your audio is very rough at the moment. It's vibrating. It's not coming through smooth. Sorry.
Audible now. Hello.
Yeah, that is much better now. Much better.
So, do you take into account atmosphere when you say the flatness or?
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah, we certainly do, because we are aware of refraction depending upon the temperatures of the atmosphere, the air itself. It can slightly bend, but it's not bending. When you increase the distance, the worse it is for refraction. So, on short distances, yeah, but when you're going like hundreds to 500s to thousands of miles, the refraction becomes ridiculous. You can't claim refraction. There's less chance of it, is what we're saying. So the atmos, if I can make an observation of 275 miles, refraction can't bend the Earth's surface 9 miles, because that's how much of the Earth's surface should be bending, should be curved in my line of sight. Light doesn't bend like that. you'd have to prove that light can bend 9 miles and bring an object behind the 9 miles up to my line of sight from 9 miles away, from behind a curve of 9 miles. That doesn't happen in nature. When I put a pencil in a glass of water, you will note, hang on a minute, when I put a pencil in a glass of water, there is a slight kink in that's the angle change, because the air and the water are different mediums. So when I put it into the water, there's a slight kink, but it's only a slight kink, isn't it? It's not a massive 9 mile kink, is there? So unfortunately, no, we understand the refraction index and we are able to still see objects beyond the curvature of the Earth if it were there.
So even with the atmosphere taken into account, the Earth is flat?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Water is always flat, you see. That's the key here. When you have a bath of water, that surface is level. That's the same characteristics out in the ocean, although you do have wind that is licking the surface and moving it slightly, but it's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make the radius of 3,959 miles, which will go on to make the circumference of the Earth, supposed circumference, 24,901 miles of curvature. That's not happening on the ocean. Okay? So the surface of the Earth is indeed leveled, measured level.
I'll add this real quick. If you notice, the evidence for the globe is that the Earth looks flat. That's what you're saying, Sauce.
So,
thank you very much. That's an interesting point.
How do you take into account time zones? Like one part of the Earth is day and one part of the Earth is night.
Yeah, sorry, your audio has gone bad again. Your audio is not good. Yeah, I do apologize. Your audio wasn't very good. Sorry. Go ahead.
How is it now?
It's much better again now. Yeah, much better.
So how do you take into account the various time zones? Like one part of the Earth, Japan is having a day, and after some time only we have.
Yeah, that's very simple to explain. Yes, that's very simple to explain. The sun itself has a limit as to how far it can shine across a flat Earth. Okay, obviously, currently now it's coming up for good morning here in Japan. Okay, right now, let me just tell you right now. Hang on a sec. As I look at, it's 8 o'clock, 8:19. Okay, so 8 a.m. in the morning. The sun is just beginning to come up now. But over in the UK, it's dark now. It's nighttime because the sun cannot shine its light over. Country has its turn. Good morning.
Hey, Jen, we have a new arrival. His or her name is Security in the chat. Want to welcome Security. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Well, yay, Flat Earth is the best.
It is the best. Yeah, you're amongst friends. Hello.
That's why I come here, because you don't tell me to get back in the kitchen.
No. We want you to be out here in the world. Go measure the Earth. Go discover the world for yourself and tell us what you think.
I like what I see. And what I don't see.
What do you see when you say you like?
Time zones.
Yeah, I was trying to explain that, and there was a little glitch happen. Basically, the sun is limited as to how far it can shine its light. If you can imagine a flashlight in your room, and you turn the lights off, and you aim the beam to the carpet, it doesn't light up the whole room, does it? You see, so the sun cannot light up the whole Earth. That's an impossibility. It's that simple.
What do you think about Flat Earth? How long have you been looking into this topic? Oh, hello? Maybe she's not interested in chatting anymore. Okay, carry on, guys. Oh, wait, there she is.
It's been since the 2000s. Yeah. Since the 2000s.
Since the 2000s, what was there a triggering event for you? Some question, some idea that came into your head?
Well, I learned very early on that nothing's as it seems, and it's all felt very suspicious to me.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. We like to tell people here that come in, if NASA shows you a picture of the globe, how do you know it's supposed to look like that?
I don't. I should have tried to be an astronaut, like undercover, like in their life, and been a whistleblower.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so
That would've been
epic.
cool.
A flat Earth
Wouldn't it?
astronaut undercover whistleblower. Holy shit.
Yeah, my priorities weren't straight back then. I didn't believe in myself at all.
Like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, I forget the name of it. He's an undercover cop, but he's really like a mobster.
Sounds like.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Wolf on Wall Street, or no? That's a different thing. Never mind.
Was it Departed?
There's the opposite, like 21 Jump Street, but not Leonardo DiCaprio.
I don't think I've seen 21 Jump Street.
Oh, that had a Johnny Depp when he was young. That's like from the 80s. I'm an old dude.
Ooh, I had a crush on him back in the day. Johnny Depp.
There's the new one.
But I'll be back in a few moments. You guys carry on. I'd love to discuss this more. I have to attend to something in my home, but I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, you're going back in the kitchen like you said you wouldn't do.
Hey, just so y'all know, we don't have Johnny Depp here, but if you look up at the top under the name DJ, we have Simon Cowell.
Whoa. He's a cool dude.
Simon Cowell's a flat earther.
I'm about to do it.
He's a flat earther?
I'm about to do it.
Yeah, he's just hiding under the name DJ. That's Simon Cowell.
The Departed. That's what the movie was. Hello, hi guys. Edition. Hello.
Clear the waters, basically.
Hey, what's up, man?
Get off there, bitch!
Oh shit.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, dude.
I just thought it was funny. I didn't mean to scare you with it. I was like, oh, this is like.
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, welcome to the server. How can we help you?
Thank you. I want to speak. Just to speak. I want to practice.
Yeah.
You want
I'm not sure hot micing. I'm not sure hot micing.
Yeah.
Vamos.
Okay, so what do you think about this topic matter about the flat Earth itself, the Earth being flat and not being an oblate spheroid? What do you think about that?
On Robert's side, because he sounded fine to me. So he's going. He's. Hey,
Lamas, I'm gonna mute your mic, man.
Moderators, can't we just mute the guy?
Thank you.
Right. So the young man who just came in, what do you think about the topic matter we have here on the English Hub, flat Earth versus the oblate spheroid? We're saying to you that the Earth is measured flat because we're not able to measure any curvature at all. Okay, so therefore we cannot be living on this oblate spheroid. What is your position on this? Okay, well, he seems to have disappeared or lost his voice.
Jin, it's good to hear from you, bro.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, thanks. I was just going to say, when I haven't been here for a while, but I've just come back and it feels really good. Nice warm welcomes and, it's welcome to be home. You know what I mean? So thanks for that. It's always nice to be here listening to newcomers coming in and asking the right questions, time zones, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So nice to hear your voice too, sir.
Good to hear you guys. And Jin Sensei, good to hear you.
Good to hear you too, Jemsy. I hope your family is well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Everything good, likewise.
Down the chat. Hello, Torah for y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back.
What's up, brothers? Good to see you guys.
Yep. Good to see you too. And again, I apologize for our friction earlier. I was an asshole.
Oh, it's all good, brother. No worries at all.
So, Torah, my name is Jin CBR1. What's your position regarding the Earth's supposed shape?
Yeah, I mean, like if we're talking about the Earth, like the reality that's with, underneath our feet and everything, I would say water would be the tool I would use in order to make a determination of what it seems to be around me. So I would put it at not a ball.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for that concise statement. Thank you very much. Yeah, great. You're holding a position of truth, a position of integrity, a position of strength. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, that's the correct answer. There you are. Water is key here. We use it in instruments for leveling, horizontality, you see. So, spirit level. So liquid is a thing and water is a liquid. Yeah, perfect answer. That's what I do as well. Yeah. Uninterrupted expanse, you see. So you can really get some good observations going on. And man has made such observations across the ocean. So, yeah, So I hope the source, if he's still here, I hope he understands that the sun doesn't have the capability or the power to shine its light across the whole earth. If it were able to do that, then you wouldn't have time zones. You wouldn't have good morning, good night, or good afternoon. You just have daytime continuously. And that only happens in, where are we? The Arctic Circle, from what I am aware, 24-hour there, 3 months. For 3 months, you can see it. And that's quite interesting in itself. Lots of videos have documented this. Even, what's his name? I don't know his name now. There's 3 characters, 2 with similar names. Sergey, who's a flat earther. There are 2 Sergeys, Russians, and D. Marble, a black American living in Washington State, I think it is. He went to Alaska, and from Alaska, he documented the 24-hour sun time lapse. Beautiful and good work. Okay, Sergey as well did the same. So the sun isn't able to light up the whole of the earth. So that's why we have good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Perfect clock.
Yeah, Jane, I was thinking about that. So they would have to claim on a ball. They would have to claim on a ball that it's the shadow casted from the ball that causes nighttime, huh? That's a very interesting claim.
Yeah. It's very true.
Did you guys know that it's like the Naval Observatory has an atomic clock, and their atomic clock is adjusted to the sun? So they claim like millions and millions and millions of a decimal of a second of accuracy with the atomic clock. But they will tune it to the periodicity of the sun whenever the sun governs when morning and evening starts.
That seems like a lot of loss there.
Yeah. In increments. Is it necessary? Yeah, there's a lot of loss. Nice to hear your voice there, Rayleigh criteria.
Nice to see that you're still out and about there, Jen.
Oh, I'm still out and about. I'm doing all the rounds. I've got a number of servers that I frequent. So yeah.
He's working on his next marathon, I bet, too, Jen.
You know it.
His next Kumite.
Kumite, yes.
Yeah, he's going to beat the shit out of Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I just want to know how time zones work on a tilted Earth.
Yeah, how do you get a tilted Earth? Honestly, these people. The things we used to believe.
You're going to need a container for that. You're going to need a container for that orientation.
Absolutely. And yet there's no container when you look at the image of Earth from the solar system, supposed solar system. It's just a naked ball. Yeah, it's just so, yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it, when you look at it? Yeah, the Earth cannot be this oblate spheroid in the vacuum of space and continue to move at 2.2 million miles an hour through the supposed universe. And yet no entropy is going on. The water isn't evaporating into the vacuum of space. And you can prove this. You can observe this phenomena of off-gassing in a 10 to the minus 1 vacuum chamber. And all you need to do is put a glass of water in there, nice wine glass of water, and watch it evaporate at 10 to the minus 1 torr, which is considered, they call it a soft vacuum. Okay, that's what the scientists, so-called scientists and experts call it, a soft vacuum, okay? And you will see the water evaporating at 37 degrees Celsius, okay? Right, so if that's happening in a small chamber with a glass of water, what do you think should be happening to the Earth in the vastness of space and the vacuum? We wouldn't have life today. We wouldn't be alive, just wouldn't be. Yeah. That's the point I'm making.
But is the water evaporating or is the gas escaping?
That's a good question. Yeah, because if we go to the documentary by Pete and Pete, water is not H2O. Water is just water. Yeah, you begin to wonder, are there any gases in the water? So that's a good point you raised there. I can't answer that question.
Well, they say there's methane in the oceans.
Right.
There's all kind of gases in water.
Isn't there every element in the ocean, actually?
Oh, yeah. That's why you want to do a blood transfusion with ocean water, right?
Yes, salt.
You don't want to, but if you have to, you could.
Hmm. Yeah. Water is not H2O, apparently. If you listen to Pete and Pete and adopt and practice their experiments, yeah. So are the fishes indeed breathing air underwater? Or are they just breathing that water itself and that's it?
Dude, I went to a doctor about 10 years ago, and I did not see him after this visit. He decided for whatever reason to talk to me about why we have cilia in the lungs, little hairs in the lungs, wavy little hairs. And he said, because of evolution, we all came from the ocean and our ancestors were mollusks.
What did you say to him? How did you respond to that?
I was like, I was recovering from a serious medical condition. I didn't know if my meds needed to be increased or decreased. I was like, get me out of here.
Right. Yeah, it could have flipped you over the other side. I understand. Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it, that the doctor has that imagination, because he doesn't know that for a fact at all. That's just a wild, speculative statement right there. Supposition. Never been proven.
Imagine thinking you could do science on the past, huh? That's funny.
Exactly. Yeah. See, flat Earth really does level you out, and you start to look at things more clearly. Your questions become more pointed, and then you follow a methodic way of deducting and deducing to get to the truth in the end. And some of it means you do have to do deep investigation. Yeah, that's what flat Earth does. That's why it's such a great, awakening. Those who are beginning to awake now. We've had 10 years of it, so we're lucky. But those who are waking up now, yeah, it's important to help them along. Question everything. It's okay to question everything. Nothing is off the table. Everything you question. Everything.
Hello, guys.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Hello.
Yeah, welcome. How can we help you?
Oh, I just rejoined today.
Okay. So what's your position with what you've been told so far? What's your position regarding the shape of the Earth? Is it still an oblate spheroid for you, or towards realizing that it is flat, can't be a globe? What do you think?
Well, throughout the years, just like everybody else, I've been told it's some kind of sphere, right? So, many years ago, I've stumbled upon this so-called theory about its actual flatness, right? And I've also joined Telegram channels about flat Earth.
Yeah, good.
And I've seen pretty interesting takes on it. And I've
seen a lot of bullshit as a flat earther on Telegram.
Yeah, there's a bit of misinformation being perpetrated by the inexperience of those flat earthers themselves, unless deliberately trolling, of course. The thing about flat earth is not a theory. It's an actuality, is what it is. It's not a theory at all, because you can indeed prove it. Okay? And the other thing I'll say is this: even unbeknown to yourself, that your brain, as you've been moving across the earth, has recorded nothing but horizontality of existence. That's the thing, okay? And it would just take one thing to trigger, and then all the rest of your memories will come flooding back slowly but surely. Okay, once you realize, okay? At the moment, you haven't really gone out. I'm not sure, but I would assume here, which I don't normally do, I'm assuming that you haven't gone out and done any measurements yet.
Well, considering the real scale of the, Earth, whatever shape it would be, it's pretty big, so I did not measure it by
How big is the Earth supposed to be?
I mean, we don't really know, right?
That's not what NASA says.
Yeah, and that still wouldn't stop you from making measurements. It matters not how large the Earth is in its entirety. You should be able to start to measure portions of it. Is that not agreeable, or you disagree with that?
I believe it's a constructive way, of finding things out, like doing your own research. That's why, what made me really curious in those Telegram channels is when I did see a video of a camera being attached to a balloon and being sent to almost space, and it looked pretty interesting, how the sun was being observed by that camera and also the horizon.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that would be high altitude balloon shots. 24 miles is the maximum that I've seen from any camera. 24 miles, roughly 21 to 24 miles from the Earth's surface. Above the clouds, it's all level. what I've seen. I've seen the sun come into the shot. I've seen the moon come into the shot. Right there, beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. And the takes on how the sun and the sunspots and the flares that were happening got me really, interested, because they were telling it should not behave like that,
Yeah,
if it was really that far away in the space.
Yes, I'm glad you said that, because we are talking again, ladies and gentlemen, 21 to 23 miles off the Earth's surface, and yet you see the sun and the moon come into shot. And as this young man has just stated there's a hot spot where the sun is shining the top of that cloud, and that can only happen from a local light source. It can't be coming from 93 million miles away, which what they've said is happening when we're observing these two objects, the sun and the moon, from 21 to 23 miles off the Earth's surface. So it casts massive doubts as to the distance to the sun. But again, we're not. The key point here is, though, the surface isn't curving. So we go right down to zero level, sea level, mean sea level. We're not measuring curvature anywhere there. So that's key. And then the high altitude observations are backing up what we're finding on the surface of the Earth. So yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. High altitude footage. Not only is it beautiful, it actually moves you. You are moved because you want to be there all the time. A place where you cannot get to, but you want to be there. That's how you feel. Go ahead.
Can't breathe there.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. But you are moved to want to be there, to be quite honest. Yeah. So peaceful.
Yeah, truly. Yes, truly, yes. It's pretty intriguing because you cannot get there by yourself. You as a human being are pretty limited to exploring, So there were many theories being born in the past, years or decades, including that, some continents may not exist, or that there are some lands being hidden, which I don't really know about, but I can really take in consideration that we as average human beings are pretty limited in our exploration of the literal earth beneath our feet. When it comes to exploration, we are really limited to it.
Yeah, we measure it flat, so we know that the globe distances and orientations of the landmasses can't be true.
Yeah. And another thing that really intrigued me, and I did the kind of dumbass thing to actually ask ChatGPT about it, and it told me a lot of nonsense. It really made no freaking sense, because I literally watched videos of a recording being taken from one shore at sea level, and if the camera was good enough, and it was good enough, you could see really, really far away and see the other shore. And it's really weird because it should not be possible to see that. So basically, in that recording, the curvature did not occur.
Yeah, we know. We know.
Yeah, and
we know.
That's what really, really drives my mind nuts about it, because, okay, I get it. The laser experiments, some people say they're not, some people say they prove that the Earth is actually not flat, and other experiments prove that it is somehow flat.
Yeah, you got to read why they think that's the case, and then you have to understand why they think that's the case.
Yeah, of course, when you're at ground level with no sea level, there are some parts of the Earth, of the ground that go, a little bit up and a little bit down, and there's all kinds of fields that are higher and lower. But
what
at
about
sea
flat
level,
water?
Yeah, but I can easily dismiss that from both sides. But I cannot dismiss the flatness of the sea level, because recording from one shore to the other shore where the curvature should have definitely happened and it did not happen really raises some questions to me.
Yeah, it gets even crazier, dude. So we've got frozen lakes.
Yeah.
Frozen lakes. So now we're talking that water that people say should be flat actually is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a laser test from one side of a frozen lake to the other. 40 kilometers.
40 kilometers?
Yeah. The laser was 1.5 meters high. The target was 1.5 meters high. Between the two was a 40-kilometer frozen lake.
Holy nuts. Do you have the video?
Yeah, I've got the video. I've got a 120-page paper. I've got everything you want to see about that. So
please send it to me if you can.
Yeah.
Okay, stand by. It's going to be in the text chat.
Okay, brilliant. Now the question that I always ask when I hear this laser beam test, 40 kilometers, 24 miles, is that if we left it there all day for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours, let's say, it cannot be refraction, can it? It just cannot work. So the conditions are perfect like that. 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, because you could just leave it there. And that's testimony of proof that you can't claim refraction, because refraction is a haphazard thing. It's not continuous. The air we breathe is always in flux, so it cannot hold this perfect condition for 24 hours, 30. Because I'm sure if you left the laser beam right there and just left it there, it would still be hitting the target all day long, wouldn't it? Would it not? Because that would be the test, wouldn't it? To do this laser beam test and leave it on the target for days upon days upon days, and that would shut down anybody that's going to call refraction.
You'll just burn out your laser.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? But that's what I would like to do as a test. Just leave it there, just to shoot down those who are doubting. Because refraction can't hold that position like that continuously across 24 miles. That would be an impossibility.
Who said that was happening?
Oh, people do say that, don't they?
Yeah, I didn't hear anybody.
Not here, but no, I'm talking in the past. Not now, but in the past. People have said that, haven't they?
I'm not really familiar with the concept of refraction, really. I don't really know what it is and how it acts and how it should act and if it's real or not.
Yeah. There are many types of refraction.
I don't know what it is either. I have no idea what it is either, because it doesn't have anything to do with globes or flats, so.
That was the professor speaking, okay? His name is Radwin. He always comes out with these funny little humorous one-liner or two-liners. So be prepared for a chuckle and a laugh from time to time from this character. But it's true. We don't really know what it is. I mean, the air itself and the molecules that make up the air are in constant motion. Okay, right. So like the statement I made, that if we can see an object, if we can hit an object 40 kilometers away with a laser beam, you know, you'll have people say, well, the atmosphere is refracting, that's why you can do that. Well, let's leave it there all day then and see how the air moves. Yeah.
Meanwhile, there should be 90 meters of curvature. So that means the laser beam should be 90 meters above the target's head.
That's right.
And it wasn't?
So
it went straight across, horizontally across.
I've read that the curvature should interfere and happen at 3.9 and something miles. Is that right?
Depends on your eye height. So for a 6-foot observer, the horizon should be about 3 miles away. If you gain altitude, the horizon distance will increase. It's based on the calculation 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So for a 1-foot observer, the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles away. Increase your altitude, it gets further away.
So if you increase it to like 8 feet, then the horizon becomes 3.46 miles away from 8 feet.
Okay.
The problem with that, though, the problem we're having, or the surprise we're having, it's not a problem, it's a surprise, is that we're seeing further than that. We can see much, 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 much further than that. Tens of miles, hundreds of miles even. Yeah. Beyond.
And in infrared.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you understand the significance of infrared?
Actually, no.
Okay, so infrared lets you see unrefracted light.
Okay.
So people that claim that all the light that's bending in the spectrum that we see, you can sidestep all of that. You can sidestep it, which means you can avoid that and say, I don't care because I'm not looking in the visual spectrum for the human eye. I'm looking below that. I'm looking in the subspectrum. I'm looking at infrared. Infrared light does not refract nearly as much. And we have flat earthers who go into airplanes to 35 to 40,000 feet in airplanes. And at that altitude, the air is already pretty thin, right? Like if you were to go to a mountaintop and try to breathe, the air is really thin. There's not much of it because most of the air is being created at the surface. So you go up really high, the air is thin, so there's less debris, there's less in the way to attenuate light. There's less in the way to cause light to bend. And then with an already clear view up there, and then they slap on an infrared filter so they can cut through the haze on the horizon and they can see further. We have observations of mountain ranges from 35,000 feet, distant mountain ranges at 700, 800, 1,000, 1,200 miles away. And at about 700 miles away, from 35,000 feet, those mountain ranges should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, below the horizon of the globe. And we can see them, and we can see beyond them. We have video of this. We have many videos of this. We've got flat earthers who go beyond 35,000 feet, beyond the height of airplanes. We have flat earthers who put infrared optics on weather balloons to 100,000 feet, to 120,000 feet, and view the horizon, and it's flat. As far as you can see, There is no curvature anywhere to be found.
So you're telling me that somehow that infrared filter that they actually apply on the glass window of the airplane
of the camera.
Oh, actually, the camera. Okay. Of the camera helps them see much further.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
the military uses infrared.
Yeah, there's a video in there by Jay Tolan Media One. It's in there now, 1,000-mile visibility using infrared. Okay, it's in the side chat.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's one of many examples. So the question is, if infrared allows you to see more clearly through the haze, through the horizon, then shouldn't infrared show you the globe curvature? If it should, then why can't anybody see the globe curvature in infrared from any height?
Oh damn.
Oh damn. It gets even better. Jay Tolan, this guy's YouTube channel, he's got tons of videos like this. And this is just the beginning. Jay Tolan shows you things that you probably shouldn't ever see.
Yeah, we like Jay Tolan because of his integrity. His work is just oozing integrity. There's no cheating. If you have the equipment, you can replicate exactly what he does. It's as simple as that. So there's no cheating going on. No need to play any tricks on you. And like my colleague is telling you, infrared cuts through all the glare, and he actually demonstrates that for you. He demonstrates it to you. Okay, how when you look through the camera without the filter, the infrared filter, it's just too much. They call it noise. Too much brightness, too much glare. And as soon as he clips on the infrared filter now, everything just becomes silent and you can see further. Beautiful. And he demonstrates that in his videos. So, I was moved when I saw Hudson Bay, all 500 miles of it, for the first time in my whole life, flat. I've seen it on the map. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've seen the maps and the globe ball, right, on the globe in the school. But when you actually see this 500-mile flat expanse from an aeroplane of his shot, that was the first time that I was ever moved. Moved. Yeah, ever moved. I was moved that day. Yeah.
These geographic features on the map are unmistakable. That's the other thing. The Hudson Bay is recognizable. The mountain ranges, he shows you, the Rocky Mountains, unmistakable, especially for Americans who know what they look like.
Yeah,
they are
and the Appalachians as well. And
the calculations, unmistakable.
Yeah.
So most people are used to seeing what is called satellite footage. People think of satellite imagery of the Earth. And what's a satellite image but a satellite that has a camera facing straight down, looking right at the bottom of the Earth, where the only thing you see is a bunch of grass and roads and hills. What would happen if you could take something that goes on a supposed satellite, and instead of looking straight down, you look sideways? That's what Jay Tolan does. He looks sideways. He doesn't look straight down at the ground. Everybody's seen satellite images of the Earth straight freaking down. How many people have seen images looking sideways, zooming into the horizon, zooming in and zooming in, mountain range after mountain range, lake after lake, river after river, zooming in, zooming in and zooming in and zooming in, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, horizontally. It's just beautiful. No curvature there. None. Zero. Yeah, that's what I mean about the Jay Tolman Media's work. It's the word integrity comes to mind immediately. It's just clean. You know, there's no messing around.
One, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just clean. Yeah. This is why we got to be careful of people saying that, you know, we need to move on from this material. You can't leave material like that behind because we want to take a shortcut to explaining Earth is measured flat. That's all very well and done, but people have done good work, which we're going to have to bring in to help. It's a preponderance of evidence. So if you can pile up all this information, all of it, all this integrity, it goes a long way to helping an individual discern. That's what we're trying to do here, remember? And it is actual truth. When you're looking through the camera is showing you what it sees, what we're seeing with our eyes. It's beautiful. You know, that's part of the emotional content is necessary for the awakening, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be like having an egg.
Emotional fix, totally.
Yeah. It'd be like having an egg without the yolk, ladies and gentlemen. Is that going to be an egg for you? How does that work for you? An egg without the egg yolk that you dunk your toast in? Yeah? Right. That's what I mean.
But you also have to ask yourself that infrared photography has been around for decades, but NASA's never used it.
You know, it's funny, dude. Get this. You've all heard of the Sophia airplane, right? The Sophia, which has the same thing that's claimed to be on the Hubble Space Telescope, but inside an airplane.
Yeah.
Get this.
Yeah,
Get this. Did you guys know Sophia has infrared filters?
Yeah, I knew that. I'm going to post a video from what's his name, Robert Pisano. I'm going to do that right now. Hang on a second.
Sophia not only has infrared filters, Sophia was commissioned to perform horizon studies with the infrared filters.
There you go.
That footage, that imagery, is not available for you to see. They posted it on the internet and then they deleted it.
Yeah, I reckon Robert Pisano may have it. I reckon he might have it.
Oh, he probably does. He probably does. Yep.
You gotta get rid of the evidence, man.
Can you imagine a camera the size, an aperture the size of a Volkswagen Beetle?
Yeah.
With an infrared lens on an airplane at 40,000 feet, zooming in on the horizon.
Yeah, high quality optics and high quality sensors. Yeah, we didn't see a thing.
You are not allowed to see what they saw. Nope. Not on the internet.
Yes, nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Nothing to see here.
Thank you to Over Fences who posted a link to the Sophia in chat.
Done,
Sophia.
Yeah, I was trying to
real
get
telescope.
Yeah, I'm looking at it myself. I'm trying to get the link loaded to you, but no, it's not happening.
And we have people in our community who know somebody who actually worked on that very project. Oops, did I say that out loud? Yeah, we have somebody in the community.
Yeah, when I first heard of the Sophia, I was cleaning my motorcycle and I was listening to Robert Pisano. I know a guy called the Unsilent Majority. That was it, and he was talking about Robert Pisano. And I was listening to it on my iPhone 4, and then he mentioned it. He mentioned this Sophia, and I went, "What? It has the same capabilities as the Hubble, or is this really the Hubble?" Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
I remember that day very well indeed. An unforgettable day.
And for the slow people in the back, the Hubble Space Telescope is a fraud. The Sophia Telescope is the Hubble Telescope.
Yeah, exactly. That was the point he raised in that video he put out.
I can only imagine what they can see of the heavenly bodies with that equipment up there.
Yeah.
I remember before I became a flat earther, so I'm going back to like the 80s when I used to look at the images from the Hubble and all that, you know, what was supposed to be Hubble images, right? Late 80s, early 90s. I used to think, wow, we can see this far back in time. That's what I used to say. We can see this far back in time. Because that's what they're putting forward, that you're time traveling when you're looking at the images from the Hubble. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember clearly. I mean, that was the big selling point. Hubble lets us see hundreds of millions of years into the past.
Yeah. And I used to think, wow, look at these images. Only to find out that CGI existed back then, and these are CGI images then. So they're not really real. They're not real at all. Wow. There you are.
Yeah, do you remember that image? There's an image that Hubble took called the Pillars of Creation.
Yeah, I remember. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so they said Hubble took that, and then they also did a special showing that this Pillars of Creation was made from a combination of images from Hubble plus an artist using spray paint.
That's right. That's right. I think one of those. Yeah. Guess who one of those artists could have been? You know, Alan Bean from the Apollo 12 mission. He was an expert.
Yep. He specialized in those images.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. We're joining the dots there for you, ladies and gentlemen, live here on the English Hub, Flat 24/7 Flat Earth, bringing it to you as we learned it ourselves way back in the 10 years and plus ago. That's what happened. Yeah, Alan Bean was an expert on that. Yeah.
Could have been Math Powerland.
Could have been, yep. Also Math Powerland. I'm not going to knock him out of the book. Yep. Most certainly
Alan
could have
Bean
been.
was an astronaut.
Yeah, he was an astronaut from the Apollo missions. Yeah. Apollo 12. And he was said to have been an expert. And some of his art mimicked what I thought the Hubble was doing. But wow, this is interesting stuff. He's really that good. Wow.
Well, now you guys go into these rabbit holes. Have you ever heard of the 3 escapees from Alcatraz that look very similar to the 3 astronauts that went to the moon the first time?
Again, I missed it. Sorry, Gemsy.
You're saying that I saw. You guys are talking about that kind of stuff, and I saw someone comparing the 3 escapees from Alcatraz to the 3 astronauts, and they are pretty similar, all of them.
Right. Exactly.
Just talking about the astronauts and whatever Easter eggs out there.
Yeah, so many lies. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, there's a couple of videos there being posted dealing with the matter of the Sophia, which is a really good insight into the Hubble. And I'm trying to get the interview that Robert Pisano actually made with Mike Mitzlinski, who is the deputy projects manager of the Hubble, who during the phone call with Robert Pisano let slip that he hadn't seen the Hubble for 25 years. And then Robert Pisano was like, well, how do you keep eyes on? How do you have eyes on this thing then?
Is his YouTube channel still up, Jin? Planete Veritas.
Yeah, Planete Veritas 2.0. Yes. He's left it on YouTube. I'm not sure if he's doing anything with it. He hasn't done anything, but his material is still there. And I begged him not to take it down. And at the time at which I begged him was when he came back from his 3-year absence.
He did come back.
Yes. He had a 3-year absence because he was doing his studies. And when he came back, he kept apologizing that he hadn't produced any new material. And I said to him, no, you can't produce any more material because you're just like Picasso. You've done your best work already. You're never going to top it. My key point is please don't remove it because there's people going to be coming along to want to see this stuff. This stuff is diamond.
Well said.
Do not remove it. Yeah, and he didn't. So I'm glad he didn't remove it because
his work is just aging like a fine cheddar too, isn't it? Like I kind of wish he'd come back, maybe not to do what he did, but to come back and be a part of our community. Come here and just talk. Oh
Yeah, I
my
wish he
goodness. Listen, if he would come back and would say, "Hey, it's Thursday night. Let's get on Skype and let's start dialing some phone numbers from NASA's phone book."
Yeah.
I would be all over that. Be like, "Yeah, sign me up. Let's do it."
Yep. That's what he was good at. He was good at making these, off the fly phone calls and just extracting so much truth per word, per second, per minute. He was good. Yeah, he was good. Yeah,
We need more people like that to do the same thing. Just go get like NASA phone numbers and start calling people and start asking questions. Just be a little nuisance.
Be a polite nuisance.
Yeah.
Be a polite nuisance, because it's key to be polite there, just so you can extend the length of conversation. Yeah, don't let slip immediately that you're a troll, because that's what you would be doing if you're going to be honest. But yeah, Planete Veritas, I always mention him. Robert Bassano, very good, and the other guy, the Unsilent Majority, he was very good as well. He was a good friend of Robert Bassano's. He was a bit very
Unsilent
vocal.
Majority. Did he have another name, or was that it?
He did have another name, but
was that Catexas or something?
Could be, yeah. Unsilent Majority. He was into gaming, remember? That was his forte, but he was into the Flat Earth big time, and he was well into the Robert Bassano. But he was always shouting. He lost his channel. He came back with another channel. But yeah, Unsilent Majority. You look him up. He's still out there doing things as well, by the way. But it's all about gaming. He's gone well into gaming, but he's still there.
Yeah, once you find out the Earth is flat, you have two choices. You can either stay like what we have done, stick around, start evangelizing, telling people about it, or go back and lead a normal life like everybody else that we talk about have done. That's fine too.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because if you don't want to do that, that's okay. It's people like us that want to do that. That's our niche, as it were,
Right.
And that's what we do, and you need all. I'm 64. I don't know how old my colleague is here, but all age groups, these are avenues to every age group. So that's why we're here. Yeah. And it's good stuff. I've been in it now. I'm into my 11th year now, beginning of my 11th year. So that's cool. Okay. So about 10 full years. I've now started the 11th year now of being a flat earther who has awakened. And it was the last piece to the jigsaw puzzle, by the way. Okay. So I came through the other conspiracies that actually happened the long way round for me, which was a full circle. And flat earth was the final piece to my journey. That's what happened to me.
It was mine too, a capstone.
Yeah, the capstone, exactly. Yeah, that's what flat earth was for me. So I'd gone through all the other conspiracies first. 9/11s, for example, and then the moon landing hoax, of course, following the Mars landing hoax as well. Pearl Harbors, anthrax, all this other stuff, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the USS Liberty attack. There's so many conspiracies that have happened. All those, I investigated all those, and it was the moon landings investigation. And in 2014, I noticed some flat earth videos, but I laughed, chuckled, and thought, what idiots putting that up? You know what I mean? I know it's not flat. Come on, that's silly. And left it for a year. And it wasn't until 2015 that I clicked on it, Boxing Day, thinking, what am I going to learn from these idiots? Here I am here now, 11 years later, still talking about flat earth. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Yes.
I'll briefly get into my story. In about 2015, for whatever reason, I was like, man, I wonder what the ancients used to think of Earth. I bet they were flat earthers. I want to go research real quick just how it is they conceived of the Earth and why they thought the Earth was flat. And it didn't take long until I started bumping into some of the early flat Earth content that came out. Around that time was when the Nikon P900 hit the scene, and people were zooming in on distant shorelines and saying, oh my gosh, I can see too far for Earth to be a globe. And around that time too, maybe 2016, 17-ish, I came across Nathan Oakley, who was first bringing up some of his early arguments, elevation angles and flat Earth measurements. And I remember thinking, okay, he's got a point, but there has to be something wrong about it. And I put it away. I put it away for several years. And then came the COVID lockdowns. COVID lockdowns, everybody's working from home, remote work. I'm bored out of my freaking mind. I'm like, hey, what about that flat earth thing? So 2020, I start researching it again, fire up that old search engine, looking at the evidence. I'm like, this is weird. This is interesting. Because around that time, a lot more flat earth content had flooded the internet. And now my interest was piqued. So at the time, I had access to some academic research engines like LexisNexis and others. I started taking down some academic papers. One of the first questions I'd ask myself was, who is measuring the earth for a living? Well, it's going to be the cartographers. It's going to be the surveyors, the geodesists. Let's go see what they say. Because I keep hearing flat earthers saying nobody's ever measured curvature. There's no radius value. Let me go find that. And after about 6 months of searching through papers and looking at references and searching for those papers and those references, I started to find a problem that it's true that like nobody has the seed, the source, the beginning of the R value, except for frickin' Eratosthenes and other garbage myths from the ancient past. And so I said, okay, there might be something to this. Let me continue on. And eventually I found Owen Benjamin. While I was a fan of his, he talked about Austin Whitsitt. And I looked into Austin Whitsitt. He started his masquerade tour around the country. He rented an RV. And he went from city to city to city during the lockdown and started flat smacking and public town squares of some of the biggest cities in the country. Recorded it all. Super epic. And I started following that. And he mentioned 24/7 Flat Earth on Discord. And that's how I came in.
Right. There you are. Welcome.
There it is. There's my story, folks.
Yeah, that's interesting, that one. At the point where we were flooded with the flood of content, in fact, it overtook Donald Trump on his campaign trail.
It sure did.
Yeah.
More popular than Justin Bieber, right? Like, Flat Earth was the number one search term until Congress stifled it.
Yeah. I tried to introduce my brothers to this Flat Earth, and the youngest one, I'm in a ski resort. This is New Year's Day, 2017, right? I'm with the family. We are in a ski resort, and he's contacted me at night. Now we're relaxing at night. So he's called me and he says, Jin, look at all these flat earth videos. I said, yeah, I've been trying to tell you that the earth is flat. Now, please study those videos, will you? I mean, look at it. Bloody hell. I've been telling him for 2 years. 2 years trying to tell him. From 2015, I've been trying to inform him. And he's calling me now, New Year's Day in Japan. He's in England, right? And he said, Jin, look at all these flat earth videos. I said, well, what do you think? I'm telling you the earth is flat. I mean, bloody do the research, will you? 2 years now. Come on. Yeah. Still hasn't accepted it. Yeah. And he still hasn't accepted it. 8 years, 10 years on. He hasn't accepted still. He's still a glober.
Well, I was first exposed in like 2015, 2016, and I resisted it until maybe 2021.
Yeah, that's some strong resistance.
Dude, I struggled hard. I was for a little bit, maybe a few months, I was LARPing as a flat earther on Reddit, on the Flat Earth subreddit.
Right.
Because I'm like, okay, this got to be a joke. Like, all these flat earthers have got to be LARPers too. I'm going to be a LARPer as well. Let me go LARP as one of them. And I did for a little bit. And you know what? I freaking remember Indio 007 and that subreddit too. I thought he was an ultra LARPer. Well, here we are, like 5 years later. I got to know him. He's absolutely legit. And now so am I.
Yeah, a learned man, that one is, yeah. And Riley.
Holy crap, yeah.
Rayleigh Criterion as well. Don't forget mention him. He was there. The thing
we are lucky to have them.
Yeah. The thing was, for me, that I can't believe why my brother doesn't accept it. And then Mark Sargent stated that when he looked into it, he had the same kind of feeling you had. It took him 6 months investigation, right, trying to debunk it, and then he became depressed for 6 months. He said, "I laughed."
Yeah,
so he was depressed for 6 months, right? Wow, and that's when I realised that actually people could get depressed if they were trying to find the truth, and then I realised that it's actually not a globe, that they're on a flat earth. Wow, that meant that I had to be careful when I'm talking to people, and I also understand why they're going to cog this and get triggered now, right? Because it's shock. It's a shock to be told.
It's a shock.
Yeah, you know what? It was like a Mike Tyson punch for me when I realised my error. Well, I had the epiphany where your life flashes back, all your life flashes back to you in a nanosecond. And then I realized, wow, it's flat. And what was going on in my head? My brain was looking for for curvature, and it didn't find it. And I went, wow, it's flat. Wow. Wow. Oh, dude. What have I been doing all these years? What have I been doing all these years? That's the first question I asked myself. What the hell have I been doing all these years? Wow.
I started thinking about back when I was a kid. When I was young, I had heard about the Flat Earth Society. My parents used to joke about it. And I remember, listen, so my dad was in the Army a long time ago. And being an Army brat, I had a bunch of his swag in our house, including books on like orienteering, how to navigate. I remember opening up one of these books he had, one of these like field manuals. I remember thumbing through it and coming upon like, I don't know, I forgot what it was called in there, but it was basically celestial navigation.
Right.
And I remember looking at like the circle of Earth with the star shining down to the person on top of the circle, with a parallel ray shining down to the center of Earth. I remember looking at that and being like, there's something fucked up about this.
Yeah. I didn't think that. I just thought, wow. I didn't think anything was odd at that time when I saw that for myself as well. Yeah. I accepted it as.
I remember there was something fucked up. Like, I get this is equivalent, but what if I was down there in the center of Earth on that flat horizontal line going across the circle? It wouldn't be any different than if I was on top of Earth with a curving circle underneath me.
Should be able to see the curvature is the thing. That, right, but I've never seen it. You see, when I had that epiphany of my life flashing back all through the years quickly in a nanosecond, there was no curvature there. That's when I went, wow, it's flat. And then I started to smack my head and said to myself, what have I been doing all these years?
Yeah.
What I meant by that was I've been walking around with my eyes closed. That's what I meant by that. When I asked myself that question, I was walking around blinded because I've traveled, like I said, we've had the military training, we've had traveling by myself with my family, and then by myself as an independent with my girlfriends and that. We've traveled everywhere, okay? And I never saw the curvature anywhere during flights.
Nope.
Ever.
Nope.
And then we
if you're
traveled
honest
to
with
Nigeria.
yourself, you never have.
That's right.
And me neither. Listen, when I first came into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord about 4.5, has it been 5 freaking years? I think it has been. One of the first questions I was asked when I came into the lobby was, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth? And I'm thinking back through all the times I've been on vacation and airplanes, through everything, right? And I'm like, through all the moments people told me that they've seen the curvature of the Earth at the beach or at the airplanes. I'm thinking, like, I'm getting flooded with all of this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, And I told the mod, I think it actually was Orion or Old Dude. They were both in there with me at the time, right?
Okay. All right. Okay. Two good people.
So Orion was there, Old Dude was there, and Glat Flobe was in there, who used to go by what was his other name?
Woo!
Dude, I missed that guy. I wish he'd come back. He was great.
Yeah. He got married and had
kids. He got married and left, just like Box Ops. Box Ops, you got married and had kids. Come back, dude. Anyway.
Yeah, come on, man. Come and have some fun.
I was like, no, dude. Like, it was one of the hardest things that I remember having to say, honestly, was like, no, I actually have never actually seen the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I was
I can
interviewed.
convince myself that I did. I can absolutely convince myself I did. But I know for sure, if I'm honest, that I never actually did. And
Yeah,
that's
I was interviewed by Cyclone. You know, he was Wolfganger at the time, and he asked me. And I said, "No, I've never seen it." Right, I had to fill in a questionnaire, right, which is part of entering, and after a less than 10-minute conversation with him, I was in. And then listen to this, I was in, right, and then I posted an image, and then I was out within less than 2 minutes. It took me 2 years to get into this Discord because I couldn't just seem to get in, couldn't join. And then I got a link from Roxanne Glenn from the Globe Live Tour on a Boxing Day. Yeah, Roxanne. Yeah. She sent me a link. Right. And then I got into the Discord. I thought, yes, I'm in. Wow. And then 2 minutes later, I'm kicked out. The robots kicked me out because I didn't have perms. I didn't realize it at the time that I didn't have perms. So I got back in on the same link. And Wolfgang said, sorry about that, Jin. Yeah, you haven't got perms yet. Let me do that now. So 2 years to get in, 2 minutes, I'm kicked out. Yeah. Literally my experience when I got into Discord.
You know what I liked about the old days, and we should bring it back? It was the fact that everybody was so keyed in on honesty. Honesty. That's the dividing line.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, not that we're big on that now, but it was a much more, I don't know, a much more prominent thing that our community was seeking out and weeding out in the process of finding people to talk to.
Yeah, because you'd come through so much deception, and this was the biggest one of all. Yeah, you do. You want to know who you're talking to, which is why I put myself up with my face. And if you want, I can come on camera and wave. It's me. You know, I've got nothing to hide from you guys in that sense. You know, yeah, because I think that's important. So you know I'm a real person, because that deception is so big. Yeah, I want to be trusted in what I say. Yeah, I've got my own personal life.
I got a comment from the audience, okay? So Platter, I don't know if you guys know Platter. Platter comes on when it's really dark outside in the east. Like he's probably my favorite Canadian. So sorry, all the other Canadians. Platter, I think, is my favorite Canadian. He comes out when it's dark and he is active. He just loves to contribute. And guess what? Platter might be the only guy from our entire community who's actually met me in real life.
Oh, well, that's lucky for him then.
Shout out to Platter. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in my DMs right now. He's listening on YouTube.
And you still got both
kidneys? He's been around forever.
Yeah.
So he came down with his family, guys. Like he came down to visit my town, where I live. We've got a pretty big like film, Hollywood, theater production kind of culture out here. And he and his family drove down to go see a show, a biblical show. And yeah, we're also really big into spiritual Bible stuff. I mean, we're basically super Christians down here. And he's like, hey, you live down there. Why don't we go hang out and go grab a cup of coffee? And I got to meet Platter and his beautiful family and his wife. And we just sat down for like 2 hours at a coffee shop. And I got freaking sunburned. Like, I didn't even know the sun was cooking my skin. And I think his wife was like, hey, let's get a picture of us together. And she snapped a picture and my face came out like a red, sweaty, freaking ripe tomato. Platter's got it somewhere. I know he does.
All right.
Anyway, shout out to you, Platter, man. Miss you. Why don't you come hang out with us in the chat?
Yeah.
Shout out to Platter. Always great to hear. You guys were talking about Robert Bassano earlier and the Hubble.
Hey, Platter, dude, yeah.
What up, dude? There he is, the man.
Dude, speaking of freaking legends, it's fucking Flat Earth, dude. Dude, it's only like, what time is it over there? Like 4:20?
4:30, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
he's up early.
Yeah.
At 4:20 p.m. He's up early.
Yeah, I'm up early. I'm up
Do
way
you remember? Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. Do you remember? We used to watch you tune a piano or rebuild a piano while listening to Robert Pisano. That's what we used to do on the Hangout.
We used to do crazy stuff, man. A lot of OG stuff. You guys are triggering a lot of memories. Like,
holy fucking shit. Well, dude, Flat Earth Dude, I gotta step out away in a bit. I'd love for you to take over. You and Jen, like, take the mic. You guys are fucking legends. I bow to your prowess.
The OG super cheerleader Jen from Japan.
Yeah. Bring it on, you globers.
Bring it, man.
Where are you?
Nobody's got a better attitude than Jen, man. I mean, he's the best. No doubt.
I appreciate that, Flat Earth Dude. I appreciate that. You know, do you remember you were always at the beach? You know, he's having a party with his friends. The house is backing onto the beach. We're looking at the beach and the horizontality of everything else whilst the barbecue's on the go. Everyone's salivating. We're all salivating where we are. Give me a tissue.
That was pretty epic, man. Yeah, that was fun times.
Yeah.
You know, you get 100 flat earthers together. We're all at the beach. It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, and if you're not at the beach, you're on a high ledge somewhere overlooking the horizontality of the earth. And again, wherever you were, it was definitely level. Wherever you were, that was a funny thing about the hangouts that we used to hang out. We used to hang out with you and your guys, man. That was great.
It's always level, man. It's always level, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll never forget the Question Everything conference. That was a great day as well. Question Everything conference.
Well, I was the guy that questioned the Question Everything conference.
That's right.
Who does that? Who does that? Shit, I'll do it. Yeah, why not? You know?
Yeah.
I'm going to question the Question Everything conference. That was hilarious, dude. I forgot about
it. Was. And then shortly after that,
somewhere.
Shortly after that, we're still on pursuing this Question Everything. You're playing golf now, and we're all talking about Earth and everything else. And I came out with, look at Flat Earth Dude, living the life,
living the dream in a nightmare.
In a nightmare, that was it. Living a dream in the nightmare. Look at this guy.
Yeah, during COVID.
That was brilliant.
I think it was COVID. I think.
Yeah, it was through the COVID thing. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I was like, okay, living the dream in a nightmare, man. What is going on?
Most people are on lockdowns and that, right? And we're enjoying the luscious green golf course, right? That's why I came out with it. I thought, wow, I mean, this guy's just living it up in a nightmare here. Let me just get that out there quick.
We're in the nightmare.
Yeah.
That was good conversation. I've been listening. I was driving home from work and just listening to you guys go on about how you guys got into Flat Earth, and it's just a great conversation. I had to jump in, man.
Yeah, let's go back to when you. Do you remember we used to do? Was it the Hollywood thing where you were with Flat Top, right? You and Dan the Waterman with your white. You had your clipboards. You had your white coats and pens. Okay.
Yeah.
And you there was one night where we saw Flat Earth Dude dancing. Now that was the night and a half. Flat Earth Dude dancing, doing the horizontal. That's what I'm going to call it. He was doing the horizontal with his arms. His arm. Right, dancing in the middle of the night. I mean, they had the hangouts all set up, and people were coming across talking to the panel. I was part of the panel, and it was brilliant. Those were good days.
That was fun, man, because we would just pick people off the street that come on to the panel and talk to you guys all over the world. And it was great, man. It was just great. I love that.
Yeah, that was happening, man. That was happening,
It was happening. And, we got people coming up that were like physicists, and we rarely got trolled. Other people did it in the past. Do you remember John Smith, Globely?
Oh, of course I do. Yeah, he's the number one man.
Right?
I owe him 2 pints of blood.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He was like the first guy I ever saw interviewing people on the street.
Yeah, from Scotland.
Yeah. And I was like, I want to do that. Like, where am I going to do that? Hollywood. Oh, okay, that sounds good. Because nobody gives a shit in Hollywood. They don't care if you're like purple, pink, yellow, flat, round. They don't care.
Yeah,
So,
I think our claim to fame was we got that NASA employee that came in. Do you remember the NASA employee?
Spheros Mikalakis.
Yes, NASA employee. We interviewed him as well.
Yeah. We put him to the task, but all he could say was just imagine, and
that's all he could say. Yeah, it's true.
That's about it. Yeah, that was wicked, man. That was fun.
Yeah.
But you guys are doing a great job out here, Jen. You're always doing a great job, but it's there's so many platforms now. I think it's much more spread out with TikTok, with X, Instagram.
Yeah, dude, but we need to be the best. Okay, we need to stand out.
Well, you are standing out. No, you are standing out. You are definitely, like I said earlier on, I haven't been in here for maybe 2 weeks or a week and a half and that. Came in, it was nice. Everyone was on the ball. I thought it was like putting on a pair of, nice, comfortable shoes. It was that.
Well, we need to get all the OGs in, like you, like Flat Earth Dude, and all the other guys you were talking about. Let's bring them back, man. Bring them home. I know we're in a weird server right now, but this is just kind of where we ended up.
This is nice. Nothing wrong with it.
We're kind of like Jews, man. We're like Jews, like from Moses in the desert. We just happen to end up here with our tents.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant because the Asian content, the people from Asia that are coming in is great. You're getting a good influx, okay? And they do need to hear about this flat Earth awakening. Okay, it's okay. The West seems to be picking up nicely, but the Asian community now are coming in here, and they're coming in hot. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen, when I first tuned in, I was driving back. You were talking to it sounded like a gentleman from India, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. It's Source. His name was Source, and but his audio was a bit hard to hear, but I think he was getting the picture, man. I think he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I wish he'd stayed. Yeah, he was. He was getting it. He was asking the right questions, and hopefully he'll come back. Yeah, hopefully he will come back. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a good conversation. But
I
when you
appreciate
started talking about Bassano, man, I'm like, I got to jump in here. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, he's the man, isn't he? He's the man. Definitely. Man, I wish he'd come back.
Who the fuck live stream a call to NASA? Like talk to the director of Hubble.
Yeah, the deputy
years,
project. The deputy projects manager, Mike Michlinski. That's his name.
Yeah.
Mike Michlinski.
I mean, that is the greatest, one of the greatest phone calls of all time in my book.
Yeah.
But
and the very ending, the very ending of it is this: can this be real? You know what I mean? He hasn't seen the Hubble for 25 years. You heard it first here. Yeah.
Yeah. That was fantastic, man.
It was.
Good times.
That was gold.
Good times.
That was gold. That was gold, man.
We can bring some of that gold back, man. I mean, gold is way up, so we can probably bring some back in at this point.
I wish I could share my gold, guys. Let me leave you with something before I go totally radio silent.
Okay.
Remember when Hubble had problems seeing clearly?
Yes.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
I know one of the guys who was on the program to fix it.
Yeah.
The end. I'm going radio silent now. Open the DMs, guys. See ya.
All right. So one of the things that Robert Bassano discovered was there was records on the largest payload to go to space, right?
Yeah.
And Hubble should have been on that list. And I forget, it was HTS 125. I don't know what it was. It was one of those. It might have been 25. I don't know. But it was not on the list of the largest payloads. But the service mission was on the list.
Yeah, that was a massive anomaly. You don't have the actual largest payload ever to be lifted into supposed
into
space.
Right.
Yeah. But you have the missions, all the missions for servicing
all the missions, you know, from the moon landings to all Apollo.
Yeah,
but
they covered the service missions. In particular, the service missions of the Hubble was recorded, but actual payload and deploying it into space was not. Yeah, that was a very odd thing to do. Yeah, that was
interesting anomaly. Yeah, and Bassano just pointed that out. I mean, maybe they corrected it now, but back then in 2016, and nobody was.
No one was looking into that, but that was a very massive hole in NASA's story, for sure.
Yes, a huge hole, man.
Yeah, because the site, the something International, was the site that had all these recorded, and it wasn't there. It wasn't in their records. Yeah, and it should have been.
Very strange. What was that site? Yes, the International.
Yeah, something International it was. Memory fails me there slightly, but I'll look it up next time and dial it into my brain and share it in. But yeah, this particular something Federal International, something like that. In other words, just come back to me there. But this agency,
they're in charge of they record every single space launch, no matter if it's a shoebox or a telescope, but they covered every space launch in all of human history. But for some reason, they forgot the Hubble one, man. I missed that, bro. What?
He also highlighted the Mir telescope, or it's meant to be a satellite. You remember?
Space
station.
There you go.
Yeah, he highlighted an anomaly involving that also.
What was the anomaly? You remember?
Yeah, I can't remember it.
I remember it. So there were service rockets going up to the Mir space station. They were cataloged as launching balloons to go service the Mir. So supposedly you had a bunch of Russians and a tin can floating above the Earth, and they're getting food deliveries from balloons.
There you go.
You can't make this up, man. There's no way.
It's a globe. It's a globe.
That's crazy. That's hilarious.
Well, we got a chanter here. We got a guy who went to the Vatican to learn his religion.
It's a sphere. It's a globe.
Yeah. How have you confirmed and validated
444, man. I gotta mute.
So if you can talk us through your methodology in validating and confirming the statement you've made, would be all ears. Go ahead.
Watch the YouTube video, The Final Experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just help you out straight away.
Of course.
Looking in the wrong
Why didn't I think of that?
If you watch that video, you'll be looking in the wrong direction. To know whether or not the Earth is curving, it's the surface of the Earth. So if you watch the video, you're looking into the sky. How do you ascertain what's going on the ground? So no, we don't watch the video, sir. That's piss poor methodology, I'm afraid.
Why do y'all think the world is flat? Why is the world flat in your aspect? Why?
That's why.
I want to hear what T-Dub has to say, because I think he knows. I know what he's going to say.
For me, I'm just saying, of course, why didn't I think of that? I mean, yeah, he's totally right. I should have considered that video. It shows exactly what you'd expect someone who thinks the Earth has a particular layout with a particular path of the sun going around it, right? Above it.
Yeah, so totally. Can you come up with logical?
So what you're saying? So what happens when I fly from the U.S. to Europe, back around to Alaska, and then back through the States again? What just happened? Did I fall off the map? Did I fall off the map?
Circle. You're going in a big circle. Hey, can you come up with a one deductive logical argument for why the final experiment?
You're going to tell me there's no international space.
Holy shit! I couldn't even finish my question. Can you come up with one deductive logical argument for why TFE proves that Earth is a globe? Go.
Hey, going.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Silence. Crickets. Come on, Brody.
Yeah.
Come on, Brody. Get your act together here.
You told him to go, and he he left.
There we are. What a shame. I thought he was going to enlighten us as to how he actually measured the curvature of the Earth. But he didn't, obviously. So looking at that video, you're not looking at the surface of the Earth, you're looking into the sky. That's the wrong direction. Simple as that.
Yeah, like whatever the sun, the moon, the stars do has no bearing on how flat the Earth measures. We measure the Earth flat. Your refutation, Globies, has to do with our direct measurements of the surface. I don't care what the stars do by your interpretation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I like that, and because like that was India's original challenge to them once that had come out, wasn't it? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what type of flat Earth you think it's debunking, right? What type of cosmology, flat Earth cosmology, it debunks. You're still left with the position of having to prove that it somehow indicates the Earth is a globe, right? It doesn't excuse you automatically and give and go, put a stroke in the on the globe's scorecard, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's like, so they told us for years that if the sun sets and goes down below the horizon, then it means Earth is a globe. And then they show us 24-hour suns that don't set.
I love that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And all the while not measuring the surface of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what's being called into question. Are we curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make that radius of 3,959 miles, which will then go on to make the circumference 24,901 miles circumference? Are we curving at that rate? We're not. Horizontal constant everywhere. Go ahead.
I remember Jaron. He's doing his little spiel on the aircraft leaving Antarctica, and he said, "Sure, flat Earth explains why the Earth measures flat, but the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is only explained by a globe." I remember him saying that.
Yes, I remember him saying that as well. And I thought that was a stupid thing to say because we're talking about the surface. I'm not interested in what the sun's doing. It's the surface. Why would you be looking at the sun when the surface is flat? What's going on? That's what I said to myself. That's when I knew he was just a wally at the end of the day. Good thing I wasn't on the aeroplane because I would have just said, look, Jaron, you've lied to the public. Tell the people you're lying here now. And where's Maktoon? Stop hiding. Get out of there. Yeah. It was shenanigans all the way. Will Duffy, the man who's got federal agents after him for non-payments of fines and defrauding people of their money. What a man to be going to the Antarctica with. There you are. It really backfired on them. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because you've got certain people out there that have a particular worldview, or they adhere to a narrative, right? So subscribe to a narrative which is not mainstream, just like us, right?
Yeah,
we claim something that goes against mainstream. There's these other people too that have views against mainstream views, like evolution, the age of the Earth, etc. Right? And these people don't want to be seen as and classified because there's a stigma that goes with flat Earth, because of course everybody knows Earth's a globe. Flat Earthers are crazy, right? So they don't want to be put into that category, right? With the flat Earthers. That's why they're globers, right? But they have another view, which is it goes against a mainstream view, that they want to be taken seriously. And if they get lumped in with the flat Earthers, nobody's going to take them seriously as having any legitimacy for their arguments against evolution, for the age of the Earth, for creationism, those types of things, right? Against the Big Bang.
And that's a disgusting, dishonest position to hold, because you are ignoring your responsibility to learn the truth. Go and check it, right? So you're going to ignore the investigation and prop up a narrative. That's what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Weak position indeed.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Yeah, Duffy is one of those characters who has to attack Flat Earth because he wants his other views that go against mainstream to be taken seriously. Who's another one? The one that from Answers in Genesis, the astronomer guy. I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
It's evading me. You know who I'm talking about? Danny Faulkner, thank you. Yeah, he's another one. Right. He stalks Flat Earth conferences and meetups and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's so obsessed with making sure that people understand Flat Earth is just a crazy idea, right?
Yeah.
Wanting to hold on to his views which go against, other things like creationism.
Yeah. So he's still leading people down the wrong alley, whilst again shutting down the truth. But that's okay. People would slowly and surely discern it for themselves, because we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're not leaving this topic matter, so we're not going to go away. We're just increasing in numbers. That's the beauty of all this.
We were all still hanging out at the main server before jumping into camps. The Danny had come by and had listened to us talk to him for months, and then he started going and having presentations at the Ark, right? And people had recorded the encounter or the speeches that he was giving at the Ark, and it wasn't anything what he was listening to us say. It was all based on what he was writing in his book. And then he got called out for it. But he didn't change any of his narrative after being called out. Or not that I recognize anyway. He goes against his own views, right? He says he's Christian, right? And then goes and bears false witness against his brother, his neighbor, fellow man, right? Love your neighbor as yourself. He's not doing that. He's bearing false witness. He's giving false testimony of what it is that we claim. And he listened to us for months.
Yeah. Yeah, he takes a lot of our stuff and then he'll use it in a presentation and it'll be severely cropped and things like that, just really dishonest.
Not get back.
Yeah, another example is Brian Hancock. Is it Brian Hancock? Is that his name? The history buff. Graham Hancock, right? Graham Hancock. He's another one that, has anti-mainstream views, but has to poo-poo on Flat Earth because he wants to be taken seriously as an academic and as an avid researcher. It's widespread. You'll just see all these people. Bart Sobral is another one, the guy who made American Moon. That they've all said things anti-Flat Earth on record to the public. It's anti-Flat Earth because they can't be seen in the same realm as Flat Earth because of the stigma attached.
Yeah,
it's sad.
I think in some of these cases as well, it's some of them have probably been exposed to really shitty Flat Earth videos and shitty Flat Earth arguments, and it's turned them off at when they've sort of looked into it. I'm not saying that's the case with all of them, but there's a lot of shitty Flat Earth arguments and shitty Flat Earth content out there in the mainstream, and if they tried to look into it and they spent a day looking into it in the wrong places, they might have gone, oh yeah, this is ridiculous, I don't want to be associated with this at all. It's not like they came into 24/7 and had a 3-hour conversation with India or something like that, or you guys,
Well, one of the turncoats I'm not remembering his name, but the guy that ran Celebrate Truth, he was using Skiba a lot in his content, and Skiba and Celebrate Truth were practically not allowed to use the principle anymore in any of their content, and what they ended up having to do was declare that, you know, the principle is not flat Earth content. They're geocentrists, right? And then they were allowed to make the references and use the clips, but Syngenis was like, I don't want anything to do with flat Earth. And then he had conversations with Whitsitt shortly before they went off to Antarctica. And in a lot of the interviews, Whitsitt was having to take the position of a geocentric Earth is, you know, also is provable. And then I didn't look for information on whether or not he actually pushed Syngenis with flat Earth information, but Skiba a long time ago had a debate with him on biblical cosmology.
Watched that. Yep.
So
yeah, Rob Skiba's channel's still up for anybody interested. Like, his family haven't taken down his content. All still there. All still good content. And one good thing about him was he was pretty honest. When he found flaws in the flat Earth argument, or something that flat earthers were putting out there as like that was false, he'd do a bit on it. He'd do content on it and say, hey, you know, this isn't exactly true. Right? Look at this, right? And he'd show them. He'd do the demonstration for them and say, yeah, you can do this, right? So that what you're saying here in this respect is false, or not necessarily true, right? It could go either way, blah blah blah. Like, so he was really honest. I liked him. I liked that about him. Yeah, so maybe someone could reach out to Rob Bassano, see if he's interested in coming on for a chat. I mean, I've invited a couple of folks who actually showed up to 24/7, like going back a couple of years. Russian Vids invited him on, and he showed up a couple of weeks later. There was another guy who does a lot of flat Earth content. I invited him on. Pretty sure he showed up, and I was never there when they showed. I was the one who invited him, and I wasn't around. It's bad timing, but yeah. Look, a lot of these guys, they don't think that they feel like they're, you think they feel like they're too big, too important or whatever. Reach out to them, see if they'll come on. They might just take you up on the offer. Just to even come in for half an hour, and just chat, and we can pass the mic over to them if Globers come in. Let them have a crack. Give them the floor. I was thinking we use Ben from I don't know his last name, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy. We use his, a lot of his stuff, especially the 21 mile observation in Utah. It'd be great for him to come in, like when we're presenting that, like have him be part of that. I would just talk to him about it, or let him present it to somebody. That'd be cool. Yeah, and just others too. Like, and I'm thinking of reaching out to doing up a letter that could just just generically written so it could apply to anybody at any university, and then just send it to their science department or astronomy department, whatever. Like, just send it en masse to universities, and see if we can rake in some visitors that way too. You know, some academics, whether they're they're students or teachers. I have reached out to. I did reach out via email to Paul Larson, and never got a response. He's since left that department. He's like retired from the observatory and high school business and all that. So I did email his replacement, and the professor that's active in that department now, and I requested the data and any video footage that they may be willing to share of their, I think it was 2018 or something around then. They did a nationwide school project thing where they were all going to do the Eratosthenes thing or something, and reached out to them, and I've never heard back. They haven't responded. So it might be time to get on the blower again and say, excuse me, hello, anyone at home?
Oh no. Anyway.
But shout out to all the people in the background and doing stuff like that too. I mean, there's probably things going on that we don't even hear about it because people aren't making content on it. Just gets heard through the grapevine, even maybe. That's, yeah, all the unsung heroes, you might say. Shout out to you guys. There's a lot of people approaching, members of parliament and getting their 2 minutes on the podium, to express their concern about government deception and the spending of tax dollars on things that nobody can verify to be true. There's no receipts apart from pretty pictures on TV. That they're doing the things that they're saying they're doing with the money. A lot of people are doing that now. And going to NASA meet and greets, or going to their facilities, approaching them, asking the big questions. Often getting thrown out, sometimes, or asked to nicely to leave, with the security guard looming over them. What about the Flat Earth Boxer? He used to do a lot of that sort of thing. I think he went to a SpaceX office or something like that once and had a big long discussion with some of the staff there. He'd just walk into places, university, it didn't matter. He'd just walk in there and start asking questions. It was really good. Yeah. I remember wasn't obvious. Someone in here earlier was talking about they caught the credits, rolling credits of Xena Princess Warrior, and it said something about Flat Earth Productions, like for the special effects or something. There's a little bit of pop culture, reference there. That's interesting. Yeah, I thought, oh, I'll have to look them up. I wonder if that group's still around and they're still doing stuff. But made me think of this festival they used to hold in the 90s in Australia called the Flat Earth Festival. It was only called that, I think, because it was a youth festival, youth music festival thing they used to run once a year down in Victoria, I think, because it's near Deniliquin, I think they called it, and it's near the Hay Plains or something like that, like the Hay Plains region, I think. And that's some of the flattest land, right, that you'll find on Earth, right? I mean, it's like so flat. It's actual dirt, right? And it's really flat. I think that's why they ended up calling it the Flat Earth Festival. I think they say that 50% of all land is plains or plateaus. So, well, they might say that they'll say that if you do a survey of the salt flats, while it's called salt flats, it actually has a slight grading curve to it. Still yet to see any survey data showing that, but they say that. They claim that if you did, you'd find it.
Yo, guys, what's up?
Hello, welcome in.
Yo, did you guys just saw about the Epstein file?
Nah, it's the wrong place for that.
Epstein?
If you want to talk about the geometry of the surface of the Earth, then you're welcome to, but I'm sure that there's other channels that accommodate for that conversation if you want to have it, but not here. Sorry.
But like, are you sure the wrong place? Like, I doesn't make sense, bro. Like, the flat Earth is really that is a conspiracy theory, and you're saying like.
Okay, so during the Epstein investigation, did they find any Earth curvature?
You what?
During the Epstein investigation, have they found any Earth curvature?
Okay, so that's
yeah, dude, it's the room topic.
No, they didn't.
But did they look? Did they look for it? See, you won't find what you don't look for.
No.
Oh no. Anyway.
Oh no. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen, and that is all action. All action that you've had in your lives thus far has happened on a flat Earth. Everything that you had in your life thus far. has never happened on an oblate spheroid. Has never happened.
That's spinning inside an ever-expanding vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not happening. We're not doing that. When you actually look at that, we're not moving at those rates. We're not flying through a vacuum. We're not curving. We're not spinning. We're not wobbling. None of these things are happening.
So you guys believe on the flat Earth, but what about space?
Well, okay, let me tell you something. First and foremost, you see, we know that the Earth is flat, so that's not a belief. And then space, as we know it, is the distance between the Earth's surface and that blue sky that turns dark at night. That is it. That's the only space that I know of. I don't know anything else.
But a lot of guys, I came here before.
Mm-hmm.
It's working. I came here before, and a lot of guys don't take God as real. So how there is a flat Earth, the firmament, and there is no God? Are you like?
I think that might be a mistake there. I think what you're going to find is that you're going to find some flat earthers are from the biblical and the Christianity viewpoint. They're still flat earthers, and then there are us who maybe we call it creator. There's a creator. Maybe they don't call it God, but they call the creator of the earth. So there is acknowledgement that something created this earth. Okay, so that's what. Yeah,
there are specific people who say they don't believe that there is a God, right? However, what you probably heard when you come in here and bring up the God topic is we don't discuss the God topic because that's not the topic of the room. But if you wanted to discuss like the cosmology based on the religious texts, then you can have the discussion, right? Because a lot of people, whenever you start saying, well, my God's real, your God's not, then you start getting unhappy people. And discussing the shape of the earth already makes unhappy people. Now you're just going to double dose it. And it's very difficult to get people to realign with the conversation when they're too busy trying to argue two topics that make them upset. So we stick to the shape of the earth.
A very good point indeed, yeah. And that's perfectly correct. I think you'll find that here, the flat earthers do acknowledge that there is a creator. Fine. I don't know any flat earther that doesn't believe it, doesn't have that as a foundational understanding. Okay? So, but back to the shape of the earth. You know, I mean, whilst you're busy asking these questions, why don't you ask yourself, why haven't I seen the curvature of the earth? Why haven't I measured it? Or if I have tried, why am I not able to measure it? That's what you should be asking yourself. After all, you're living on this earth as well as we are. We know it. Wait a minute. We carry the knowledge that the earth is flat. We know this. This is known knowledge to us. You should ask yourself the question, why is it you don't know it's flat yet?
I know it's flat. I don't go often to mathematics because it's not my area. But do you guys actually can prove it that it's flat by math? Like, I don't have none of that.
No, it's not necessary. You need the maths, but you know, it's just measurements, and you know, that's all it is. Given distance should have X amount of curvature. That's all. It's that simple. So, and that's what we have been proving now for the last 10 years. I'm into my 11th year now, just starting. So there you are. Okay.
This voice channel has 10 years.
Oh, can you repeat that, please?
This voice channel has 10 years.
No. My position, and my knowledge, my investigation. I'm into my 11th year now of the realization that the Earth is indeed flat and not an oblate spheroid. I came into this knowledge 2015. I ignored it in 2014, but I actually looked into it. I heard of flat Earth before that, though, in the 70s, as a child, as a kid, and and I realized that it couldn't be flat because the ships would have fallen off the edge. That was the image I got. So as a child, I was dissuaded from flat Earth by the ships falling off the edge image, and NASA had gone to the moon by this time. So by during the 70s, it was fixed and galvanized in my mind that the Earth could not be flat. I was about 10 years old at that time. But at the age of 54, that's when I realized I'd made an error. Okay? So 44 years later, I'm now looking into flat Earth properly as an adult and realize I've made a 48-year mistake. All right? There you are.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a true story right there. I remember the flat Earth arguments back in the 70s and that. And when I went to Nigeria, I was at school, and the images of Galileo, Copernicus, who is the third one? Galileo, Copernicus, and Columbus arguing over the shape of the Earth in the textbooks that we had in Nigeria, and it showed the ship, Spanish Armada ship, falling off the edge. I thought, wow, that would be stupid to have a flat Earth because look what's happening here. Obviously, we're not on a flat Earth. You see? That's how easy it was for me to be dissuaded. That easy.
There's a map. One second, I'm trying to. There's actually a map. I would like to know if you guys believe in that map.
Well, basically, it's this. There are, at the moment, all maps that exist are flat. So that I don't go to the shop and buy a map that's curved. So that's one thing, okay? All maps are flat. And there are many maps out there that show the Earth. I do like the Alexander Gleason's map. For me, it works looking at distances and flight paths. So I like that. Have you ever seen globes? Is it 100% accurate? I can't say it is 100% accurate, right? Because I haven't actually 100% compared where I'm going properly to the map itself. But I do like the layout of the Alexander Gleason's map, and he produced it to show us how the Earth is laid out. Okay, and I like that map in itself. Okay, the globe ball does not exist. The Peterson's projection map and the Mercator maps, these maps are not accurate at all. You cannot navigate with them. All right, and they're flat anyway. Right. Main point is that the Earth is measured flat. That's the main thing. It's measured flat, utilized flat. And whenever I go to my destinations, I am traveling on a flat Earth, and I get to my destinations on the flat Earth. I don't experience curved trajectory of any kind, of any degree, over any length of time. Okay? That's the truth. That's fact. Provable, repeatable, dependable. So whatever's on a piece of paper, at the end of the day, I'm still getting around on the flat Earth. The Earth is still measured flat, regardless of the map, as it were. Okay? Because really, you can make a map out of a diamond and put all the continents on the diamond and go from A to B, and you're still going to get somewhere. You see what I mean? So, I like the Alexander Gleason's map at the moment. I still like it.
It's the Urban Mount Flat Earth world map by 5087.
Well, that's an interesting map. 1587. I'm talking about the 1893 map is what I'm talking about. Or 1892, sorry. 1892. That's the map I'm referring to. But remember what I said, yeah? You may have your map in hand. The surface you're going to traverse isn't going to curve at all. You might have your hills and valleys, but you're not going to follow any curved trajectory, whether you're on a ship or if you're in the air with an aeroplane or a hot air balloon. You will not be following curved trajectory, and that's critical if you're living on an oblate spheroid.
So that 1892 map works?
Flight paths work on it. Yeah, aeroplane flight paths, point A to point B, destinations are proven. Also, there was a discrepancy whether or not back in, I think it was the 70s, where if not 70s or 80s, where a Korean airline strayed into Russian airspace. Now, if you look at the route on the globe, it takes the plane nowhere near Russia. On the globe, ball Earth, and the flight path takes them nowhere near Russian airspace. But if you extrapolate that route onto the flat Earth Gleason's map, you find that the path takes it just into Russian airspace. Okay, so that would be thanks to Flat Earth Banjo for producing that documentary, highlighting that point. 6 more flights that prove a flat Earth, I think the documentary is called. Okay.
Raises some interesting points. He does some the right content. I don't mind it. Yeah, a lot of those emergency landing things that it makes you scratch your head and wonder, I remember seeing a lot of them earlier on and thinking, that's interesting, like when I was looking into it. But I remember the road maps going back in the day, before everyone relied on a device, these TomToms and all that to tell them where to go.
Right.
And they'd be in sections, right? Like large areas, maybe 200 by 300 or something like that, right? The books that you used to get to turn the page, and the grids were like, it was like battleship, A1 to A to like to G12 or something like, right? To have the
I'm looking at the grid system now. Yeah, I've got that in my mind right now. Yeah,
and it'd have like your key, so like 1 centimeter would be like 100 kilometers or something like that, right? And then it was so good, like that it'd show you, like you could look and say, look at the length of a road or a span of a road that you want to traverse, and it'd say this is, there'd be a number next to that road saying 150 between 2 towns, right? But if you drew the straight line distance and used the scale, it was much less, right? Because of your winding turns and your hills and dips.
You've cut all that out. When you do a straight line, you cut it out, which is why we like to use a piece of string in that regard. When you're measuring, if you're going to use a Ordnance Survey map and you're going to measure the road, the string is the best thing to use. It's going to give you more accuracy than a straight line would in this case. Yeah, is that right, T-Dub?
Yeah. And you could make the argument, if you're going to rely on maps, you could say, well, that's just totally flat Earth, right?
It surely is. Yeah. It is. It's flat Earth. This is what we're saying. So people like to talk about map. But we the flat earthers are first to say that no map that we have is actually accurate yet, and we haven't confirmed the accuracy of the maps, so we can't hold them as 100% fact as such. But they do work regarding the one I like, which is the Gleason's. It works when I'm looking at emergency stopover flights, when things have happened on planes and they have to make an emergency stop. They make more sense on the Gleason's map than they do on the Mercator map or the Globe. Just does not work at all. So there we are. Okay. Are we living on a flat Earth? Yes. Are we following any curved trajectory during the flight? No. Can we see the curvature? No. Can we measure the curvature? No. There we are. So that's most important fact. Now, you must always remember the foundation argument. We're not measuring curvature. Doesn't matter what map they're going to put in your face or thrust under your nose. The facts are we're not measuring curvature. We're not spinning. These are the important foundational facts that you must always keep on the table in the orange box so it can be seen. So when they're arguing away, the orange box is right there with the lack of curvature and the lack of spin and flat Earth measurements. All right? That's the key factor. Doesn't matter where we go with this argument or this discussion, remember, we're not measuring curvature and we're not rotating.
Hey, does anybody have a copy of Gleason's book in PDF form by any chance? You guys know the book?
Yeah, it's called it's called. What is it? Is it called Synthetic Cosmogony? Earth, not a globe. I think it's called. Let me have a look and see if I got it.
Yeah, that'd be good if you've got it. It's called "Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe?"
Yeah, I've got a similar one to that. Still an audio book. I'm going to check. I've got it right now. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, this one was written by Gleason himself. This might be interesting. He might talk more. I think he talks more about the map and that kind of thing.
He does. Yeah, he elaborates more on the map. He does, yeah. The audio book. I've got to see if I can find that now.
Yeah, I think he talks about how he had to incorporate the lat long system into his map, or he wouldn't have been able to get it approved or something like that. So he was kind of forced to add the spherical coordinate system in.
What did you say the book was called?
Is the Bible from Heaven? ? Is the Earth a globe? ? 1870.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you got to realize this is just not that long after the whole idea really started getting really pushed into to be taught, amongst the academics. Well, they didn't care about the common or what they thought, but if you went to a university, you learned at a higher level, you would learn that the Earth is a sphere, blah blah blah, right? And the solar system model, all that. So it wasn't long after that. There was still, at that point, there was still a lot of opposition to heliocentrism, right? They hadn't totally let it go, especially your Christians, your church, your Protestant churches and all that was like fighting it, right? And he was like one of the last stand, against it. Yeah, look, I have suspicions, right? Because my grandfather, as early as the age of 5, he's taken me aside. He's like lending me his binoculars, get me to look at the moon, telling me all about distance to the sun. I bet I was one of the only kindergartners that could tell everybody the distance to the sun, right? And 93 million miles. He told me that. I remember him specifically telling me that. My grandfather telling me about the moon landing, blah 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 blah, and he'd always say things like little things like, "And don't let anyone tell you any different, boy," right? Like, and I was like, thinking in retrospect now, I think, why do you need to say that? Did he encounter the opposition to heliocentrism in his lifetime? Was his grandfather a flat earther? Right? I don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I could go. Like they've all passed on there. I can't ask them, these things.
Yeah, that's interesting, T-Dub. All right, I found an audio book. This lady reads the whole book on YouTube. So if anyone wants this book in audio form, here's one option.
Yeah, thanks, DJ. That's probably the one that I'm talking about that I found on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll try to hunt down I'll try to hunt down a PDF of it. If I can find a PDF, I'll make sure I send it to you in DM, so you got a copy of it.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Let me have this. Here's always forward to this. Can I forward? Yes, I can forward. Lovely.
In a world where nobody knows what the world is.
Speak for yourself.
In a world where nobody speaks for themselves.
Nice.
Okay, this is not working. What do you want, Jin? I want to go to Safari.
Excuse me, but why is the biggest channel on the server is so quiet?
We were waiting for you.
Yeah, no one has any evidence that the Earth's a globe. We're just waiting for it.
Do you have it?
Evidence that the Earth is flat?
No,
Sphere.
globe. Yeah. We all experience it as flat, right? But some people think it's a globe. So we're looking for evidence of Earth curvature, measurements of Earth curvature specifically.
Okay.
Because when we go out and measure it, right, when we go out and perform different types of tests over very large distances, it measures flat, right? We're not detecting any curvature at all. And then when we go searching for empirical evidence that the Earth is actually curving, we actually don't find anything.
Do you think that Earth is a planet?
No. No. We don't think the Earth's a flat planet or a flat disk or something like that.
So what is the Earth then?
Well, the Earth, it's the Earth, right? It's like a topographical plane. Okay, you could probably think of it like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
Yeah, okay, but as a physical object, what is it and where is it located then?
Yeah, well, it's located right here where we're at. Okay, we don't know what shape the Earth is. We're not, like, flat's not a shape, right? So we're not claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. But when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not curving, right? So a surface area that's not curving is by default a flat surface. That's what flat Earth means.
You believe in flat Earth?
No belief.
It's not. No, it's not a belief. It's knowledge that we know. We know it's flat. Just to go back to the other guy who was speaking. Hang on a second. Earth is what you see and experience it to be. Is what Earth is.
All right. So
Okay?
you. Okay. So you
Problem
say
is,
that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Pew, just hold on a second, because we were just chatting with the other guy quickly. So hold your question, and we'll get to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you for coming, by the way. Thank you for coming.
Was that you?
Just wait
Was
your turn, please.
Yeah. Pew, we'll get to you soon, man. I think it was Maita. Was that who we were talking to?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Yeah. What did you have in response to what we told you?
Gravity. Thing is, there is a proof of gravity. Provide the objects, for example.
Well, gravity. Well, when you think of gravity, you're talking about mass attracting mass, or you're talking about Einsteinian gravity. Mass attracting mass. Okay, so Right. If the Earth were a globe and mass were attracting mass, right, everything would be pulled towards the center of the Earth, right? So that would also include the water that covers over 70% of the surface of the Earth. Okay, that would mean that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. Now, when we go out and test for that curvature, it's not there. Okay, the water is completely flat across the surface over large distances, where if mass were attracting mass and the Earth were a globe, right, you could calculate exactly how much that water should be curving, okay, and over 10 miles it would curve quite a large amount, 66 foot to be exact, which is 20 meters. Okay, when we go and test it, it's not curving, right? So that would debunk your claim of mass attracting mass, gravity.
Okay, so why do the objects then fall on the ground?
Objects will sink through the medium of the air because the air is a very light medium. Okay, so it's called relative density or Archimedes' principle, and so you could also call it specific gravity. Okay, so things will rise or sink if they're more or less dense than the medium that's surrounding them. Okay, like if you drop a helium balloon, for example, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. But if you drop a tennis ball, it's going to go down. It's going to sink through the air. It's only going to fall because you lifted it up, and then it's just going to sink back to where it was. Now, if you change the medium, from air to, say, water, let's say now I'm in a swimming pool, right, and I have a ball in my hand, a tennis ball, right? When I let go of it, it's going to go up, like the helium balloon went up, right? Now the ball's going to go up. It's a relative density relationship.
Okay, but if you do the experiment within a vacuum, there will be no air, it will be a vacuum. The objects will still fall. They will not float, right?
There would be no water either because it would evacuate from the container because it would transition into gas to try and fill the available volume.
Well, that's what a vacuum is, right? If there is a vacuum, the object will still fall, meaning that there is a force that is affecting the object other than...
Well, no. Okay, so this is all... Okay, so firstly, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. All we have is a vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth. Okay, so all you're doing is removing most of the air. Okay, so now you have an even less dense medium to deal with. Okay, so now things are going to still fall, right? The same reason they fell through the air, they're going to fall when you drop them in a vacuum chamber. Now, let's say we have a rock and we put it in a vacuum chamber. It's just going to sit on the bottom of the vacuum chamber and it's never ever going to move, right? The only way that you can get it to do something is if you lift it up, right, in some way and then drop it. Okay, so you forced that object up and out of equilibrium, right? You've given that object kinetic energy, potential energy, right? And it's simply going to sink back through the medium because it can't be supported by the medium. So the only reason it's going to fall, the only reason you're going to get an effect is because you picked it up. You put input energy into it. So nothing just falls by itself, right? Things can only fall if some energy is exchanged and something gets forced up into the air and then dropped in one way or another.
Yeah. It is also important to notice that gravity doesn't prove the shape of something. I don't think gravity and then suddenly I'm on a ball shape, or gravity I'm on a triangle shape. So gravity doesn't actually prove the shape. What proves the shape of the Earth is the measuring of the surface. That's the number one gold standard. Anything else is lesser than, okay?
The thing is, if the density of air is almost the same around the Earth, right? Then objects would be falling somewhere around the same speed. However, because there are points of elevation on Earth, for example, such as mountains, you can still measure, not very precisely, but it can still prove that the object will fall with a little bit of a different speed.
It's not proving the shape of the Earth, though. You're ignoring my fundamental point, and that is that a gravity doesn't prove the shape of an object, does it? Doesn't prove anything.
Because he's reading a response. He's not giving you from his mind.
Yeah, thank you.
How we can see the Earth shadow on the moon? It looks circle.
Yeah, that's how did you prove that was the Earth's shadow? Did you prove that? That's not a proof at all. It's a very weak outburst. That's not true.
No, it is a
right. It's not proof. It's not proof that the Earth is a ball. How can you look to the moon? Hang on. Hold on a second, because I know you're going to shoot off. Just listen clearly. Which is going to be the most accurate? Looking at the moon or measuring the ground under my feet, measuring the surface of the Earth? Which is more accurate? Which one?
All right. Do you have a measures that?
No, you answer my question. Please answer my question. Which is more accurate?
All right.
Right. Which one is it?
Of course, if we measure on the Earth.
Right. So go and measure the Earth, because that moon is no good.
Okay. Do you have measures?
Thank you. Yeah, go and measure the Earth.
We do actually. Yeah. So we've gone out and tested the surface of the Earth hundreds of times, if not thousands of times now. Okay, and we've tested over huge distances where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth is a globe. Now, every single test comes back with the results that there's no curvature at all. Okay, this is done using high-powered zoom cameras, high-powered lasers, right? And the list goes on. Okay, so the Earth's not a globe, so whatever you... Well, I can hear myself echoing. Yeah, who's
someone's echoing?
Chubbs. All right, he's gone. Yeah, so look, if we can measure the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, right, then whatever you're seeing in the sky is happening above a flat plane. Okay, so whatever you're seeing happening with the moon that you've been told a big story about, right, that's not caused by the curvature of the Earth, because there is no curvature of the Earth.
Okay, what about the meteorites that fall down the Earth? By their trajectory, by their shape, simply by how the debris break up when they enter the atmosphere, you can also speak of the atmosphere shape, right?
Yeah.
If an atmosphere has a shape, and the atmosphere is around Earth, or like covering the Earth, right? Then it would be just flat. But it is not flat.
The atmosphere doesn't have a shape, right? And the term atmosphere is actually a contradiction of terms. Okay, so atmo means gas. Okay, and sphere is obviously sphere. You can't. Gases don't have any specific shape to them, right? A body of gas. Gas fills space. And to have an atmosphere in the first place, a container would be required, because the requirement to have gas pressure is a container. Right? It's in the definition of gas pressure. Okay, so
they can keep it, right?
So, what about all of the science, NASA and Hold on a second. I can only talk to one of you at a time. So we'll just finish with Maita, and then you can ask a question. Yeah. Okay, so if you want to claim that gravity is pulling the gas down and stopping it from expanding into the space vacuum, okay, then you would need to provide us with an experiment that shows that gravity affects gas particles and that gas particles are pulled down to the Earth, because gas particles move in random in all directions. Okay, if you look up the definition of gas particle movement, it will tell you that they move in random motion. Okay,
omnidirectional is what we say, isn't it? Omnidirectional.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So even if you put them in a vacuum, like you were talking about before, if you put them in a vacuum chamber, okay, they still move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down towards the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So now that you've understood this point, you must recalibrate your thinking, because we've told you that gases are omnidirectional. Unless you have an experiment that shows gas being pulled into a atmosphere, unless you see that, you're believing in something that you haven't proven yourself. So you have to correct your thinking when we're giving you the information. That's what I'm noticing, that you're not acknowledging and saying, I didn't think of that. I should change my thought, or let me conduct an experiment. That's what you've got to do, okay? Otherwise, we're wasting our time talking to you, in other words. Sorry.
Okay, gas has molecules, right?
Right.
And molecules have some kind of a mass. So gravity affecting the mass of the molecules.
And they travel in all directions, yes. Correct.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So that's the thing. Okay, so if they have weight, right? If the moles have weight, if the moles have weight, then that means that they should be getting pulled down to the Earth by gravity, right? But that's not what happens. That's not what we experience with gases.
That is what is happening, but the density is low, which is why gas is spread out.
No. All right, so now you've made a positive claim, and we ask you to back that claim up. I can back up what I said just using mainstream gas law, right? I can show you the definitions, and I can show you practical demonstrations, right, backing up